If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get bitch, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah,
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Ride through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
I got.
What is up, Hyderabad? Make some noise! And welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series India Quadam Invitational, powered by Samsung Galaxy. मेरा नाम है मेजर बीस और मैं रहने वाला हूँ आपका आज का हिंदी होस्ट। सबसे बड़ी बात ये रहने वाली है, कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल का पहला इंडिया लैन होने वाला है। बहुत ही ज्यादा एक्शन फन पैक गेम जो है हम आप लोगों के लिए लेके आ रखे हैं। जी हाँ, बिल्कुल भी मिस मत करिए, बिकॉज यहाँ का माहौल बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन, बहुत ही ज्यादा रोमांचक हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, लेट मी टेल यू वन मोर अनदर थिंग। यहाँ पे एक नहीं, दो नहीं, तीन नहीं, बल्कि छह बेहतरीन टीम्स आप लोगों का इंतजार कर रही है अपना गेम प्ले दिखाने के लिए, अपना बेस्ट गेम प्ले दिखाने के लिए। जी हाँ, और वो भी हमारे पास वहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं। एक, ब्रैगिंग राइट्स, आई मीन पहला कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल का इंडिया लैन होने वाला है। दूसरी बात ये रहने वाली है कि आपको 12 लाख रुपए का प्राइस पूल यहाँ पे देखने को मिल जाता है, जो कि अपने आप में एक बहुत बढ़िया बात रखती है। लेकिन हाँ, उससे पहले बात आगे शुरू करेंगे, दिन को आगे जरूर से शुरू करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन सबसे पहले मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करवाना चाहूंगा आपको मेरे फेलो कास्टर्स के साथ। ओवर टू यू, निक्रू।
We're now live from Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen, with India's biggest digital festival, Dreamhack. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile Invitational, where I'm going to be your hosting, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be my good friend, of course, my co-caster, Scaredy Cat. How you doing, man? Day one of Dreamhack and day one of SBS Call of Duty Mobile Invitational. I'm feeling excited.
Exhilarating arena out there, and you already know the excitement is just top notch, not just in us but also in the players and audience out there, because top 6 teams, 4 invited, 2 qualified. You already know it's going to be a superb game, and I am just thrilled to see and waiting to see what's going to unfold in today.
That is true. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking about the tournament. Let's move forward and take a look at the format, because we need to find out how the tournament's going to be functioning. As we know, 6 teams in general are going to be playing, from which 4 invited and 2 are qualified.
Absolutely. And again, these teams are divided into 2 different groups, Group A and Group B. So you already know it's going to be super competitive out there. Round robin stages, every single team is going to play 2 matches each day. And after day number 2, we're going to be moving into day 3, that's double elim bracket.
Exactly. As you mentioned, 6 teams divided into 2 groups. That means 3 teams in each group. And after day 2, 2 teams will be eliminated. As we mentioned, even 2 teams have qualified inside this entire competition. So those teams are, of course, going to have a lot of pressure. Each day, these teams will be playing 2 games to themselves, so that's something that's going to give them a little bit of motivating factor. But we know, considering it's the day 1, there's going to be a lot of jitters. But now let's move forward and take a look at the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, because that's something that's going to matter quite a lot to these players. The first spot getting 5 lakhs, the second spot getting 3 lakhs, and the third spot getting 1,50,000.
And the best part is 4th position will get 1 lakh, 5th and 6th will also receive 75,000. So if you made it to this stage, you're not going back empty-handed. You will be having something to brag out for. But again, everyone is going to look forward to the 5 lakh grand prize pool, because after all, who does not want to get the bragging rights or winning the first ever Cordem LAN in India?
Exactly. As you mentioned, no one's returning empty-handed. That's the best part. Even the 5th and the 6th spot is getting 75,000 all to themselves. Now, we've been speaking about the 6 teams. We've been speaking about the invited teams and the qualified teams. Let's move forward and take a look at the group distribution, ladies and gentlemen. In Group A, we've got Godlike Esports in NS Officials, Team Anthem. In Group B, we've got Team Vitality, TWOB, and even I2K Esports.
I really love Group B, being very honest about that. Group A, yes, you know, Godlike, very dominating team. NS Officials, Team Anthem, yes, they're kind of an underdog, experienced players as well. But I really want to look forward to Group B matchups as well. Vitality, TWOB, you know that they go neck to neck. It is always Godlike versus Team Vitality. So I really am looking forward to all these matches.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the schedule of the entire day. As we know, we're going to kick things off with Godlike versus NS Officials. That's going to be the first game. And then the second one's going to be between the players of NS Officials and Team Anthem. And then the third one's going to be between Team Anthem versus Godlike.
Absolutely. And again, moving on to those Group B matches as well. The first match that we are going to see is going to be between TWOB and Vitality. I really want to see that matchup as well. But let's look forward to the Group 1 as well.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, things are getting quite excited, quite spiced up. But now it's time for us to move on towards the stage, because the teams are waiting to walk out.
वेल जैसा कि नेक्रो ने भी बताया कि टीम्स हमारा इंतजार कर रही है, टीम्स बिल्कुल रेडी होकर हमें दिखाई दे चुकी है एंड अब इंतजार की घड़ी को यहीं पे समाप्त करते हैं बिकॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स लेट मी टेल यू, ये दोनों की दोनों जो टीम्स अभी आने वाली है इनमें से पहली टीम हम यहाँ पे आने वाले हैं। एनी गेस की यहाँ पे अभी कौन आने वाला है? बिकॉज ये जो प्लेयर्स है ये बिल्कुल ऐसे खेलते हैं जैसे मानो भगवान हो। जी हाँ, बात करेंगे ऐसी टीम की जो अभी तक एक भी टूर्नामेंट जो है वो अभी तक हारी नहीं है, उनको हराना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल हो चुका है। मेक सम नॉइज, गिव इट अप for Team Godlike. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you, Major Beast?
बहुत बढ़िया। अच्छा, पहला लैन है एंड कैसा फील कर रहे हो? कैसा स्टेज है? कैसी एनर्जी है? बताइए सब कुछ।
एनर्जी तो काफी है, बाकी हम लोग का गेम प्ले बता देगा और कितनी बढ़ सकती है।
ओह माय गॉड, शॉट्स अभी से फायर्ड हो चुके हैं, मतलब ये पूरा प्रिपेयर करके आए हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है। बट हाँ, मैं ये बात पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे, ये लैन है राइट, इधर कुछ भी पलट सकता है, इधर कुछ भी हो सकता है, कोई भी टीम बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखा सकती है। मैं बोलूंगा कुछ ऐसा दिखा सकती है जो आपने सोचा भी ना हो। उसके बारे में कुछ क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
आई थिंक यहाँ पे माइंडसेट मैटर करता है और जो सोचता है कि वो चैंपियन है वही चैंपियन है।
या एग्जैक्टली, इसी के साथ मैं बोलना चाहूंगा ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट एंड आई विश यू सबको अपना ए गेम प्ले दिखाना, बेहतरीन खेलना बिकॉज पहला लैंड रहने वाला है। आप अपनी सीट पे जा सकते हैं। All right. So that was Godlike Esports. लेकिन हाँ, अभी भी इंतजार की घड़ियां खत्म नहीं हुई है बिकॉज हमारे पास एक और टीम है। जी हाँ, एक और टीम रहेगी एंड हम उनको भी वेलकम करने वाले हैं। गिव इट अप फॉर टीम NS ऑफिशियल। How you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling damn amazing bro.
Damn amazing. स्टेज कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत बढ़िया है भाई, स्टेज तो बहुत बढ़िया है।
अच्छा, पहला लैन है, क्या प्लानिंग है? किस तरीके का माइंडसेट लेके आप उतरे हैं अभी गेम पे?
We just have to defeat all these teams man. That's the mindset.
Woo! I mean, ये काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया था एंड उनकी तरफ से भी अच्छे ज्यादा रिएक्शंस आ रहे हैं। लेकिन हाँ, चलिए अगर मैं आपसे ही जानना चाहूँ, ऐसी कौन सी टीम है जिसके साथ आप खेलने के लिए बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे हो कि यार ये टीम को लैन में देखेंगे?
I've been willing to play Godlike for a while man. I just want to defeat them, that's all.
All right. Godlike को डिफीट करने की बात यहाँ पे चल चुकी है। पहला मैच इन्हीं का रहेगा। लेकिन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द इंटरव्यू एंड आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। आप सभी को, आप लोग प्लीज अपनी सीट पे विराजमान हो जाइए। ओके, दैट वाज NS ऑफिशियल एंड इसके सबसे बढ़िया बात मैं बोलूंगा कि दोनों की दोनों टीम ने ना ये बता दी है उनके पास कॉन्फिडेंस की कोई कमी नहीं रहने वाली है। और मेरे को लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे बिल्कुल होनी भी नहीं चाहिए बिकॉज ये लैंड टूर्नामेंट है। जरूरी नहीं है कि जो लेगेसी अभी तक गॉडलाइक की चलती आ रही है वो यहाँ पे आपको कंटिन्यू होते हुए दिखाई दे। लेकिन हाँ, क्या पता गॉडलाइक आज ये कारनामा दोबारा से करके दिखा दे या NS ऑफिशियल जैसा कि बताया गया है कि वो रेडी है इनके साथ compete करने के लिए। चलिए ये सब देखेंगे अपने मैच में। तो ओवर टू यू कास्टर्स।
Thank you so much, Major Beast. And yeah, even NS Esports is looking pretty fine, is looking pretty confident as well. What are your thoughts about that?
Just looking at the confidence that are being displayed out there, not just by NS, by every single player. I mean, I am just super thrilled as of now. But again, either it's going to be the legacy being continued or it's going to be something different. We'll just have to wait and see. As first, we're going to have a look at the roster. I really wanted to talk about it, about the changes that have been brought in because, again, the new players that are in the Godlike, Skull Guy, Abhiz, they have shown some tremendous performance because Abhiz is just super on point on that sniper.
Exactly. As you mentioned, Abhi's been able to play that sniper role. This man has been on the top for the team a lot of these times as well. And considering if you are going to be the new player, you really need to gel up with the team as quick as possible. And these two guys have been doing a fantastic job in gelling up with the team. And because of that, even the team synergy has been looking on point. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding on with the show, I'd like to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and also DHL. Thank you so much. But now as we do move on forward towards the players of NS Oh, esports. Now, as we mentioned during the interview as well, these guys are looking pretty confident. They said that they're over here to defeat Godlike Esports. They've made some stark statements. What about you?
Shots have been fired. Even Major B said the exact same thing. But again, looking at this roster, it is full of potential. Pulse, Ghosts, and Prevails, every single one of them are just super on point. Killua and Saksham as well. We know that they show some promising results. Plus, we've also seen these new players, Killua, Pulse, showing some great potential. Just like the Godlike editions, we're also seeing NS showing some new things. And I love the fact that, you know, even in the map pool, they love to pick Hacienda. We know about that Vito as well. And I think so, addition of these two new players is just going to increase that pool.
Exactly. As you mentioned in Hardpoint, these guys love to play Hacienda, and then even in Search and Destroy and also Control, these guys have been performing pretty nicely. So let's see how NS Official is going to be performing in general. As you mentioned, speaking about the new additions as well inside the teams, Killua is actually one of those dudes, and I really want to see how this man's going to be performing and gelling up with the team because, once again, as we know, these guys came through the depths of hell, so they really need to prove themselves to sort of take down a big Goliath like Godlike Esports.
Exactly. Prevail has been a good IGL up to this point, and also with the experienced players like Saksham and Ghost, you know this synergy is going to be just super insane and super on point. But again, they've got a mountain to climb. It's Godlike in front of them, and we know that they have not dropped even a single map. In the previous SPS tournament, we've seen them perform outstandingly. They played every single map, and they won every single one of them. So winning against them is just going to be super difficult, but we're going to have a look at the map pool coming in front of us as well.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and take a look at the map veto, as this is going to be something that's going to be a massive icebreaker. We've got the map veto, and ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the map bans, it's going to be Apocalypse and Takeoff. And considering, as we know, NS Officials is the one that banned Apocalypse, Godlike is the one that banned Takeoff. But then we're going to kick things off with Summit.
I really love the map because we know it's a pretty small map. You are going to see shotguns coming into play as well. And again, not bringing up the Hacienda, I think so it's a good decision because you always know that the teams can counter-strategize against you onto that specific thing. And I love the fact they start things off with Summit. But again, this needs to be the anchor map. You have to defeat Godlike onto those hard points. That is something that I've found has been one of their weaker links. I would not say super weak though. They've been, again, having the 100% win rate. It's going to be a little bit weak, but this is the wound that they can try and put salt on and then move forward onto the other ones.
I mean, once again, speaking about Godlike Esports, right? These guys have been saying that no matter what map's going to be thrown at them, they're just ready. Every single map is their preferred map to play. We've got no issues. There's no competition in this region. That's what they've mentioned. So I really want to see, do these teams have what it takes to defeat a team like Godlike Esports? Because as I mentioned, on day one, there's going to be a lot of jitters. And considering on day two, maybe we might just see that polished gameplay.
Absolutely, because again, once we move forward from Summit, we're going to head into Slums as well. That's going to be Search and Destroy. We've seen teams prefer Slums quite a lot, to be honest, and I think so at this point they already know the plays that are going to be made. So getting those flanks on point and getting that timing to probably get behind the enemy backlines is something that is going to be the key. Godlike can move any player into that position. That is something that I really love about their roster. It's something that they don't go with specific roles. Every single player is a flex player and they can do whatever they want to do, and they pull it off perfectly. So that synergy is going to be awesome. NS would have to pull the exact same thing. Doing something out of the box is something that have to focus on.
That is true, but then map 3 is going to be, of course, played on Control, and it's going to be Raid. And that's something that I'm going to be looking forward to as well, because Control is something that really challenges these teams to their maximum potential. And I really want to see what NS officials have got in their backpack, because in the interview, they definitely seem quite confident, because I'm pretty sure it's their first ever land. They're going to crack under pressure.
Absolutely true. And again, once we move forward for that, if it's not a 3-0, which I am hoping is not, we're going to see Arsenal as well as the Meltdown. So honestly, Arsenal in that hard point, it's going to be awesome.
Sorry to cut you off, but I was speaking to the players of Godlike Esports, and they said that we're going to make it 3-0. Don't worry, man. It's going to be a quick game, no issues. It's going to be hot night through butter. It's a smooth sailing for us because we've got the momentum favoring us. What are your thoughts on that?
It just shows the confidence that they have and the way that they've been playing throughout the previous few years, and you know, they've basically made a legacy at this point. So NS have to break through that, because at some point, you know, when you're on top, you cannot find the weakness that is in your play, and in order to find that, you would have to be defeated by some or the other team, and that is if the opponents have studied you properly. So I think so NS have done that work, and I am hoping for it to probably go, if not 5, maybe at least 4. Because I'm expecting them to take the first hard point. It's their pick, Summit. I think so. They've got a pretty solid shotgun lineup as well. We might probably see some different kind of shotguns coming in. Maybe a KRM into the mix. But we all know R9 is something that players usually go for. One shot, one kill. You obviously know that. But I really love the fact that, some players also decided that maybe they would want to go for KRM. But honestly, what are your views about the new patch notes that recently came out? Especially that one nerf on the HPK30.
I mean, look, speaking about that perk nerf, is that something that's really going to matter to these players? At the end of the day, the AR is still something that players can try to utilize inside the game, right? And I highly doubt that even the nerf was there. Yeah, a little bit of nerf is definitely there on the gun to sort of control it down, but still, the main AR is still on the board, so that players can prefer to use it. Even another AR that can be quite viable has to be Grau 5.56, because the players like to use the red dot on it, considering the iron sight isn't really something that the players prefer to play with. But a Grau as well can be something that these players can prefer to play.
That is true. And honestly, that it always comes down to the preference, right? But obviously, picking up those meta weapons is something that you always have to look forward to, because right before this nerf, the views that I was getting, and also by my own experience, I saw that if you basically get one headshot with the HPK30, you will be able to just finish off this person in front of you, and it almost feels like a one shot. Now, I know it does not actually mean it is one shot. It feels like a one shot because of the fire rate, which is pretty solid. And now, since we're talking about the fire rates, you always know those SMGs are going to be super important. It's Summit after all. I mean, you're going to see shotguns, the SMGs, and Switchblade is something that we have also seen players look forward to. Fennec used to be the meta, but right now we've been switched up to Switchblade. I think so it's going to be amazing.
Of course, SMGs are something that will always be favored by these players in the close range or up close combats, right? Considering you've got the hipfire favoring you as well, and then also making sure that you've got the faster fire rate as well with the SMGs. That's something that can be so helpful for you in the up-close battles. But still, I would say shotgun should be able to take the cake, because sometimes if you are having a point-blank shot onto the chest, you can just one-shot anyone.
Agreed. But it's obviously a high-risk, high-reward play, right? Because yes, you need to get up close and personal to the player, and if in case you miss that shot, you're basically doomed to be finished off.
We're talking about the pro players, my friend. They rarely miss any type of shots as well. And speaking about missing any type of shots, the Annihilator, right? Considering it's one of the operator skills as well. And how can we forget that? It's one of those guns that is quite tough to use, but if you do master that, you're going to be annihilating the entire lobby. I mean, the name says it all.
Absolutely. And since you're already talking about annihilating the entire lobby, what better than War Machine that we always talk about? You know it's going to be amazing weaponry, but honestly, in terms of those operators, I also personally feel that maybe picking up those sparrows is going to be important. You need to make those aims, you need to get those shots fired. And also, you always have seen purifiers working in the map of Summit. Since it's such a close map, you always are going to see, especially in that P4, those purifiers being used up perfectly. And using those operators is basically going to be the key for these hardpoint matches. Because early fights, gunfights, yes, you know. But how well do you rotate off to these operators is going to be important.
Now, speaking about the rotations, this really reminds me of a map that hasn't really been played a lot right inside the competitive pool. I'm speaking about Meltdown, and it's going to be played inside Search and Destroy over here, and that's also going to be the last game if the entire thing gets extended towards that. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm honestly not a big fan of that map. Being brutally honest about it, yes, I know I'm firing some shots, I might get cancelled, but this is something that I personally feel even players have agreed to. Like, they're going to try and avoid that map as much as possible, only to pick it off in order to catch your opponents off guard, which in this situation is, I feel, maybe an idea of them to probably go and pick that up to just try and catch Godlike off guard. So I think so that is something where their ideology is settled in. But as you've already mentioned, Godlike just looking to end it at a 3-0, while NS just wants to defeat Godlike. This is going to be a neck-to-neck battle. That is something I feel.
That is true. Now, speaking about the players of NS officials, right? Prevail being the IGL, this man probably might be facing a lot of problems right now. By problems, I mean those jitters, that land pressure, considering you've got audience watching you live on the stage over here, live sitting on the chairs as well. Prevail might just be feeling that pressure, might just be cracking under that pressure, but I hope that's not going to be the case because his entire team relies on him. As an IGL, you're like a link that connects every single player to each other, and if the IGL's going to malfunction inside the games, then that's going to be a huge issue.
Absolutely, because you know he's going to be giving out all those calls mentioned perfectly. So that's something that everyone relies on to, and not just onto them. Even if you're top fragger, the Slayer role that we always mention is someone who's not being able to perform that well. You know that you need to break through that pressure, and you're not going to get that time in between the maps. You only will have those times once the map is over. So once you're moving on to the next one, only then will you be able to find some time to get that reset in and calm yourself down. So just as I mentioned, focusing on the first hard one is going to be important. But since we are already talking about something that's more important, we've seen how fun and amazing the rivalry between Godlike and Vitality had been.
Exactly. Now, we've been speaking a lot about Group A, of course, makes a lot of sense as well, because we're going to kick things off with a matchup of Group A, but we need to speak about the legendary rivalry, right, between the players of Godlike and Vitality, because that's something that we all have been looking at since years now at this point. And for Vitality, Godlike has always been that kryptonite, so that's been a big problem, right? But let's hope that maybe it's the first time for everything. Maybe on day 2, day 3 is where we might just see those jitters being taken away. Maybe Vitality can defeat Godlike Esports for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, so many questions, but those questions might just be answered on the stage right now.
And well, मेरे साथ मौजूद है अभी टीम Godlike, and मैंने अभी एक सेगमेंट तैयार करा है जो मैं आप सभी को दिखाना चाहूँगा. मैं बात करेंगे आप सबसे न्यूट्रिनो. मैं देख रहा था यहाँ पे आप एक वो मीम आता है ना कि न्यूट्रिनो लाफिंग इन द कॉर्नर वाला, वो मैंने यहाँ पे नोटिस करा कि आप साइड में बैठ के हंस रहे थे जब उन्होंने वो स्टेटमेंट दी थी. उस टाइम पे आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था, मैं जानना चाहूँगा.
नहीं, परफॉर्मेंस दिखा देगा कि वो कौन किसको हराता है.
अच्छा,
वही था मेरे मन में कि देखते हैं अभी कौन दिखाता है.
अच्छा, कितने परसेंट चांसेस है कि ड्रीम है कि पहला लैन है ये आप जीत के जा रहे हो?
100%.
100% चांसेस है. ये तो बहुत बढ़िया बात है. चलिए मैं आपके पास वापस आता हूँ. अभी मैं जाता हूँ यहाँ पे अबीज के पास, बिकॉज अबीज थोड़े से नर्वस दिखाई दे रहे हैं. नर्वस हो, एक्साइटेड हो क्या?
बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ मैं तो. बिल्कुल नर्वसनेस नहीं है, पर थोड़ी सी नर्वसनेस रहती है, पर एक्साइटमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है मेरे को अभी.
एक्साइटमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है. कैसा फील कर रहे हो? लाइक मैं देख रहा हूँ कि आपने हाल फिलहाल में एडिशन ली है गॉडलाइक में. क्या बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रहे हो यार आप. मतलब मेरे तो फेवरेट हो गए आप इस टीम में. मारना मत यार.
थैंक यू सो मच. वो तो बस टीममेट्स का इन्फ्लुएंस है और इनका मतलब ग्राइंड के साथ इन्हें डायरेक्शन दिखा दिया, तो अब सही चल रहा है सब कुछ.
चलिए मेरे पास ना एक और बेहतरीन सवाल है, लेकिन मैं वो पूछना चाहूँगा हमारे आईजीएल साहब से. जी लर्न, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि हम सबको पता है टीम गॉडलाइक जो है कितना ज़्यादा आउट परफॉर्म करके दिखाती है हर टूर्नामेंट में, लेकिन मैं जानना चाहूँगा लैन के अंदर ना आपके पास, आपके माइंडसेट में ऐसी कौन सी टीम है जिससे लग रहा है कि यार इनसे थोड़ा सा बच के खेलना पड़ेगा, ये कंपटीशन दे सकते हैं?
एक्चुअली हम लोग ना वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, तो हम लोग के लिए ट्रायल बॉल है जो क्रिकेट के फर्स्ट बॉल रहता है ना.
ओह,
तो डेफिनेटली हम लोग इसके लिए नहीं सोचते, हम लोग मेन पिच के लिए सोचते हैं.
तो मेन पिच के लिए सोच रहे हैं, लेकिन ट्रायल बॉल में कोई बॉलर तो आएगा जो थोड़ा सा दिक्कत दे सकता है. ट्रायल बॉल पे आउट तो नहीं हो सकते ना?
हाँ जी, उसके लिए प्रिपरेशन तो की है, बट डेफिनेटली आई थिंक 5 तारीख को आपको ट्रॉफी किसके हाथ में होगी वो पता चल जाएगा.
ऑलराइट, ये बोल दिया गया कि ट्रॉफी किसके हाथ में होगी ये पता लग जाएगा. लेकिन चलिए स्कल गाय, आप नए एडिशन आए हैं एंड मैं देख रहा हूँ आप काफी शांत बैठे हुए हैं. क्या हुआ? ये पहला लैन है, आप खुश नहीं है?
बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ, बस गेम पे ज़्यादा फोकस है, इन सब पे नहीं.
मतलब किसी पे भी फोकस नहीं है, सिर्फ गेम पे फोकस है. बहुत अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छी बात है. चलिए मैं वापस आता हूँ आप लोगों के पास. मैं जरा उधर के भी हालचाल पूछ के आता हूँ कि वहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है. एंड इसी के साथ अगर बात करें हमारी टीम एनएस ऑफिशियल की, तो यहाँ पे मामला थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी स्ट्रैक्स बनाए जा रहे हैं. इनसे भी पूछते हैं. सर, हाउ यू फीलिंग? अभी तो
भाई बढ़िया चल रहा है.
बढ़िया चल रहा है. लेकिन चलिए बात करें अभी, उन्होंने बता दिया कि यार ये ट्रॉफी उनके नाम पे जाने वाली है. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस टिप्पणी पे?
ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो रहे हैं यार, मैं क्या बोल सकता हूँ. ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस तो है.
जी हाँ, आई मीन ये बोला गया कि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस है. चलिए अगर एक क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँ, कितने % चांसेस है कि हार्ड पॉइंट में 100 का मार्क टच नहीं होने दिया जाएगा?
चांसेस तो नहीं है, चांसेस तो है ही नहीं 100 का मार्क टच नहीं होगा, पर देख सकते हैं. लक पे है, अब उनका लक चले हमारा लक चले.
सब कुछ लक पे है.
लक पे है, स्किल्स पे है.
चलिए इसी के साथ मैं वापस आता हूँ सक्षम से, बिकॉज सक्षम का गेम प्ले हम सबने देखा है. एंड जिस तरीके से आप स्नाइपर चलाते हो, जिस तरीके से आप अपने SMG चलाते हो, आप हर गेम में ना हर गन को मास्टर कर लेते हो. मुझे यही जानना है कि यार ये सब स्किल्स एकदम से कहाँ से जाती है? कैसे, क्या ग्राइंड करते हो? कितने घंटे की ग्राइंड करते हो? क्या रूटीन रहता है?
ग्राइंड तो ज़्यादा नहीं है, नेचुरली आता है. सब टैलेंट है.
नेचुरली
सब टैलेंट, नथिंग एल्स.
टैलेंट रहेगा जरूर से, लेकिन मैन मैं ये बताना चाहूंगा कि आज मैंने आपको जब देखा, मैं देख रहा था कि आप एंट्री कर रहे थे, मैं बस ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि मुझे लग रहा है आपको देख के वो वाइब आ रही है पूरी टीम को देख के कि यार ये टीम मचा सकती है। आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। एंड चलिए आपसे बात करते हैं। यार आपकी तरफ से ना मुझे ये जानना है कि सबसे बड़ी बात, पहला लैंड 12 लाख टूर्नामेंट के लिए, क्या परसेंट चांसेस है कि यार ये टूर्नामेंट में सबसे ज़्यादा जो हाईएस्ट चंक है वो आपके नाम पे आने वाला है?
हाईएस्ट चांस तो है, बट
चलिए मुझे ना कुछ इनसाइडर न्यूज़ दे दो यार अपनी टीम की। मुझे ये बता दो कि इस टीम में सबसे ज़्यादा रेज कौन करता है?
रेज सक्षम बॉस।
सक्षम बहुत ज़्यादा रेज करते हैं, बहुत मतलब
अल्ट्रा नेक्स्ट लेवल।
भाई सक्षम ने तो गलती कर रखी है। चलिए इसी के साथ मुझे ये भी बता दो यार कि यहाँ पे जब लड़ाइयाँ हो जाती है टीम के अंदर तो संभालता कौन है टीम को?
संभालता कोई नहीं है, वो अपने आप से आ जाते वापस। हाँ, मतलब
कोई नहीं संभालता?
नहीं, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता, कोई सॉरी नहीं बोलता, कोई अपोलोजाइज।
चलिए इसी के साथ ये हंसी मजाक और चलता रहेगा, आएंगे हम बीच बीच में, बट अभी के लिए हम बात करते हैं यहाँ पे हमारे कास्टर्स से, बिकॉज कास्टर्स के पास अब सारे के सारे जो प्लेयर्स है वो रेडी हो चुके हैं। अब कास्टर्स हमें दिखाएंगे अपनी तरफ से अपना पीओवी। ओवर टू यू नेक्रो।
Well, I guess the players are really ready, huh? NS Officials versus Godlike Esports is about to kick off in a matter of minutes, and I'm of course excited. We know the first map's going to be Summit Hardpoint. Now, considering, of course, it's one of the close-range maps, we know shotguns and SMGs are going to be like the preferable things. But do you think anything that can catch Godlike Esports off guard can be pulled out by NS Officials?
Honestly, I'm not expecting a double shotgun setup, but you never know. You always have those secondary weapons as well. Who knows, maybe someone's got a shot in the bag and, you know, they bring it out to surprise you after that. Either ways, one thing that I also want to focus on the fact is that I love that NS is giving the respect to Godlike. When Major asked the question, are you able to stop them below 100 points? You already know that it just is super difficult to stop any team below those 100 points because rotations are going to come in, the spawn flips will be there, and you know that the trades will be back and forth. No matter how much hard you try, you cannot just win all of your gunfights. Some of them will be won by Godlike. Now that is where I personally feel NS are just super prepared. They realize that Godlike has got some major firepower. They are giving them that respect. But for Godlike, I personally feel that they are just out there firing shots, not in the game, but also on the mic.
That's the funny thing, right? These players were just standing right next to me over there on the right side, and I said, guys, will you guys make it quick? A 3-0. I asked a question about the teams, and Godlike was the one that actually replied and said, yes, we're going to make it quick. It's going to be a 3-0 game. Do not worry. It's going to be a smooth sailing for us. I mean, as I mentioned, they've got the momentum rolling as well. Right now, the ball is in their court, and you clearly heard the IGL as well, how confident he was. He said, just like in cricket, how there's a trial ball, for us as well, this is a trial ball because we're preparing for the Worlds.
Absolutely, and in that preparation, there are some points that you might miss out on these underdog teams. So that is something Godlike will have to watch out for. But again, NS Officials, they've got a very solid chance at that. Summit is the map of Hardpoint in which we'll be rolling into the next few seconds. But I just cannot wait and witness what is going to unfold in that map.
Exactly. So many questions, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. The first game is about to kick off. Summit's on the way. Hardpoint's on the way. Here we go. This is how things are looking like. I mean, we've got the players, of course, now just situating themselves. So things are looking, as we know, quite okay.
Absolutely, and again, those early few trades coming in favor. Godlike finally winning out those shots. It's amazing. Learn and Neutrino just playing it super solid. That's the shotgun that we were always talking about. R9 as well into the hands, missing the shot. Saksham quickly wins out that trade.
Exactly, a beautiful drop shot to start things off over there. But now, once again, we've got the players back in action. But it's not going to matter. Prevail was the one to shut that man down. But still, so many trades just happening back and forth. This is where things need to be taken under control. And of course, the players are trying as best as possible. Godlike, currently they do have a lot of map advantage, and they are moving it forward, considering these shotguns are now starting to be a big pain in the foot.
Absolutely, and again, looking forward to those early rotations. NS Official just winning on all of them, and also winning those gunfights is something that they have to do. Otherwise, it's just going to be Godlike steamrolling through all of these points. 41-0, and they've done a pretty solid job into this one. And now are just going to move forward for the rotation onto the P2.
Uppy! What a beautiful shot that was. I mean, we're seeing the switch play its out as well, but still, considering it's an SMG meta as well, especially on this map, we're also seeing a ground 5.56, as I mentioned a while ago. A red dot onto that AR can actually give you a lot of benefits as well, but now Switchblade, a beautiful spray transfer from this guy. Killua finds two, even a three-piece to back it up. Godlike, they're getting dismantled. Now it's starting to be a big problem, but Trunks is going to be the one to trade things back.
Absolutely, and finally those operators will be brought into play as well from their side in just a while, as I can see that they're almost up, and again, spray down coming in. Saksham was good for to learn in the meantime, finding the trade elsewhere on the map. It's just 30 seconds over, and you can clearly see Godlike just steamrolling onto this one.
Oh
Yet
my
again,
God.
Finally some trades for NS.
Oh, this is looking a little bit too tough. Godlike is steamrolling through NS officials. They've only got 10 points. This is looking a little bit too tough. Godlike, as you mentioned, they're steamrolling through. The ball's in their court. Even a Fnac being pulled out. It's an SMG that we haven't really been seeing recently in the meta, but still, Trunks is like, no, I'm going to try to bring this one back on the fray, considering it's an SMG and a close and personal map. You would always try to pull out these SMGs in these type of moments, but still, Killua, a perfect trade, shuts down Trunks. Godlike now might just be in a bit of a problem, but still, considering they've got so much lead, it's not an issue.
Absolutely. They've got a few score streaks to work with as well. However, long shots coming in. Pulse, can he find a few more of that? He already found 2 of them, and that is a very good trade coming in because he's making sure that the flank is not going in position.
Exactly. Switchblade X9 from Saksham once again is now starting to be a pain. It's now starting to be a stinger for them. And considering once again he gets shut down too, Godlike, they're, as you mentioned, just steamrolling through. They're like a wrecking ball.
I really love the fact that Saksham is actually the one who is the kill leader into this game. As again, finally, Abhiv starting to catch up with him as well. But this hard point is something that I was expecting to go in favor of NS officials. They had a great position. But the retake onto that hill coming in from Godlike, it is just outworldly. And we can see an anchor rotating as well off the mark, making sure that they've got the control over the next one as War Machine. Oh my God! It runs out at the crazy time and Saksham finishes him off.
Unfortunately, not being able to be the most or use the most off of that, but it's completely fine still. Godlike is something that are so close to capturing this first one. And now, once again, Trunks with the shotgun KRM. All he needs to do is land that shot, but no, Ghost and S was just there ready with his crosses trained. He's got a good crossing placement, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Skull using the Sparrow as well, so you already are seeing those operators coming in play. And nonetheless, it's all Godlike winning on all of those trades. Yet again, we were expecting maybe NS might stop Godlike below 100, but it seems to be other way around.
Exactly. This crowd 5.56 from Pulse is now starting to be a big problem. This man is getting multi-kills, and it's definitely something that can be the stopper in Godlike's foot. But Godlike, they're trying their best to sort of make that comeback in the firefights. They are winning the majority of them as well. Getting these 2Ks back to back with some beautiful transfers is something that the players of NS officials cannot afford. Godlike, they're on a humongous lead.
Absolutely, and I really want to see their operator usage as well because they've got some decent economy, but it's the gunfights that they have to focus on right now. 10 seconds of scrap time, maybe they'll earn it. Yes, winning on those important fights, but Godlike do not want to give them even that, and they're still going in for the rotations.
One thing I've noticed is that Godlike are just so quick with those trades. As soon as one man drops down, the second man's always going to be there to trade things out. But even NS officials, they're trying their best to pull the same thing off. But Godlike, they're just a step better. They're just a step ahead.
Absolutely, the Purifier being shut down perfectly by Learn, and again, in the P1, they're the ones who are trying to take control, but Ghost
triple kill!
Just insane onto that one, a triple, just as you mentioned, and finally some trades for NS, maybe they can grab some points.
Trunks once again back in the fray with the Fnac, gets a double kill. A beautiful spray transfer with that one. Of course, Trunks is someone that's been the star player inside the game with this gun. And even Saksham now is going to try to get back in the action, but gets shut down instantly.
Absolutely. They need to take control on the left side of the map for that P2. 20 seconds of that scrap. It's finally being contested. NS winning on a few trades only for so long as Neutrino and Skull winning out on their ones as this is just the way Godlike is playing. And look at the score streaks as well as the operator. They've still got one to play with and a few more score streaks. I am looking forward for NS to maybe use them for the P2. They've got to take control of this one because if they lose that, then it's going to be just almost an impossible battle for them to come out. 177-53 is the score as the hard point now opens up.
Oh, Switchblade enhances call. This is where a little bit, it seems like now the dust is starting to settle because Teams are taking a little bit more back foot. Godlike, they're not just pushing out on the faces like that anymore. But as I say that, beautiful maneuver from Skull. Shuts down the opponent just like that. But this flank is actually going to be massive. Gets a double kill with that one, but now pulls out the Purifier. This man is ready to light up his opponent.
Absolutely. He's not allowing anyone to come onto that. Spawn trap is brilliant. And oh my god, look at this play. Yet again, Godlike is just outwardly trying to use on the trophy system as well. And the spray down is not that pretty. Could not find that pick off. But again, Purifier being used up, making sure that no one is coming onto the hard point. Still contested. 188 to 66. Last 15 seconds of scrap time.
Oh, this is looking a little bit tough now for NS officials. Time's running away. Everything's now running out of their hands, slipping out of their hands. They need to make a comeback, but it seems next to impossible. Godlike, they build up a humongous lead, and now they can't sit comfortably. And this is where Godlike, they're just hammering them down over and over again. War Machine pulls out a beautiful multi-kill with that.
Absolutely, and followed up by Skull and Abhi. You already know that they're up for this next one as well. And they've got the spawn control. So NS official, everything is just falling out of their hands. And they can do nothing apart from try and win those gunfights. That too directly from the front because their flank is being taken care of. Utilities are being used perfectly. Look at that nade as well. Getting Ghost NS quickly off that one. Making sure that no one's coming in from the front.
Godlike playing together like a well-lit unit, and this is where the players of Venice officials would want to step in. But as soon as they try to do that, it's going to be the R9 to shut him down. Suction as well now trying to get up close and personal with the switchblade, but Trunks, what a beautiful shot that was. Once again, the R9 is just now starting to be such a massive pain for the opponents, and its officials.
Oh my goodness, Fred also gets a double as well. He's just not leaving that position up. He's just staying in that one place. Look at that spray down. Yet again coming. Last 5 seconds. Claw brought out as well. NS needs to find the opening. If they cannot, then that's going to be it. And Godlike is the one who wins the first hard point.
Oh, as I mentioned, it's going to be a smooth sailing for these guys. A hot knife through butter. Godlike not even breaking a sweat. Standing true to their name. As once a great man said, with great power comes great responsibilities, and these guys definitely do know their responsibility.
They've got some great power, especially with the shots that we saw. They were firing perfectly right onto those heads. I mean, their shotgun utility was perfect, and in that last hard point, we saw the position of Abhi with R9. We saw him sitting in that just one position. That was absolutely mind-boggling. I mean, we can clearly see those spray downs coming in. I love the fact that Kilo and Saksham, yes, they were trying to do the thing. Saksham was still leading in that kill department, but they were just not being able to convert it into those objectives. And the hardpoint rotation was something that was just coming out on point with Godlike, because you can see the pincer, you can also see the pinch and those flanks. Every single moment you saw one of those players going towards the other part, and you could not figure out who that might be.
It just felt like Godlike was all across the map. They read their opponent perfectly. Even we saw Grau being pulled out, right? 5.56. That's something I did not really see coming as well, considering it's one of those close-range matchups I thought we're just probably going to be seeing those SMGs and shotguns in play. We also saw Fnac being pulled out. So a lot of new things being pulled out over here, and definitely quite an exciting and an exhilarating game that was, but we still got 2 more to go.
Indeed, and maybe even 4 if we'll see probably Slums or Raid fall into the hands of NS. But again, after this map one, they would have to brush this pressure off no matter what. They would have to focus down on the next one, search and destroy Slums. I know that all the teams love to play for picks into this one, and the sniper is going to come into play. So you already know that you've got to take care of Abhi. He will be on that sniper. He will be probably on that locust. You have to focus onto him. You cannot afford to give those early picks. And since again, we're talking about Slums, we will probably see some kind of mixed setups going in, especially for the side of attackers. So it is possible maybe they can try and go in for a quick hit towards one of those sides. They've got to mix all of those things up in order to catch Godlike off guard.
I mean, especially the previous game was just all over the place. It was just Godlike smurfing through. They were just taking down the opponent single-handedly. Or you can maybe say they were just manhandling the players of NS officials. But now, speaking about the scoreboard as well, that's in front of us. I mean, look at the players of NS officials and look at the players of Godlike. You can see a stark difference in the gameplay.
True, and just look at the way Abhi actually played. I mean, 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the hard point? That is just such a crazy time with 32 kills as well. 19 deaths, 16 assists out of that. I mean, he was really one of the most impactful players out there. But I still want to focus on Learn, bringing out that IG link perfectly on point, giving the perfect calls, and the rotations being followed by Neutrino, Skulls, and Trunks. You know that they were just making sure that they are winning those gunfights, also being at the correct position at the correct time. Those flanks were brilliant.
Yeah.
You saw them catching the people of NS off guard multiple times.
Especially if I remember still that one flank from the back and getting a double spray transfer, right? I think so with the Switchblade too. It's something that definitely caught the players of NS officials off guard. Godlike in general, for them, it's just like a smooth sailing. Now all eyes are going to be on the players of NS officials because they need to make a comeback inside the series. The upcoming game is going to be, of course, Search and Destroy. It's going to be played on the map Slums, and considering it's S&D, you need to be a little bit more tactical. Let's see how the opponents, which is going to be NS officials, they adapt.
Trophy system is going to be important, just as you mentioned. You need to get those setups right, especially those smokes, because again, Aviz will be on that sniper. You know he will be trying to get those frags. He'll be trying to get those early picks. So he'll try to get on those positions perfectly. Now this is something they would have to focus on, and I know they cannot forget about this positions as we're going to move into the map of Slums, guys. Search and Destroy is the map that we go in.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike versus NS Official. The second map begins. Now this is where NS Officials is now going to be feeling the heat because they have lost out on the first map. 2 more to go. If NS Official isn't able to name this victory onto themselves, then Godlike will have a smooth victory, maybe inside the series too. This is what's going to be the decider. And to kick things off, we've of course got the snipers as well on the board. Now, what do you think should NS Officials do differently compared to the previous game?
I mean, again, playing it slow, trying to figure out where Godlike is and getting those rotations, that is something they've got to focus on. As again, we just saw a quick round going in favor of Godlike. Yet again, steamrolling right from the previous game to this one. Now, this is what they've got to focus down on, right? Those flanks are going to be important, just as I've been mentioning. You need to catch the person who is solo. You've got to overwhelm him, finish him off, maybe get a 1-for-1 trade at the very worst case scenario, or try and catch him off guard, get a 1-for-0. So that's something they've got to focus on. Again, we'll be moving on to the next round as in the first one, just Godlike stomping everyone.
He's in front of us with the sniper, of course. He's someone that you need to watch out for. He's been the star sniper for the players of Godlike. Man pushes up, gets a 2. Oh, even the backup from the back was quite nice. Trades did happen back and forth, but still, Godlike with the advantage. They've still got 4 players. It's a 2v4 scenario. And it's officials. Now they need to play a little bit more put down. They need to play a little bit more tactical and passive. Skolchi's right in the front lines. The players of NS officials can definitely feel the heat. A miracle needs to be pulled off. A star play needs to be pulled off. Can the players of NS officials pull this one back in their court? At least they're able to find one. So now it's a 2v3. But Godlike Esports, they've still got the man advantage. With that, they can try and play for the trades as well if they want to.
True. That is true. But again, they've got the clock in their favor because bomb has not yet been planted. So all they need to do is just wait for that time to run out or probably try and stack that site. As again, shots being fired. Learn, your helmet is visible. But the shots just not connecting perfectly as the trades again go back and forth, and it's Ghost bringing it down to a 1v1.
Oh, it's a final 1v1. This is all it boils down to, ladies and gentlemen. Neutrino versus Ghost. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? The ball's being planted as well from Ghost, so this is where the alarm's now going to be given to Neutrino. He needs to be a little bit more quick on his feet. Neutrino will now need to try and make some moves. Already his opponent's on the way. Already his opponent's taken a position. Neutrino will need to be so cautious because his opponent seems quite ready.
Long flank.
Indeed, a long flank. And now finally flanks from the back, and just like that, not even an issue. Takes his opponent down so easily. Neutrino, calm, cool, and collected in that situation.
He knew that there were just so many angles he can try and, force that fight to. And Ghost was just not being able to watch for all of them. It was a game of cat and mouse, and Neutrino just won it out in the end. And that was a very long rotation coming in. So I really love the fact that he went on for that one. But again, Ghost not clutching that one could have been a very good moment for him, trying to get, some opening for his own team. Nonetheless, he's going to move into the next one. Is again, side control being taken. Godlike, not allowing them any kind of space.
Exactly. Once again, both of them just staying in their own territory. Godlike, they have been doing a fantastic job with the trades as well. I'm just loving the baits from the side of Godlike, the sniper! Being pulled out, what a beautiful flick that was on the opponent, finds one. At least now, the advantage once again back in the hands of the players of Godlike. The second one connects as well. Uppy with the Locust, this man is a menace.
True menace, can he get the third? No is the answer. Ghost comes out on top with that trade. But again, one guy got to clutch it all out. Gets the second one as well. All right, it is doable. Maybe not.
Well, maybe you just cursed him instantly. As soon as you say it's doable, the last man falls down, drops dead. Kilo 141. What's the AR that's being whipped out with that guy? What are your thoughts on that?
I really like that choice of weaponry, and he was on top with that aim. Just did not expect the third person onto that position. So that is something, it is kind of okay. You might try and you move on to the other angle to find out another flanker, because having three people, you've got to watch on all three angles. However, talking about watching the angles, we're seeing Godlike watching those choke points, getting those couple of frags early on.
Well, once again, this time now it's going to be equal trades on both the sides, a 3v3 scenario. I mean, Godlike in general, they've got such a massive advantage. Once again, these guys just love to build that early lead and keep the opponents under their feet.
Pulse.
Abhi's been a big pain for the players of NS officials, but considering this time,
what?
Abhi is still alive. He can't try and pull things back. And with that being said, speaking about pulling things back, it's not even going to be needed. Trunks is going to be the one to single-handedly shut down his opponent. Now it's a 2-on-1. Once again, NS officials struggling.
Blasting the car. What a smart strategy, right? You can't find the head, just find the head and the bonnet of a car, blast it out, and you're going to get that pick. Now again, bomb needs to be planted. It has been dropped. It needs to be retrieved as well. So Pulse has got a lot of real estate to cover. It has not got a lot to work with as well, but this timing could be everything. He can try and catch at least one of them. Maybe the sound cue has been given. He's still not trying to make any kind of noise also while catching those two players of Godlike off guard. They do have no idea where he actually is. He can get one.
Oh, Pulse with the grab from the back. Tried his best, but unfortunately whipped a lot of shots, and that's where Godlike takes the cake.
Winning out 4. That's just going to be super problematic for NS officials now, because making a comeback from this one, I mean, you need to reach that 7 point, but still you've got to get some rounds onto that attack no matter what. Yes, we know the defense is fairly easy, but unless you get those few rounds, unless you get a cushioning for yourself in those early rounds, you won't be able to get all of them straight up.
Here we go. The action begins once again at Godlike. These guys just somehow easily dominate the opponents. They're just able to find these kills like it's not even an issue. They're making it look so easy. They're making it look like they're playing against, I don't even know at this point. They're just playing against bots. That's what it seems like.
I already mentioned that this is basically a trial ball for them. However, I still feel that NS officials, they've got it in their bag. They can try and cook up a counter strategy for this one, because you are continuously seeing Godlike making that progress towards the B. So maybe try and make a play from through mid, or maybe going towards the A side. Get a couple of smokes down so that Abis cannot get the snipe through those smokes. However, trades coming back and forth. We are again down to the last few members remaining.
Once again, I guess this time, the ball's going to be in the court of NS officials, so that's a good thing, right? And speaking of that, once again, now it's a 2-on-4. Can Godlike make a comeback? If this is going to happen, I won't even be surprised at this point, because Uppies is still alive. He's got the Locust in his hands, and we know this man is a deadly duo with that gun.
That is true.
Locust, but this time being shut down. Uppies was able to find one, but the instant trade from Ghost was on the point, and Ghost finds the last guy too. Godlike being shut down for the first time.
And that was a really good maneuver coming in. This time, they just took their time. They found a few frags for the early one and then moved forward slowly. Did not give those essential 1v1s to Godlike. And that was one of the reasons why NS won that round. Again, utility is just being dumped way too quickly. Trophy systems on point. My goodness, those frags coming in 1-for-1 trade.
Godlike, they're definitely going to be quite pissed, considering the previous round was lost by them, and now the trades did happen back and forth. But now we're left for the 2v2 scenario. Godlike, once again, being able to neutralize things out, once being able to equal things out. And his officials are doing a great job, especially from the previous round, actually giving a tough fight to the players of Godlike. Let's see how the future momentum's going to look like. Godlike, they're playing quite pushed back. They do not really want to take that extra risk. But the players of NS officials now, considering they are in the front, finally a little bit of a glimmer was spotted. Godlike, they're really looking forward to take the fight to the opponents, but Learn is now going to make it on towards the site, and he's going to go for the plant.
Absolutely. I mean, he had to pick up that bomb, right? You knew that NS were able to get that bomb down. They would have got the information. But now this is going to be an important duel. And Learn could not win that trade out. Could have been everything. But Saksham, still having that sniper in the hand, they can slowly maneuver around and try to bait out Learn maybe. This fight is going to be everything. So
as
close.
you mentioned, this fight indeed is going to be everything. Man's going
Oh
for the
my
defuse,
God!
catches the diffuser. One
No
more to
way!
go. Oh, the prone shots, of course. No one expects this man to be there. And unfortunately, because of the crosser placement, the players of NS officials, they get caught off guard. Beautifully done by Learn.
I mean, he's the IGL. He's also clutching. He's fragging. What else do you want from the guy? And I still feel that was a very big blunder coming in from NS. They had an opportunity in that one. However, Saksham finding an opener into this one as Neutrino can wall bang through that shot. So that was a good opener. And it's a 5v4 situation. So definitely they can now try and control that map space.
Definitely you need to try and pull off those type of shenanigans if you want to get back in the game. Catch the opponents off guard. Catch Godlike off guard. Do something that they're not going to expect. And for now, NS officials, they've definitely managed to do that because they've got the man advantage in their hands. The sniper can be quite deadly. Ghost as well with the Kilo 141. Just going for the long range duels. Both of them are just playing in their own territory. No one's looking forward to make that push, make that commitment. But as soon as I say that, Godlike now, they're moving a little by little.
Oh! What a nasty shot from a V. But again, some quick trades. Pulse getting a couple of them. And again, it's down to 1v3 this time, though. Can we see Abhi's clutching it out? Gets one. It's going to be all or nothing. And Ghost shuts him down. So another lifeline coming in for NS. 6-2 is now the score. But these are the moments that they cannot miss out on. But that snipe, my God.
Godlike still just has such a massive lead. Can you really make such a massive comeback in general, considering Godlike just needs one more round to sort of steal the entire deal and just win this entire thing away?
Oh.
Speaking about winning things, we've got NS officials once again kicking things off in a fantastic way. It's going to be a 3v3 affair. Godlike tried their best to sort of pull things back, but NS officials, now they're down to just this one last guy alive. A 3v1 scenario. What can Saksham try to do to make this clutch happen? Godlike, all they need is this round to seal the deal inside Search and Destroy.
And the bomb has also been planted, so you already know the clock will be ticking on their favor. Saksham with Locus in hand, retaking with a sniper is something you do not want, especially in the one which is going to be one of the most important rounds for your team. That's going to be tough. That's going to be super tough.
Godlike has been struggling since Abhi's has been getting taken out so early.
True.
And Abhi's has been like that key winning factor for the players of Godlike. So Abhi's needed to stay alive, but unfortunately, even inside this round, Abhi's has been taken out, so that's a big issue. And what? Godlike Esports, they close it off. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Godlike Esports, they even take the second game.
Saksham had 3 chances. He was literally given with 3 chances to try and isolate that 1v1. You could have got that snipe with the Locust, but he just could not anticipate the position coming in whatsoever. Godlike yet again dominating, showing why they are on that top stage. And I mean, the early banter was just not for nothing, right? They're backing it up with the gameplay. They're backing it up with the snipes. The shots coming in. Look at this one. Outstanding play. He missed the first one, but got the connection onto the second. Plus the maneuver. This time around, I still feel that NS were trying to put up a fight, but it was just that they could not figure out the lurks. They could not figure out when the flank was coming in and that too from where. So the same problem remains in the second map as well.
Exactly, as we do take a look at the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. Of course, Godlike just dominating through, just pouncing through this entire previous game. But now, one more question remains. Can NS official spring back to life once again inside this series?
If it's going to start, it should be on Raid. And you know one thing about the previous data that I tried to mine last night while you were having a quick walk, I found out that Godlike has played the maximum number of control on the map of Raid. So they're just super solid onto that one. They have an idea as to how to work around that map. And again, if you're looking at the data of NS, I've seen them play Raid probably 6 times in the previous SPS and they won only 3 of them, while Godlike had a win rate of 100%.
So you're basically trying to say that this series is actually going to be a 3-0. Well, I guess the Godlike boys really do stick true to what they say. They mentioned they're going to make it a 3-0, and the stats say that this is probably going to be a 3-0 because, as you mentioned, Godlike, they've played a lot of the times in the past as well on Control, on Raid, so they have got a lot of experience. And as I mentioned, for the players of NS Officials, considering it's their first ever LAN, it's the first ever day, they're probably facing a lot of jitters, and I think so these guys are definitely cracking under that pressure.
Absolutely. Godlike, they've had a lot of experience, even for the Worlds as well, so you know that, yes, this is an experienced team. They are always playing in that kind of pressure, and again, when you're on the top, you know that you will be able to perform onto that one, and the confidence is going to be the key every single time. And Godlike, just the way they've been performing, have been showing that it is just confidence and not overconfidence. So NS, they've got to pull something off into this one, because Raid is somewhere that you can try and maybe find some kind of opening against Godlike, because NS have also been playing Raid a lot. So I'm expecting them to probably, figure out a new strategy through the scrims, maybe go in for some set plays, try and figure out those choke points, finish the opponents off. So that is something that maybe they can pull off.
I mean, look, as you mentioned, Godlike has played Raid quite a lot of times. That means there's enough WODs out there to research against Godlike.
Exactly.
There's probably enough time out there as well that you can sit down, relax, and just try to analyze how exactly Godlike plays. So there's a chance NS Officials might just counter-strat against Godlike. What do you think?
That is something that they have to do. This is basically the homework that they need to do, and I'm expecting them to have done it properly and perfectly. So NS Officials, they can try and pull it off. But again, since we're already talking about Raid a lot, I also want to focus on the next one. That's going to be Arsenal. That's again a hard point. So you know how hard it was to get a few points onto that map for NS, because they could not even hit the 70-point mark. Not even 100, they could not hit that 70. So
I mean, you're bringing up Arsenal. I highly doubt we're going to be moving towards Arsenal. I don't even think that's going to be the case, because Godlike, I mean, look, I don't want to sound too rude. I don't want to sound too one-sided or biased, but ladies and gentlemen, we need to speak facts. And we need to stick with the facts and the stats as well. And right now, the stats say that Godlike has been dominating through. No one's going to be stopping them with the way they're playing. Even the upcoming map of Raid, Godlike has the most amount of experience on.
Absolutely. I mean, even if you are talking about hardpoint, right? Talking about the maximum experience, Godlike also have played the maximum number of Arsenal maps hardpoint, that in the previous SPS. So it just seems to go downhill. The longer we go into these map pools, it just seems that Godlike would be bringing it forward, as now we're going to bring forward the next map coming in, guys. It's Raid for the Control, and some early trades right away going in favor of Godlike. Neutrino picks up one, and Trunks falling with the next few.
Oh, well, already we're going to kick things off in a fiery way, I guess. Well, it's going to be the players of Godlike once again, just causing that havoc, causing that ruckus on the map. But no, Killer is going to be the one to strike his opponent back. Nicely done. Godlike Esports, now it seems like things are sort of starting to slip away from their hands, but NS Officials, they're really here to claim and make a comeback and spring back to life.
Absolutely. Trades going back and forth yet again. First tick of progress was already logged onto the B, and you know it is the easier side to execute, so they're utilizing that fact, and I also love it. Those trades are coming in again. The backstab's perfect, and since they've already logged the first tick of progress on towards the B, they now want to try and stop the clock onto A. Again, changing their attention towards the other side. Pulses their gatekeeping perfectly, making sure that the life count is dead even.
Oh no, Godlike is down on life, or at least they were down on life, but now, as you mentioned, the life count once again is back to even. But as soon as I say that, once again, Godlike down 2 lives. This is not looking too good. 19-17, Godlike Esports definitely struggling, but at least they've got the point control more. compared to the players of NS Official. So that's going to be something that you really need to take a look at. And even the time's running out.
Absolutely. You need to stop that tick of progress. I really love the fact that NS is defending this perfectly, not letting them go in for the second tick of progress on towards the B or even the first one towards the A. Now only 25 more seconds remaining. Ghost again winning out on those trades. It's almost super even on to those life count, but finally the clock has been stopped onto that 26-second mark. A long flank this time around towards the garage. Pulse needs to find a couple of picks as through the kitchen maybe they would try and stomp in, but the second tick has been locked in. NS are just not going in for the execute for the side.
Now it really just seems like the jitters are starting to move away, and NS Officials, they do see a little bit more confident in their approach. Godlike, they're starting to fall out. Objective A has been lost from the side of Godlike. This is not looking too good. And the players of NS Officials now are going to be looking forward to dominate 13-10. The life count advantage in the hands of NS Officials. The sniper is starting to sting. This locus in the hands of Saksham is something that's causing so many problems for Godlike. But even Godlike, they're here to pull things back.
Maybe, but it's basically a 12-6 right now. They're still trying to stop the clock. 1 minute to work with, but they've got to find those picks. Neutrino and Learn. Good for one of them each. And again, 9-6 now. Life count is going in low.
Maybe they can try and make things back, but no, it seems tough. Godlike, they've only got the final 3 lifelines away, and now NS Officials down to their final 6. This is tough. Godlike, the final 2 left over. They need to play this one so safe and passive. They cannot even try to go for their trades because even if one man falls down, that's going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, NS Officials, maybe they can just bring back to life.
Maybe. This was the first defensive round and they were able to pull it off in this one. Yes, it got close and I was kind of confused when they let that A control go, but still. They made sure that they're having those lives to play with and they've got the rotations, flanks on point. So I love the fact that they left a couple of people towards the spawn, making sure that they're able to get a few trades back and forth right there. However, Godlike this time on the defense, trying to get a few picks, but a good shot coming in from Pulse.
27-28 is going to be the life count. And Godlike this time are trying to play a little bit more tactical. They're trying to play a little bit more sensible. You can clearly see with how Godlike is also approaching this entire thing as well. Learn. Nicely done. Catches opponent like that.
Operators.
Godlike once again now in a big advantage. 20-26 out and over. Godlike is now looking forward to storm through. War Machine pulls out. Finds another one. A triple click kill from this guy. Neutrino. Looking unstoppable. Fury kill as well.
You had to jinx it either ways, but nonetheless, now Learn and Skull are following it up. That's a good wall bang coming in from Ghost, but again, life count is so depleted at this point and only 30 seconds to work with to try and take the control of either of those sides, A and B. Both of them are entirely open, not even a single tick of progress being worked in. And another Preddy missile used up. They're trying to use some utilities, but 22-7, this one is done and dusted.
The Predator missile was used in the past, but now as we do have Trunks in front of us with the Switchblade, and of course the Locusts have been a big issue. Saksham in the previous round, this man was of course dominating, but can he make that happen once again? Can he repeat that history? Godlike with a big advantage. They're of course looking forward to close things off. 21 and just 4 left. Godlike, now they're going to make it a 1-1.
You were impressed by the defense of NS? Godlike said that we can do everything, but just better. Having those life counts in their hand and also making sure that the timer ran out did not let NS make progress towards any of those sides. And honestly, B is the one that you can fairly easily go in for that hit, right? You can try and break through those cars, and again, some few trades coming in. Learn was able to get one with the nade, but Saksham, quick on those trade-offs.
Oh, here we go. Once again, things kick off. Godlike once again with the advantage at this point.
Sparrow.
It just seems like they're unstoppable. Sparrow being pulled out of submission. But still, is that really going to be something that's going to stop him?
Prevail, not stopping whatsoever. Making sure he gets that one shutdown. But again, life count in favor of Godlike. And second tick of progress is going to be locked in towards the B. Straight down towards that side. No way. Learn gets that shot. Absolutely brilliant. Another pretty used up. Trying to get one. Gets Pulse. Pulse in the meantime was able to get one with the frag as well, but third tick of progress lost. That's already 2 more minutes now in the clock added, so 26-16.
Exactly, and make that a 26-14. Godlike once again just smurfing through. We thought that maybe NS officials can actually spring themselves back to life, but I guess the first round was just a bait. Godlike was, psych, you thought we're gonna let you bounce back, but no, instead now Godlike, they're just making it look completely one-sided. 23-10. NS officials, no matter where they go, Godlike, their crossers are trained.
Absolutely. This time they've just decided they're going to go in for those fights. They're going to win those fights. And again, talking about winning fights, Trunks making sure he's got that kitchen control, not letting anyone in through mid. And that is one of the crucial points to get that A objective. And that's what they're doing again. Oh my goodness. The drop shot is brilliant. Reposition comes into play. And he is finally stopped down. It took 4 members to take him down. And down to a 20v2. Now it is impossible for NS to make a comeback.
Indeed, that's what it seems like. It seems impossible, but as you mentioned, well, it's pretty much done. Just one life was left over. Godlike Esports, they're like, you know what? Screw the objectives. We do not care about the objectives anymore. We are here to take the opponent down and pretty much just try to play that smooth game.
I mean, getting those 30 frags is also one of the objectives. So they're like, all right, let's just forget about A and B and focus on running the clock down and the life countdown for NS. And they've been doing that perfectly. However, sides being switched up yet again. We're going to see some trades coming in. Trophy system used up perfectly. But Godlike, it just seems that all they have to do is just use their thumb, push it forward towards the screen on the upper side so that they can continue running as they've got the utilities to use up as well. But the trades finally going back and forth. NS finding a few more picks for themselves. 22 and 26 the life count. 1 minute to work on with the clock.
Godlike is just playing on picks at this point. They're not even trying to capture the points. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 25-21, NS officials, okay, trying to spring back to life. Swing back in action. Godlike Esports, once again, they go for the trades. 23-19, Godlike Esports on the advantage. Not a lot of time left, 40 seconds on the clock.
Absolutely, and they're just trying to spawn trap NS officials, and they've been doing that almost perfectly. Because look at those trades, 14 and 21 right now, only 30 more seconds to work on with the clock, and you do not have any kind of map space, no map control. And they just can't do anything at this point because look at Godlike. They spawn trapped them perfectly, made sure that no one can make any progress towards the B, and now are holding the A towards swimming pool. As again, those trades comes in back and forth. Neutrino winning out phase 1, Ghost winning some essential duels, Pulse and Prevail also prevailing in those fights. But 5 seconds, they've got to stop the clock whatsoever. 9-14, it is still doable. But someone needs to jump into the objective, and Godlike will not allow that to happen.
Godlike, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, once again, they dominate through their opponents, making it look so easy. This entire series, it just seems like Godlike were destined to win. And somewhere down the line, we all knew that as well. Godlike will be coming through victorious, and they stand true to what they said. They said they're going to make it a 3-0, and that's what they've said. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to go to the stage and see what the players have got to say.
well, जो बोलते हैं वो करके दिखाते हैं and यही चीज करके दिखाई है टीम Godlike ने and I mean मैं यहाँ आपसे बात करने जरूर आऊँगा और मैं पहले IGL के पास जाता हूँ उनसे बात करता हूँ because उनकी तरफ से स्टेटमेंट जरूर से आई थी कि यार हमारा गेम प्ले बताएगा and सर कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप
जैसा कि मैंने बोला था गाइस 5 तारीख तक आपको यही सेम फीलिंग आई वुड लाइक टू कीप इट क्योंकि अभी तो ये ट्रायल बॉल है गाइस आई थिंक प्लेऑफ्स में आपको दिखेगा कि क्या कितना कैपेबल है हम लोग वर्ल्ड्स के लिए तो मैं बस यही चाहूँगा कि सब सपोर्ट करते रहो इस बार क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम हम लोग इतना अच्छा नहीं खेले थे बट डेफिनेटली वी विल शो दिस टाइम
अच्छा आप इस टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतरीन खेलने वाले बहुत ज़्यादा तैयार हैं मतलब 3-0 इन्होंने करके दिखा दिया है एंड जिस तरीके से की परफॉर्मेंस रही है आज आपकी मैंने देखा है वो जो ड्रॉप शॉट करे आपने जो कंपोजर मेंटेन करके रखा है यार वो तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा काबिल तारीफ था लेकिन चलिए बात करते हैं दूसरी टीम से भी जी दूसरे प्लेयर से भी बात करते हैं एंड चलिए न्यूट्रिनो से हम बात करते हैं यहाँ पे बिकॉज न्यूट्रिनो आपका गेम प्ले एज इट इज एज ऑलवेज हमें देखने को मिला कि एक अलग ही लेवल पे देखने को मिलता है एंड वो चीज़ आपने आप दोबारा करके दिखाई है मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा ये कंपोजर के पीछे इस माइंडसेट के पीछे का राज क्या है
ग्राइंड आई गेस डेडिकेशन और सेक्रीफाइस
क्या सेक्रीफाइस
सेक्रीफाइस मतलब हम लोग अभी यू कैन से कि ये पार्टी बॉय
आई मीन आपने कहा ये सेक्रीफाइस मुझे
नहीं सेक्रीफाइस मतलब ये अभी पार्टी बॉय बराबर पार्टी छोड़ते हैं मतलब बहुत सारी ऐसी जो होती है 12 घंटे का ट्रेनिंग होता है बराबर हमारे दिन का तो और इस बारी दिवाली भी हम नहीं जा पा रहे नवरात्रि नहीं दिवाली नहीं, बहुत सारे फेस्टिवल्स मिस, और डेडिकेशन यही है कि हमको WC में जीतना है और बेटर देन बिफोर।
I mean, हम सब यहीं पे यही रूट कर रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं हमारी जो बेस्ट टीम है वो कहीं ना कहीं जीत के आए WC को। लेकिन अगर बात करें अभी के लिए, बता दिया गया काफ़ी सारे सेक्रीफाइसेस यहाँ पे करे गए हैं, और सबसे बड़ी बात ये रहती है कि हाँ, ये सेक्रीफाइसेस जो है वो दिखाई भी दे रही हैं। ये जो गेम प्ले इन्होंने दिखाया है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेहतरीन है। लेकिन हाँ, अभी बात को और आगे अच्छी तरीके से अपने POV से बताएंगे हमारे कास्टर्स। ओवर टू यू।
Well, thank you so much, Major Beast. And yeah, I mean, some choice words by the players of Godlike, of course. They were confident. They said that they're preparing for the global, of course, which is the Worlds. And now, speaking about all that stuff, right, even they mentioned a lot of sacrifices as went through to perform this way, especially the party animal that was sitting right over there. This man hasn't been able to party. Even recently, a couple of festivals, these guys weren't really able to enjoy those, spend time with the family, but all that hard work has now paid off.
It is paying off as of now, and we clearly saw that domination coming in. And this is something that they mentioned that was a tri-ball. And if you are performing like this onto the tri-ball, I can only wait to see what's going to happen in the future. But for now, we are going to see 22 kills onto 3 different people. Learn, Neutrino, as well as Skull G, making their way onto that one specific mark. Trunks as well following it up with 21. Avi is the only one with 14, but still, he was on that locus, right? So you always have that idea that the sniper is not going to get those top fragging potential plays, but he got the important kills.
Now, this really makes me wonder what exactly went wrong in the first game, though, of Control, because it's understandable that Godlike, yeah, they dominated through in the upcoming 3 rounds, but still, I really want to know what just happened on the first entire game, though, because we know Suction was just dominating with the Locust from Ennis, so maybe that was an issue? What do you think? Maybe he was actually able to catch him off guard?
Yes, so first issue was definitely Suction with that usage. Plus in the second and third one, right, we saw the operators being brought out, and we mentioned in the beginning that the team that uses their operators perfectly and they are able to cycle them perfectly is the one who gets the advantage in those maps. So in the first one, it was based on pure gunfight coming in, and we already mentioned this starting, right? These are experienced players. We've seen all of them playing a lot. So we already know all of these players have got a solid gun power. And again, NS was showing the exact same thing. And I also feel that maybe in the starting one, Godlike were just testing the waters. They're trying to figure out if they need to stop the objective play or if they just try and go for the kills. So in the first one, during that confusion, NS was able to find an opening and they were able to utilize that perfectly. But after that, Godlike was like, all right, we're just going to win the gunfights, and that's what they did.
I mean, as you mentioned, just winning the gunfights, right? As I mentioned, Godlike was like, you know what? Screw the points. We do not really care about the point A and point B. We just want to go for the eliminations. We just want to go for the kills and just make sure we're getting the advantage. Because I think so that first game that they lost, the first round that they lost inside Control, that sort of really gave them a little bit of slapper on that ego. And they were like, you know what? Now we're going to teach you a lesson.
Exactly. You need a small setback, right, to bounce back even better. And that is exactly what they showed. They're like, all right, this one thing is something that it's going to bring our heads back into its place, and then we're just going to stomp through all of that. But again, focusing down on the second match, we know it's going to be NS up against Anthem. Now, Anthem is the team that has qualified. You know that they've been through hell and back to come to this specific stage. So it's going to be super important match for them and also for NS officials, right? Because yes, this has been a neck-breaking matchup for them. They were not able to get even a single map, but next one is something they've got to focus on, so they've got to brush it off, all of this pressure and every negative thought that they might be having.
Now, honestly speaking, I genuinely think so over here. They can genuinely do have a decent amount of advantage to NS. They can have sort of like an equal ground against the opponents. But ladies and gentlemen, so much to talk about after this short break.
Remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose again. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm speaking? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and beat you down, but you cannot let them and only get better and focus on better. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, हमारा पहला मैच होके खत्म हो चुका है और उसके विनर्स भी हमें पता लग चुके हैं कि कौन रहने वाला है हमारा पहले मैच का विनर. इट्स नन अदर देन टीम गॉडलाइक. जी यार, अगर बात करें टीम गॉडलाइक की, उन्होंने अपना परफॉर्मेंस कंसिस्टेंटली रखा है. उनकी तरफ से कोई भी कमी हमें यहाँ पे देखने को नहीं मिली है. लेकिन अभी दिक्कतों का जो सामना है वो भी और ज़्यादा करना पड़ेगा टीम एनएस ऑफिशियल को, बिकॉज उनका पहला गेम इतना अच्छा नहीं गया. लेकिन दूसरी गेम की बात करें तो उनका दूसरा गेम भी आने वाला है कुछ ही क्षणों के अंदर. अभी सबसे बड़ी बात ये आ जाती है कि ये कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल इंडिया का पहला लैन हो रहा है. लैन में काफ़ी सारी दिक्कतें जो है वो प्लेयर्स को झेलनी पड़ती है. नया एक्सपीरियंस उनको मिलता ज़रूर से है और यही चीज़ है जो अभी जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो अनुभव कर भी रहे हैं. लेकिन हाँ, जाहिर सी बात है कि एनएस ऑफिशियल की अगर हम बात करेंगे या हम बात करें टीम को गॉडलाइक की, उन दोनों ने अपना बेस्ट दिया. लेकिन अब वक्त है हमारे अपने सेकंड मैच के पहली टीम को बुलाने का. गिव इट अप फॉर टीम एनएस. Bring it on. So, काफी ज्यादा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है आपको. हमें पहला मैच हम सबने देखा है एंड क्या कमी रह गई वहाँ पे, मैं पहले वो जानना चाहूंगा.
कमी तो स्टार्ट्स में है, पर अभी हम लोग ने मैनेज कर लिया, एक दूसरे से बातें करी है. अभी देखते हैं एंथम के अगेंस्ट.
मतलब अपनी कमियों को देख लिया, परख लिया, अब उसको सुधारने की बारी आ चुकी है.
अभी हमने स्टार्ट्स रिवर्क कर लिया. अभी हम लोग एंथम के अगेंस्ट खेलेंगे. हम लोग देख रहे हैं 3-0 करने का.
कितने % चांसेस है, क्या एंथम को आप 3-0 करने वाले हैं?
99%.
All right. So thank you so much for the interview. You can go to your seats. All right, that was NS official. पहला मैच खेल के वो आ चुके हैं, वो तैयार है. लेकिन अब बात करते हैं हमारे सेकंड मैच के सेकंड टीम को बुलाने की. जी हाँ, गिव इट अप फॉर टीम एंथम. Yo, Wisex, first ever LAN, huh? How you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, of course we were like excited to play a LAN. अभी हमें चांस भी मिला है तो of course हम प्रूव करके दिखाएंगे कि like हम अभी भी बेस्ट टीम हो सकते हैं.
डेफिनेटली आप इस मंच पे खड़े हो तो जाहिर सी बात है आपको चांस मिला है, प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है, आपको अपने आप को प्रूव करना है. बट आपका जो मुकाबला है, बैठे हुए हमारे पास यहाँ पे टीम NS ऑफिशियल, क्या कहना चाहेंगे उनके ऊपर, क्या टिप्पणी रहेगी आपकी?
ऑफ कोर्स लाइक उनके रोस्टर चेंज हमेशा होते रहते हैं. हम लाइक स्टार्टिंग से स्टेबल है तो ऑफ कोर्स हमें पास चांस होगा.
ऑलराइट, इनका कहने का मतलब ये है कि ये अपनी टीम के साथ सिनर्जी बिल्ड करके बैठे हुए हैं. इनको पता है कि कैसे कौन सा प्लेयर क्या रोल वो अदा करने वाला है. कोई रोस्टर शफल यहाँ पे देखने को नहीं मिले.
यस ऑफ कोर्स.
ऑलराइट, लेकिन आप मुझे अपने बारे में बताइए, आपका पर्सनल ओपिनियन स्टेज का कैसा लगा, लैंड का अनुभव कैसा लगा आपको?
ऑफ कोर्स लाइक बढ़िया स्टेज है तो हमें लाइक अभी चांस भी मिलेगा और हम भी दिखेंगे. तो ऑफ कोर्स स्टेज का भी जो कॉर्डम ने किया है तो हम उनका लाइक बढ़िया दिखा देंगे.
थैंक यू सो मच एंड आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट गाइस. अपना ए गेम प्ले देना. यू कैन गो टू योर सीट्स. एंड दिस वाज टीम एंथम एंड टीम एंथम भी यहाँ पे तैयार होने वाली है, अपने सीट्स पे जाके सेटल डाउन होने वाली है. एंड हमारी टीम, अगर हम बात करें NS ऑफिशियल की, एक मैच खेल चुके हैं, दूसरे मैच की तैयारी करने वाले हैं. ये गर्म खून है, देखेंगे इस वाले मैच में किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस दिखाने वाले हैं. लेकिन अभी के लिए दोनों टीम रेडी हो जाएगी, हम भी रेडी हैं. ओवर टू यू कास्टर्स.
Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, joining us new on the stage is going to be Anthem. Now, speaking about Anthem, another team that is sort of new on the stage as well, and they have never played a LAN before. So once again, we might see those jitters clicking in. But speaking about their opponents, NS officials, they've already played that first game against the players of Godlikes. So maybe you can't say those jitters have been shaken away.
Possibly, and even if they're not, they would have to make sure to do that because this is the map that they cannot afford to lose, and this matchup is something that can probably provide them some kind of cushioning, right? Because in the opening day, opening two matchups, you do not want to go home losing both of them because that's going to be a very huge mental barrier to come back from that to in day number 2. So everything starts today right now on this matchup. And this is something they've got to focus on. They've played the 3 maps in the previous. Yes, they were not able to perform up to the mark, but it was godlike, right? So obviously, you know that sometimes that pressure comes in. Either ways, we're going to have a look at it.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the roster of NS officials. We have been seeing these players play as well for a decent amount of long time now. Of course, Pulse, Ghost, we've got Prevail as the IGL, Killua as well, and then Saksham. Of course, the man with the sniper who has been causing a decent amount of damage for the opponent teams, but now I feel like Saksham has got the best shot of his life to take against the players of Anthem.
Absolutely possible because yes, he was showing his skills off with that sniper, but all the other players would have to step it up, right? Because they also mentioned that there were some problems in those strategies, there was some kind of confusions which they have now fixed up. So now they've got to focus on this matchup, the Anthem team. This, as we've already mentioned, yes, it has a players that have been experienced, right? They've got a few experience of the previous tournaments as well. So we're going to have a quick look at the players who played those tournaments with Skyen, Starboy, Fallen, as well as Proxy. So we already know we've got some mixture of new recruits as well as with the experienced ones.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the experienced players, right? Or the old players, we've got Starboy and Viz. These two guys have been someone that's been adding so much to this entire roster, right? And speaking about the experience as well, they do add that experience. But then you move on forward and you speak about the new recruits, which is going to be Proxy. I hope that this man's going to be able to gel up with the team well.
Yeah, he's been doing perfectly and he's been showing some wonderful results because the firepower in this guy is insane.
But once again, right, as you mentioned, he has been gelling up with the team. He's been doing perfectly. But playing on a lane and playing online is a massive difference.
True.
And if you're able to gel up well, if you're still able to keep your nerves calm, cool, collected, and still been able to sort of gel up with the team in well enough manner, then maybe you can say that, okay, your team synergy is top-notch.
Absolutely, and since we're already talking about synergies, I also want to focus on the fact that, you know, I was having the conversation with the players, trying to figure out what kind of maps they want to enjoy on.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the map video of the upcoming games, which is, of course, going to be between the players of Anthem and NS Official. The bands inside the hard point's going to be Hacienda and Apocalypse, and we're going to kick things off in Summit once again.
Absolutely. And moving on to the Search and Destroy one, it's going to be the firing range. I really love that map. Honestly, we've seen both of these teams play onto that map, and it is insane to see, again, these teams colliding onto it. Summit is something that I personally feel maybe NS would finally be able to find a breakthrough or the opening. Yes, it was not a very good performance up against Godlike because you already know that the firepower of Godlike was outworldly at that point and they were just in that zone. As of this point, I think so they could have also figured out the problems in their entire rotation and all those strategies. So maybe they can try and utilize that into this matchup. Anthem would not be able to maybe figure it out. But if in case they manage to do it, I personally feel that the next one is going to be favorable to them.
Now, once again, speaking about the players, speaking about the experienced players, right, of course, we know it's Wiz and Starboy. And then you speak about players that do have a decent amount of experience inside the roster. It's going to be Sky and Fallen. But usually, all the pressure is actually going to be accumulated onto Wiz and Starboy.
True.
Because they are going to be like that link. They are going to be like that chain that holds the team together.
Absolutely. Holding the team together is going to be the key. And since we're talking about the players who hold the team together, it's also the IGLs, right? Prevail for NS and Starboy for Anthem. They've got to strategize, they've got to brainstorm at this point and realize what's going to happen in those next few moments, in those next few matches. Because I really had a conversation with the Anthem boys out there. So
okay.
I wanted to ask them what are going to be their preferred maps. And I had a list of them, which, yes, I'm going to reveal now. They mentioned Standoff for the Control, Firing Range for SND, and Summit for Hardpoint. And guess what? These are the exact first 3 maps coming in for this map veto. So you have that, situation where Anthem is just going to be super comfortable onto these maps. And NS would have to make sure they do not commit any kind of mistakes.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? But that also tells that NS officials haven't really went for the counter bans.
True.
They're just sticking to their comfort bans instead. They're banning whichever map they think that might just be the kryptonite to their strategy, and that's what they've done. That's what they've banned as well. But now, speaking about NS once again, right? They have lost the previous matchup against Godlike.
Yeah.
That can be a mental breaker as well.
It cannot be. It can't be, because just as we mentioned in the beginning, that they've got to move forward from that thing. And this is a kind of pressure which is difficult to break, because you're on the first ever LAN, it's the first ever match, and you basically get stormed onto the map picks that you wanted to play on as well. So I personally feel that this is going to be a hard wall to climb, but all of these players are experienced. They've been playing along with each other for a long time now, and they've got that firepower. We all know that. We saw that as well in the first round of that Control. We saw how well they were able to utilize all that gunpowder and those strats to stop Godlike in their pursuit. Yes, into the next few ones, we saw Godlike again going back, dominating. But I personally feel that, again, just as you mentioned, it was basically those jitters coming in between their play and their strategy. So I think so they can shake it off, but that's something that is a must-do situation for them.
Now, speaking about pursuit, right, you mentioned Godlike is one of those teams that is, of course, someone that keeps on moving up and up and up. It's really just hard to stop them, especially inside our regions. We haven't really found a team that's actually capable enough to shut down Godlike. Maybe the closest one that comes is Vitality, and we have been mentioning this as well. But then the only team Vitality has lost against is actually Godlike, too. So, in general, Godlike is like a whole another level. They're like a whole another icing to reach up to. But then you speak about the teams that are sort of like a little bit more new to the scenario, Anthem and NS officials. I think so this matchup is going to be like a balanced matchup.
True. It will be super balanced matchup between them. Again, they've got a decent amount of experience for them, and I feel that this is going to be just a great stage for them to gain the knowledge and also have that idea as to how things move through that LAN and through those maps. Since we've already been talking about that a lot, it is going to be, again, those Summit for the hardpoint. And then if we move to map 4, it's going to be Takeoff. Now, I also want to focus down on the map of Takeoff because it is going to be an AR-dominant map. You are going to see all of those weaponries coming in. But that's going to be for the next one, as right now we're going to quickly move into the map of Summit. We go, ladies and gents. It's going to be Team Anthem up against NS Official.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Summit is the one to kick things off with. And already, well, I guess we're going to have a fiery start. Things have kicked off in a fiery way where the eliminations or the kills did happen back and forth.
Whoa.
But speak of this, Proxy, beautiful pick with that ground, 5.56. We're seeing this weapon being utilized quite often now.
Yes, absolutely. Using it to the perfection. And Kilo, in the meantime, following up with Pulse, using that time to make sure to gain control of that hardpoint. Also, we're going to see a rotation kick in. Kayan, good for one. But can he find anything more? Yes was the answer. And he's still there in the hardpoint. Probably the alone man standing only for so long as, again, trades go back and forth. Yet again, NS officials having that advantage.
Exactly. Switchblade was there, but once again, Wiz trying to pull some shenanigans with that. but it's not really going to matter. Fnac in the hands of Starboy, with the SMG trying to play up close and personal against the opponent. So many eliminations happening on the feed. Kilo 141 being pulled out by Ghost. Interesting choice of weaponry, definitely over there, but considering it's a map that's quite in the close quarters, it's going to be an interesting one to see how things can be flipped across. Saksham this time's not really the one to use the sniper, because he knows it's not the map to be used on. But considering Saksham has also switched things up, and even the R9 being pulled out from the opponents, this is something that's really spicing it up.
That is true, and talking about spicing things up, we are seeing a very close matchup, right? And for now, the hard one is being controlled by Anthem in towards that P2 we will be looking forward to, as again, the rotations are going to be coming in, and stopping that flank is going to be the key. And look at that play coming in from that side angle, perfect. As Kyan and Proxy were able to get a couple of them, Pulse going in for the trade-off, but yet again, the hard point is not left open, and as soon as I said that, it's going to be contested, and finally, NS officials gaining the control.
Anthem on the lead, but as you mentioned, NS officials gaining that control now. Once again, they're looking forward to find that equalizer. 31-34, Team Anthem once again now trying to build that momentum, trying to build that lead. Ghost and S with that Kilo, even Viz now with the crowd. This man is starting to cause a lot of problem. A triple kill from his opponent though.
Jeez, that's a beautiful play coming in nonetheless. However, if you look at the score, 49-31, and the rotations also coming in towards the P3, as the hard point is going to be open up in the next few seconds, but the flank is going to be super important. As of now, it's being controlled by Team Anthem. Breaking through this one is going to be super difficult, because you've got to go in directly through the front. And it's a perfect Sparrow in a perfect position, because as soon as someone tries to rotate in, they're going to face that arrow right in their face, just like that. And again, Starboy moves to safety.
Beautiful stuff. Sparrows, of course, delivering that, but now we've got Anthem just building that massive momentum and the lead. Anthem needs to be stopped, and its officials need to pull off some shenanigans. And they're trying their best, but always just failing with that. Prevail pushing in with his teammates. And its official, now they've got the control and also stacking up those points.
Absolutely. Going in for the retake was perfect opportunity for them, especially when all the members of Anthem were hitting on that reload button. Now the question is, how will they move forward for the next one? Because Anthem did not take any map control, and that was the reason they lost that P3. P4 is going to be the focus point now, as again, trades go in favor of Starboy.
Exactly, the Fnac is definitely causing so many problems. Starboy, this man is the star player, and indeed he's living up to that name. With the Fnac, this man is causing so many problems to the opponents.
That is true.
Team Anthem with 80. And its officials with 51. Team Anthem still having that lead, and that's sort of causing so much pressure on the players of NS officials. This ground is something that's been also causing the issue, but Pulse keeps on moving forward. Wiz also there in the back lines.
Indeed, they're still pulling out those claws coming in. Oh my goodness!
Annihilator!
Not the punch right from the back, and as well as the Annihilator working perfectly for NS officials. And they're just not letting any kind of opening for Team Anthem whatsoever. They're not finding any way to get into through that hard point. Might as well they can just try and focus on the next one, rotate onto the next one. Spawn again, still controlled by NS officials, and they will also be making sure to get that scrap point.
Exactly. Speak about the scrap points. Starboy, this man with the Fennec, has been indeed a big menace.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, a little bit of rhyme.
Absolutely. Kyan, in the meantime, gets a few trades out. Prevail as well, controlling that space. However, hardpoint's going to be opened up in the next 3 seconds. And looking at the position, it still feels that NS might be able to win this one. 91-86. Super close battle coming in. And hardpoint's been contested. Pulse for now, trying to control that space. Can he get a few trades? Kyan denies all of that.
Team Anthem, the lead's now starting to slip away. NS officials have done a fantastic job in capitalizing and making that comeback. But Starboy really just holding things off. They're playing with each other. That's sort of something that's working out for the players of Team Anthem. I love the trading potential from Team Anthem, and that's really catching the players of NS officials off guard. The same thing was done by the players of Godlike as well.
Absolutely. Now, honestly, I also want to focus now on the same thing, right? Gravity Vortex gun, something that we not usually see as an operator. However, we're going to talk about that later. As for now, Pulse finally prevailing with a few of those picks. At the Hunter Killer coming in from Prevail was also able to find one. The trades going back and forth. Yet again, 107-96. Scrap time is going to go for NS officials. So they'll be trying to lower down that lead and trying to equalize the numbers. Another trade right in the hard point, as it's going to be flipped towards the P2, which for now might be controlled by the members. No one has actually controlling it apart from Just a couple of them from NS officials, making sure that they have that area.
Oh, but out of nowhere, we've got the players of NS officials bouncing back. If you do take a look at the feed, NS officials, now they're starting to wrap up a lot of these eliminations. Suction too from the back with the switchblade. He's trying to put in a lot of work and a lot of lead against the opponents, but it's not going to matter. Wisp from the back has got things under control. Starboy getting up close and personal. The Finnick finds it. A double kill from his opponent as well. The Trace, something that's really catching the players of Anthem off guard as well. Nicely done. But again, Anthem looking for to swing things back in their favor, looking for to spring back to life. The Finnick once again strikes, but it's not going to matter. Prevails there to pull things back.
Absolutely, so much close this map is going in, and those rotations between the hardpoints are going to be the key to try and take some extra points, because it's going to be super close matchup. I love the fact that the claw was shut down by the nade from the Cayenne, but yet again, trades going back and forth. NS officials winning those outs. Proxy and Wisp now standing strong, and the next hardpoint is going to open up the P3. We've seen how well it was controlled by Anthem, but again, NS officials, they have found a way and a breakthrough to go and take and steal it away. However, this shot is absolutely brilliant. Cayenne controlling the spawn as well. And this is almost a perfect news.
Indeed it is. Once again, Starboy getting pushed up. Nicely done. Annihilator pulled out as well from that guy. Looking to find those connections, and that's actually going to find those as well. Another shot connected. Beautiful shot. Double kill with that Annihilator.
Absolutely.
Another man coming in too in the front lines. But Poles, he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. As soon as someone walks into his crosser, he will line it up. Annihilator's been a big problem, but oh no, try to go for the melee, but it's not going to work out.
The punches cannot reach that far ahead. Starboy finally controlling that space, taken down right away. And this is one of the key points whenever you want to retake towards the P3. You've got to control that space on the right. However, that is something that was not being done probably by Anthem. And again, NS officials almost having that lead, with the scrap time being earned by them, so still going to keep them forward. The P4 is going to be important. Rotation still coming in, but the space is being controlled by NS officials as well as the spawn.
Oh no, this is getting a little bit too close to comfort. I'm not having a good feeling about this. Sparrow pulled out from Starboy finally, but I was not really able to get the most out of it. Unfortunately, Starboy being shut down instantly. Proxy, this man definitely seems on fire, but then Ghost as well just reply backs. Wiz as well in the elimination feed, gets one for himself, and Wiz with this growl is now definitely starting to sting his opponents. A triple kill from this guy.
And look at how far back he has been playing all this time, just making sure that the spawn does not fall into the opponent's hand. And this has given such a good cushioning coming in. However, those trades back and forth, yet again, Cayenne shining strong. He's got the operator to work with as well. Can try and go in, move for it. Purifier in the hand. Burns the first one, but cannot move in for the second, maybe, as he himself was shut down by the Purifier.
Burns the opponent's extra crispy. And now Starboy with the Finnick once again. Starboy indeed has been the star player. For the players of Anthem, they have got the lead, but not enough to sort of rely on it. They need a cushioning. Then only maybe they can settle things down. But once again, NS officials, now they're hitting the players of Team Anthem hard. It's getting a little bit too tough to sustain all the damage that's being put up against them. NS officials now on the lead. They're winning their gunfights. This is getting a little bit tough. Even Claw pulled out.
Saksham low on that HP, still controlling that space and not letting it go whatsoever. Wiz finally shuts him down nonetheless, but the area still being controlled by NS officials. They're having some good cushioning coming in for them, a lead of over 20-25 points. However, this flank is going to be perfect. Gets one, make it a double. As Pulse stands strong, gets the third one in. The P1 yet again, but the trade is right there. Team Anthem not giving up on it.
Pulse out of nowhere for this crowd, 5.56. This man's here to flip the table, turn things around, and they have already managed to do it. NS officials now on the lead with 196, and Team Anthem with only 177. NS officials out and over, it just seems like they stormed through when it comes to getting those points. And now another one to sort of back it up. This Fineg from Saksham as well is now starting to spring back into action.
Yes, controlling that upper level is going to be the key coming in, and Starboy knows exactly that. And this has provided an opening for them to at least try and get the early hardpoint points, only for so long as he was pinched in from two directions. Was able to get one, but only again to be traded right away. Killua controlling that space. Ghost finally finds some more trade, but the hardpoint not quite comfortably being controlled by any of the team until now, as Anthem seems to be flooding in right from one corner, and that War Machine can provide such a great value, which it also did, but the trade still back and forth. Anthem controlling the space and Equalize are also going on towards that lead.
Anthem winning the majority of their gunfights. This is getting a little bit tough now. Once again, Anthem's back on the lead. You only need 250, and Anthem is actually really close. They can smell, they can feel it coursing through their veins. They want to take this hard point home. They want to take the first map home. You know, if you kick things off in a fantastic way, maybe the momentum's actually going to shift over as well in the upcoming ones. But Starboy strikes his opponent back. Nicely done. And his officials just stuck on that 198 mark, not being able to take control at that point.
Just a couple of streaks to work with. Maybe that can help NS to get back in this one as they're controlling this P3. Still trying to get that control is Anthem, wherein they've got to go in for the rotations. They've got to take care of Ghost. They've done that. Pulse with the Annihilator though, still standing strong only for so long. Maybe he's got another one with the weaponry. Purify pulled out. It is so good. It could have been so great, but only for so long. Another trade. Claw in the hand. Saksham using it perfectly.
Exactly. Claw was there. This man is also just prone down. Getting so close. This entire matchup is a little bit too close for comfort. A double kill from Kane. But is that really enough? That's the question. Instant trade happens. Team Anthem once again getting the point control, getting the advantage in their hands, but the advantage is not enough. It's not a lot. And as officials once again bringing back to life, and as they're winning a lot of these fights as well. But now Kyan pulls things back. A double kill from this guy, but eventually gets shut down instantly. And as officials, they're looking quite desperate. Team Anthem is a little bit too close for comfort to the victory. NS needs to do anything. They need to make any type of play from their playbook.
Absolutely, because again, this P4 is now being controlled by Anthem. They were so proactive onto that rotation, and again, also utilizing the Gravity Vortex gun has not provided a great value, but a decent amount controlling that map space. As of now, since this hardpoint is now open, Anthem is controlling that space. Again, quickly contested. No NS officials just making sure that they're not letting any cushioning go in the hands of Anthem. And they're doing the exact same thing.
240, 10 more needed for Anthem. Can NS officials stop them in the tracks? The pressure's now on the players of NS. 243 being made up. NS officials looking so desperate to win these fights. Ghost finds a 2K, but still fallen. And Kayan and Proxy, they work together. And Team Anthem's going to be the one to secure the first win.
What a close game. And that might just be an understatement at this point. My goodness. Every single one of those hardpoints was just so very close onto every single part of the map. You knew that those contests are going to be coming in. Yes, the moment you saw there was some kind of cushioning coming in for maybe Anthem or maybe NS official, it was right away just destroyed by their opponents. A perfect pincer maneuver, and every single time they were just making sure that they are not letting them have that hard point for free whatsoever.
I mean, I'm just happy I saw the Annihilator being utilized as well,
True.
and I was asking for it too. But you gotta say one thing, this crowd has really been a big pain for the players of NS officials, and NS officials losing that first hard point, that's something that's gonna be such a big problem for them moving on forward inside this journey, because NS officials said that they're probably gonna try to make it a 3-0. And they said the chances of that happening are 99%. Well, I guess that one leftover percent just clicked in now.
And it's probably the Anthem who might be looking forward to pull maybe a 3-0 off, if in case this is the kind of performance we're seeing from them and they can continue to move forward to. Because this Summit Hardpoint match not being won by NS is going to be a very huge setback for them. In the previous one, yes, it was just a storm, but this one was supposed to be grabbed by them. The way they were looking so confident onto this one, as we're quickly going to have a look. And, oh my god, 53 kills into the hands of Prevail. Just shows you how dominating he was.
And he's also the IGL of the team. I guess he's taking matters in his own hands now. Teammates, I mean, yeah, you can't say they were able to perform, but still not enough up to the occasion where Prevail was just carrying its team on the back, ladies and gentlemen. But I guess they tried their best. The match was really close, though. I still cannot really make any type of statements.
It was just a daunting matchup, to be honest, for me, because both these teams just so up close and personal were taking those fights, and we were still not seeing any shotguns, right? We were seeing those ARs as well as the Phoenix. And those SMGs just working out perfectly well. Now, Gravity Vortex Gun is something I again want to focus on, because yes, as much of a utility it can provide you in those cheeky plays, maybe trying to get a couple of people once or twice, but you cannot find that play time and time again, right? Yes, you can try and go in for those hard points. Yeah, we've seen how close that P4 was, but only maybe that P4. Not even the P3 was so close, wherein players were so close to each other they would be caught in that Gravity Vortex Gun. So I think so it could not provide as much value as they intended it to provide. So I think so that's where maybe they've been a little bit shaky. Nonetheless, NS have to focus on the next one.
At this point, the players of Venice, they just need a deep breath. They just need to relax, calm their nerves, because losing out against Anthem, against a team that you guys were looking so confident to play against, that's definitely going to be stinging the players of NS officials.
True.
Even in the upcoming matchups. And if NS officials isn't able to catch things back in the upcoming matchup itself, then Anthem will just start to run away with the lead.
True. Absolutely true. And just as we also mentioned in the beginning, that the preferred maps for Anthem are standoff for the control, firing range for the SND. We'll be moving forward to the firing range now. And this is the way that they performed on the map of Summit. I really want to see what's going to happen in the next one. As again, you mentioned about Saksham being so proactive onto that sniper. I think so this is the time for him to pull it off.
And maybe he can.
Better map than firing range.
I mean, he sort of made the players of Godlike panic.
True.
Let's be honest. In a couple of rounds, Saksham was actually able to take matters in his own hands. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Search and Destroy is on the way, as we are going to take things in our own hands. And even these players are looking quite pumped up, as firing range is going to be on the way as well.
Okay, and a very quick approach coming in from NS, making their progress towards that site. And they'll probably try and get that plant in as well. And it's going to be a 5v5 retake for Anthem. So maybe they can try and take that trailer control. It's going to be important, as the clock is now ticking. A site is where the bomb is down.
That is true. And as soon as we speak that, Ghost finds a 2K, a two-piece, but then Viz returns the favor back. He finds the trade on to Ghost, but is that really enough? That's the question. Of course, the sniper's being a big problem. Switchblade as well in his hands, but as I mentioned, Saksham is someone that actually can cause a lot of problems, and that's what he's done. And his officials getting the first round.
It was over before it even started, but a very good round coming. Yeah, a very good round coming in for them at least. This is exactly what they need, but they can't try and pull it off again and again. And maybe I'm the one who's basically in wrong, as they go in for those nade plays yet again with a proactive one. Profi system perfectly on point and a good trade. Proxy gets one, retreats back.
A couple of pre-fire shots over there, but then a deal. Q33 being pulled out as well. And of course, Saksham once again with that sniper, the classic one to sort of back him up. Locust. And this Locust from Saksham has been paying off for a long time.
Whoa!
Initial jump miss, but the second one's not gonna. A quick scope onto his opponent. Now it's a 1v2, but as soon as I say that, Team Anthem, once again, they're here to equalize things.
And I really love the adjustment coming in from them, right? They knew that this might be another A hit, that too a very quick one. And the adjustment was perfect. They got a couple of pickoffs from the sniper as well, making sure they've got that map control, and Prevail just not overcommitting, getting a pick, returning back to safety. Team Anthem just making sure they're going to play with numbers. So yet again, it's going to be another round, and again the same story.
Indeed. This time a little bit of a slower start. We're not seeing anything happen just yet. The sniper's happy in a big issue. Kilo 144 in the hands of Ghost. This man, he was able to start things off with a two-piece, but then the instant return was quite good. But speak about return this time, once again, the aggressive sniper strikes. This Locust in this man's hands is something that must be taken away. What a beautiful flick that was. Saksham with the Locust is an absolute destroyer. And this man is single-handedly dismantling the enemy team.
Get him the fifth, man. Get him the fifth. He's got 4 already. It's only Fallen remaining. 1v4. He does not even have the time to go in. And it is just a Saksham show. What a beautiful display of Locus.
I mentioned this as well. This man was making even godlike esports panic a little bit in the couple of rounds. This man's sniping skills are, of course, on the point.
And a B hit this time coming around. Read seems to be decent enough, maybe, as the spray down is going to be coming in. However, no casualties whatsoever. Smoke's going to be put in so that NS cannot push in through that, but they will still do it. Starboy getting a punish on 2 as well. Fallen will be doubling it up, making sure that there's no one controlling that space. Saksham trying to equalize the numbers. Kayan in the meantime just brings it back to his own favor. Saksham, stop that, my goodness.
Someone take that sniper away from this guy's hands, because he can single-handedly carry his team just like that. 2v1, and his officials, yeah, a man disadvantage, but still not gone just yet from this round. A round's lead, and his officials, if they lose this, things will be equalized. But this 2v1 something that's even gonna make the players of Anthem sweat. Wiz with the sniper in his hands as well, and Starboy too with the SMG, or not the SMG, with the Kilo. Looking forward to take the battle up close and personal, but let's see how this one's going to be panning out, because Ghost is on the opposition.
That is true. Tap on the bomb to probably bait someone out if they're up close. He'll finally go in for the plant as well. Had enough time to work with. And honestly, I love the fact that Anthem, yes, both of them are deciding to stick together. They were waiting where the hit is going to be and then are now moving for that rotation. But the question is, can they figure out where this repositioned Ghost is going to be? With the weaponry in his hand, it's an AR, you already know he would be willing to take those medium range fights, especially against that SMG. So let's wait and see. Oh, the timing could be everything. He's trying to check in for the flank. Can he figure out them on time? Yes, he's got one. That's perfect.
Now isolated down to a 1v1. Can he win this? Oh, the sound's heard. Even the time's ticking. But the man strikes from the back, and also a little bit of PM too. Okay, well, I guess that's how it's going to be done from Team Anthem.
Extra lead to the body, I guess. That's the statement they want to make.
Just making sure he's dead.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted to do there. 2 and 2. Anthem and NS official. Absolutely perfect display coming in. Just like the previous one, we saw how equalized these teams were, even in the search and destroy. They're just showing some great potential of probably another equalizer. Yet again, a quick A hit. So NS officials have not been working around the map whatsoever. They're just going in for some quick hits either towards A or towards the B side. So in one round, they're able to get that, but in the next one, they are punished for it right away. And Kayan pulling off a 2K right away. Saksham trying to equalize the numbers only for so long, as he still needs to find a few more. The question is, can Anthem try and deny this plant? As of now, they've definitely done that. Ghost equalizing the numbers, finishing Kayan off camera. Yes, that is true, but the space still being controlled. Pulse winning that important gunfight coming in, so making sure that there's no flank whatsoever. The bomb has finally been planted with a spray down. Did not anticipate the second one.
Well, I guess once again, NS officials, they're going to take the cake in that round. It's a back and forth over and over again. But now I guess Team Anthem once again is going to be looking forward to sort of get that equalizer done.
Absolutely. And I honestly love the first 2 opening pickoffs from Anthem, but the way NS slowly worked around the map, they basically faked a quick hit.
Oh, looking forward to sort of go a little bit more aggressive at this point, just holding on to those angles. Cross replacement's going to be everything, but the sniper sneaked in. Wish finds one onto Killua, but the Locust in the hands of Saksham needs to be shut down and taken away. Sounds like a daunting task, doesn't it?
Indeed.
And it will be for the opponents too. Team Anthem, if they lose out on this round, that will be the exact lead the players of NS officials will be looking for. Starboy, he goes for that one, does find it as well. Now speak about the man advantage once again in the hands of Team Anthem. The thing's now isolated down to a 2v1. Sniper spots out the player. Shots taken, misses that, but now pulls out the Locust and a quick scope on the last guy. That's it. NS officials, they get a 2 rounds lead.
Why did it even not connect to the head? That's the question. I mean, it should have gone right through that helmet. Either way, Saksham just doubles it up at the end of the day. He's like, fine, if the first did not connect, I'm going to connect the next few ones coming in. Though, sides have been swapped. Anthem now Trying to go in for that attack, trying to go in for some kind of plays. The flashes are going to give the information, but that's just own teammates being flashed up. Prevail and Killua winning out their own duels. Cayenne getting someone on that trade-off, but the question is, can they equalize the numbers? Still got the bomb in hand. They can go in for that plant, and B site is where they're looking forward to, and there's just absolutely no defender coming in there. Saksham tries to go in for that snipe, missed the opportunity, missed the opening, but should give on the information that this might be very well be a B hit.
Intel will be valuable. Team Anthem, they've lost out on the man number, a 2v3. Things looking dicey for them. This operator has been a pain in the foot. Needs to be neutralized. But as soon as I say that now, things are being taken down to a 1v2. Team Anthem in a big disadvantage. And it's all down to the last guy, Starboy. And now he needs to be a star player for his team. He was a star player in the hard point, but Team Anthem, they are probably going to be feeling that pressure. Ennis in the front lines. Pressure, of course, being shifted.
That is true. 10 seconds to work with.
Oh, finally, now they're going to meet up.
Maybe.
The prone out on the site. It's not going to matter. Beautiful cover, and that's it.
Yep, no more time to defuse. That's going to be another round going in favor of Anthem. So, yes, a very good execute coming in from them, and that too when they were down 2 members. So, you already know that they were able to pull it off, especially that when they were under pressure, and I think so that's a pretty good opening for them. Maybe they can try and again work around through that map, play it a little bit slow, wait for them to get a few more picks. I love the fact they're not playing in towards the mid and towards the trailer, because they know that Saksham would be there with that sniper in hand. He will be making sure to shut anyone down, but what? How did Prevail did not get that pick? He was supposed to. What a very good play coming in. Nonetheless, still trying to control that space. Maybe they're going to figure out where the position of the other players is. Ghost is good for one, so they shut down Cayenne, and that's the bomb lost.
Indeed. Bomb being lost. But as things are now starting to happen back and forth, it's taken down to a 4v2. Not looking too good. Ennis officials, once again, looking strong on this entire round. At this point in time, Saksham doesn't even need to activate himself. But yeah, the man in the corner being thrown down, at least found that one. Also making sure that he's dead too.
Yes.
I mean,
Anthem has been doing that, right? Making sure that the people stay dead.
2v2. Starboy and Wiz from Anthem. Saksham and Pulse from NS.
Oh, the position.
Oh.
Is it going to be anticipated? No is the answer. Pulse gets shut down, and again, it's down to a 1 person.
Oh no, Saksham, the only man left alive. This is a little bit tough. Try to go for the quick scope, but this time, it's not going to work out. Anthem, they take this round away like a thief in the night.
4-4, dead even yet again. The moment you think it's going to swing onto one direction, the pendulum just moves towards the other side, and that is what's been the story of these two teams. And these slow hits are, you know, where NS are not being able to judge where it's going to go and come from. So I love the fact that Anthem are just working around the map. However, opening pick for Prevail, it was good one. Saksham, can you find another one? To the ball bank, he tries to go in for the second one, maybe the third chance. What? He missed every single shot there and gave the opportunity to Cayenne get a couple of more. Ghost still standing.
Saksham's going to be pissed. And I guess Dennis officials, once again, they take the lead. What's going on the scoreboard, my friend? Back and forth, back and forth. Dennis officials, they take the lead. Then instantly Anthem, they bounce back. But you need to make sure that the 7th round is going to be yours.
Otherwise, it's NS will be moving up to the match point. Trophy system deployed. Cayenne trying to control that mid. Very well knows that Saksham might be looking into that angle, so not giving him any kind of peek whatsoever. Creeping away towards the B this time around. Anthem. I love the fact that they always work around the map. They try and play those slow rounds and not going in for some pacey, flashy kinds of hits. NS were going in for those pacey ones, but Anthem just entirely opposite. They need to still take care of the person standing in the side, and Prevail was good for 1, maybe good for 2.
Wow. Gets 2, but then eventually gets traded out by Starboy. But still, a big threat's alive on the map. That's the Locust in the hand of the opponent, which is Saksham. And he needs to be shut down. Once again, Killua with the switchblade now. trying to clear out a couple of angles, but Anthem, they're playing it nice. And
plant.
they're playing together. The cover fire didn't really come into time, and that's why the trades did happen back and forth. But that's in the favor of the players of NS officials. A 1v2 sniper in the hands of Wiz, not being able to connect that shot, and Sakshim's going to be the one to steal it away.
The timing was just brilliant at that point, and I want to ask you a question. Are we going to see a 6-6? Or is this going to be the end of it?
I think so. This might just be the end. NS, they've gained the momentum. They've gained everything that they want. If it does come down to 6-6, though, then NS officials really need to question themselves. What was that shot? Such a quick one, too. Another quick scope towards that window. Man moves away in the nick of time.
I can do exactly what Saksham does. It's probably what Wiz is thinking, but the shot through that smoke, I love the smoke coming in, blocks off the vision of Saksham and gives them an opportunity to work towards the trailer and get the entry on towards the side. Now, that utility is just going to give him an idea that there would be someone trying to go in for the bomb plant, and a perfect play coming in. Kilua doubles it up perfectly.
And even Saksham from the back is providing that cover. And at this point, a clear man disadvantage in the hands of Team Anthem, a 2v1. Starboy did lose out on his HP, but now is catching a bit of a breather. And speaking of that, we know Team Anthem, with this disadvantage, they must be having so many thoughts just running through their head. So many questions through their head.
It's difficult. It's very difficult. You already know now that Anthem is the team that basically has been the team who's been pulling 1v2s time and time again. I've seen that happening in the previous 2 rounds.
Starboy, the star player in the hard point. This man was hitting his opponent's heart. But in this 2v1 situation, considering the opponents are holding a crossfire too, he walks into it. Straight up walks into the trap. And it's like a Venus flytrap as well. It just closes in instantly.
Not going to get any chance in that crossfire setup. It was a perfect play and the best one in hand. And the fact that the bomb was down in front of them was where NS had the leverage, because they knew that Anthem would have to go in for that rotation. They would have to move forward. They would have to come and take the fight for NS. It was a perfect position for them, making sure that they control that space, not giving up on it. Now, this is something I personally feel Anthem has to work on for. They're trying to go in for the bomb plants, but out of those, I believe, 4 rounds, 3 of them were where they lost the bomb, and that too in the bomb side. And that is where NS found that opening, and I must say a cushioning, because they did not have to go in and take the fight. They had to just wait for Anthem to come to them. And that was exactly what was happening in their defense. So, nonetheless, I'll still give it to NS, pulling it off, doing an excellent job at that, especially in the pressure situation when you know Anthem is the one who's coming back. Whenever you're getting the lead, they're trying to bite back at you. But these positions, especially coming in towards the trailer side, was something that Anthem were not able to break through.
And how can we forget those humongous plays, those monstrous plays from Saksham with the Locust initially to kickstart off the day for the players of NS officials. This man was definitely the playmaker, was definitely the star player, and that's why he's also got the most amount of kills, 17-6. This man was definitely on fire. Then you speak about Ghost NS, who's currently on the top in the scoreboard, and then you take a look at the opposition, which is going to be Wiz, with 12 kills and 9 deaths.
Indeed, doing a great work, but just could not take his team over to that finish line, right? And honestly, how dare I say that if you're using a sniper, you can't top frag. Saksham just proving me wrong right in front of my face, right here, right now. It was always so beautiful to see, especially those quick scopes coming in. And I love the fact that not just Saksham, even Wiz was hitting them. We were getting surprised onto those shots, because again, this requires a lot of reflex. And when you're at a LAN, you already know that there would be a humongous audience in front of you. There would be so many, sound cues coming in. You've got to focus on those important noises of the utilities, of the footsteps of your opponents. And focusing on to that one is just always the name of the game. And they've been doing that brilliantly. And not just Anthem, even NS officials.
But now if you speak about the overall score of this entire matchup between the players of NS officials and Anthem, it's 1-1. Both of them have gotten a match each. And now we're going to start off on the upcoming map as well, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Standoff is the place. We're going to fight for control. And as of now, clock not being stopped at, so still. And them trying to work their way around, slowly moving forward, creeping forward. Let's see, the smoke's going to block a lot of vision. So Kyan trying to get a few more picks. Nonetheless, 1-for-1 trade. Maybe Pearl's finding something on the other side of the map. Oh my god, that nade was perfect.
Oh, the utility utilization has always been quite good from Ghost, but this time the trades do happen. As we do know, for Team Anthem, winning this one's going to be quite crucial. But the same thing can be said even for the players up and its officials to sort of gain the momentum back inside the entire fray. Things are starting to happen back and forth. And even Fallen was able to find Killua. Ghost able to find Fallen. The trades are definitely happening back and forth.
Indeed, but the clock has been stopped at 40 seconds and the first tick of progress is almost going to be locked in, and it is locked in. And there's just absolutely no way for Anthem to try and block all of that. Finally trying to get the pincer maneuver in. Nonetheless, they'll be able to somehow stop any more progress over it. But since the first tick has already been locked in, you know it's going to be even more bothersome for them.
17-17, ladies and gentlemen, but as soon as I say that, make that 15-16. Still can't just say or can't just make any type of confirmed statement who's on the advantage, who's not on the advantage, because the trades are happening quite beautifully. Both of these teams, it just seems like they're on the equal skill level. But if you speak about the point capture role, he's being captured by the players of Team Anthem quite well.
Second tick almost locked in, perfect for them, stopping the clock at 23 and now focusing on the third tick as well. They need to stop them. Prevail standing strong in that gunfight, winning the crucial one, and will add an additional 60 seconds.
Objective A has been lost now. B's up for takings. This is a little bit tough. 7-10 is going to be the life advantage, especially in the hands of NS officials. And now final 5 left, and that's as I say, the final 4 are left for Anthem. They cannot afford to lose out on any bodies. They need to play this one as safe as possible. Pulse!
What a timing.
Oh, yeah, the timing actually works out in his favor. Glides right underneath his crosser, catches him off guard, and as soon as I say that, and his officials, they take the first one home.
A brilliant play coming in from them, taking control of the A objective and making sure that they've got that additional minute to work with. Even when they were down to those last 23 seconds, they did not lose their cool. And controlling the space in the house is super important whenever you want to take that, right? And they did it perfectly, also creating a crossfire. But now, Anthem needs to do the exact same thing. The spray down comes in. For now, Sparrow pulled out as well by Prevail, gets one person. The Proxy coming in on towards the other side, getting in one good trade. Sparrow still holding strong, gets fallen out of nowhere, and all the trades just fall in favor of NS.
Exactly, even the perimeter missile was actually pulled out by Prevail. Prevail's on fire. This man's able to get so many kills back to back. Needs to be stopped right now. And speak about the advantage too, right now that's in the hands of the players of NS because it's 24-21. But even Anthem are doing a fantastic job in getting the trades back and trying to get that equalizer.
Indeed, and now finally stop the clock at 41 seconds, slowly working towards the first tick of progress, but they need to add some additional more minutes. 1-for-1 trade yet again on the other side, but the first tick is probably going to be locked in. A perfect Sparrow usage coming in, making sure that he's controlling the space, and another spray. What a beautiful utility usage coming in from him. Still going to go in for the drop shot. Absolutely brilliant. And locking in that first tick, also now working for the second.
17-15, now the advantage in the hands of Anthem. Predator missile pulled out as well by Starboy this time though. Prevail's not really able to prevail inside these gunfights anymore. Killua and Starboy here to starstruck each other. But considering and its officials, they've already got in general the lead of this entire control. They're going to be looking forward to secure this whole thing up as well. Team Anthem with the advantage. And NS officials with only 9 left over. Now NS cannot afford to give any more bodies away.
Claw is available for Saksham, so he still wants to try and probably pull a few more things off. Yet again, we'll just have to wait and see how it pans out. Another minute to work with, 10 more seconds. Trophy system used up already, making sure no utility is being utilized, but those trades still going in favor of Anthem.
Indeed.
10v5.
Oh no, final 4 lives left. NS officials, they need to play so safe. But Killua, he was there, unfortunately not anymore. 9 lives left in the hands of Team Anthem. This time, Team Anthem, they're here to get a sweep against the opponents. Final 2 lives left. NS needs to play so safe. these final two players, they've got a Herculean task ahead of them. And as soon as I say that, they lose out on that.
Indeed. That was a very solid round coming in from Anthem. Yet again, doing the exact same thing that NS were doing to them. So taking a page off of their book and then moving forward. Now the question is, which team adjusts to that play? Anthem, now on the defense, you know they will be having an advantage into this one, especially moving forward as they know what type of hit is going to come in. Prevail finding a few more openers for himself, and we're going to see the claw being utilized as well. Saksham is using it perfectly, gets another opener, making sure he's controlling the entirety of that house. Also moves towards the other side, and already the first tick locked in way too early, and they're also making progress towards the B side. So you know that Anthem has a lot on their plate, and they're not being able to win any of those fights.
Indeed they're not. And this is where once again a double kill from this guy. Nicely done, Ghost. This man indeed is a ghost. Been able to slip away with so many of the kills and then pulls out the War Machine too. Oh, just spamming it in. Does not even care at this point in time.
Probably done and dusted.
Yeah, fallen from the back though. He surprises both of them. But once again, Pulse is there to sort of try and equalize things out. 16-24, NS officials out of nowhere. Once again, in a big advantage. Team Anthem, they definitely need to play a little bit more cautiously if they want to get the advantage back in their hands. But it sounds too tough. Killua overextends and loses out on his life. NS officials making some mistakes.
But they've got to control other part of the map as well. Anthem, they can't just stand in that one position. And I love the fact that the other members are doing the exact same thing, as the Annihilator was also pulled out. They've still got an operator to work with, while on the other side, NS officials will have to build all of it up. Anthem controlling, and only that last tick of progress. Still a minute and 40 seconds on the clock. NS can take their time. They can try and make those plays. They've also got the life advantage. So they'll probably just wait and get a few more utilities.
This game is getting a little bit too close for comfort. 12-16, nothing can be said just yet. Yeah, a little bit of advantage in the hands of NS, but can you really book on it though? That's the question. Objective B is being captured as well, so this is not looking too hot. 11-13.
He needed to win
things
that.
are starting to slip away. Team Anthem, they're not really looking that dominant anymore out of nowhere. NS officials is now starting to manhandle them.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute, they're still controlling that space. Claw has also been pulled out, weapon, so he will make sure no one enters towards the front. However, on the other side, the lurk has been taken care of, and down to 5v6. This is getting way too close now, and only 55 more seconds to work around with that clock. NS, they've still got a decent amount of time, but the question is, how are they going to break through this frontline defense?
Either play for the point or play for the kills. Two options ahead of you. What you gonna do? I don't know, it just feels like search and destroy now, because both these teams are just playing so safe. They know they cannot afford to give their lives away, which makes a lot of sense. But already Team Anthem, they're just down to those final 4 lives left. Once again, advantage in the hands of NS officials.
They've still got a couple of more operators. Maybe they can try and utilize that. However, still, Trade's going 2v5 is the situation. Can they find anything more than that? They've also got to take care of the pincer maneuver coming in. And nothing can they do at this point, as NS will win out on those trades and will also win out on another one of their attacking rounds.
Here we go. Another one begins in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Prevail. This man, at least in the first round of control, he was able to pop off. But then after that, Prevail's been struggling a little bit. But as soon as I say that, he finds the opener. Nicely done. 27-30. A fiery start for the players of NS officials, something they've been asking for. Maybe it's their time to shake hands with Destiny.
Yes, indeed, and they're also trying to spawn trap the entire team of Anthem, as they've also got all the utilities to work with, using the Purifier as well as the Annihilator, bringing their operators out at this point, and already getting a ton of life advantage, 21-26. Running down the clock as well, 50 more seconds to work with. Anthem needs to find a breakthrough and the opening to try and get the control of at least that A side, because B is something that we've seen these teams work towards the later half of the map. However, Viz finding an opener for himself, but they've got to do more of that work, as yet again, NS just making sure that there's absolutely no way and no opening in their defense.
Indeed. Make it 15-20. 5 lives away. NS officials on that lead.
20 seconds.
Oh, another one found. Wiz and Proxy. They push in tandem. They play together. But as soon as I say that, Ghost as well is there to return the favor back. And Ghost finds the second one as well. A double kill from this guy. Could have found the third one too, but then the Star Boys there in close lines to sort of pull things back in their court. A 2K from him, but then even Proxy returns the favor back. Now this man's also pulled out the Annihilator. He is looking for to annihilate his opponent. Misses that crucial shot.
Sparrow in the hand of Prevail. This man is just making sure to do everything alone. Can he find more? No is the answer. Wizen Fallen standing strong. Still stop the clock at 8 seconds. Second take not being completed. 5 seconds to work with. They're still getting in towards that side. But only for so long as the war machine from Ghost comes out. And a brilliant way to stop the clock.
8-6. And as you mentioned, a brilliant way to stop the clock, and that's it. Deal being sealed, ladies and gentlemen. NS officials smiled across the board, but still, I guess, one man has got a lot of message to convey to his teammates, and that's Saksham, a man with the sniper, because he knows he's done his work, he has been performing or outperforming a lot of his teammates, but somewhere down the line, something needs to be said, and I guess he's probably saying a couple of choice words to them.
It definitely has, and honestly, the other person I think will be talking to his teammates would definitely be the IGL. I mean, both of them, honestly, not just Starboy, even Prevail. They'll be talking to their teams, trying to discuss what went right or what went wrong into this one, because again, it was just super close coming in. It always came down to those last few seconds, right? And just the way NS were able to run down that entire clock. Anthem, they found a great opening, especially at that 8-second mark. They found that opening, got the control of the side objective, and also made sure that they're taking control of the house and stopping any kind of flanks from happening. But just the way NS pulled out that Sparrow, the Annihilator that you mentioned as well, needed to find that pick, and as soon as it was shut down, it was basically the final nail in the coffin.
Unfortunately, he missed that shot under that Annihilator, and that's why I wasn't really able to squeeze out the maximum amount of value from that. But now, speaking about the entire matchup, right? We know NS officials, they've won 2 already. They just need 1 more to seal the deal against the players of Anthem. Do you think so the upcoming one's going to be that?
It's again a hard point, and I love the fact that it's going to be Takeoff, because those AR players are going to be prevalent onto this one, and I honestly am looking forward to Prevail's play as well, because we mentioned how in the first map he was not being able to just deliver as much as was expected of him, but right now he's basically feeling it, and he is like, I am unstoppable whatsoever. So probably pulling it off onto the next hardpoint Takeoff is going to be something that they're all looking forward to, because just as I said, AR dominant map, snipers, yes, you can try and put one in your teammate, but it's better to probably switch it up with an SMG, or maybe just, you know, again, handle it towards the AR.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Takeoff is on the way as we move on forward towards hardpoint. Team Anthem versus NS official continues. Anthem, they need to win 1 more entire matchup to sort of keep themselves in the race. But NS officials, they just need to win 1 more to get that closure.
Indeed, the pressure is definitely going to be on Anthem, but looking at the way they've been playing these hardpoint matches, I think so they might have a chance after this one. However, we're still going to focus down onto those important fights coming in. Again, no operators, only a few utilities, and sheer gunpowder is where we're looking everything forward to. 30 few more seconds remaining. 15-1 is actually the score. Finally, the hardpoint being opened up. Really love the rotation coming in from NS officials as they're still trying to work around the map. 29 for more, and maybe they'll also be looking forward to probably going for an early rotation towards P2. Since taking control of this hardpoint is always going to rely on the fact how well can you gain control of those side houses and, you know, go on to those upper floors, and that's exactly what they're focusing on. Scrap time, no one's basically picking it off, so that's something that is quite questionable. Either ways, as soon as you jump into the hardpoint, you're going to be welcomed by a few of those utilities. A few last second scrap going in favor of NS officials. As of now, again, P2 is going to be opening up in the next few seconds. We always know that for P2, you need to have that spawn control. No matter where you are, you need to be spawning on the left side of the map, and that is where I think so the target of Anthem is going to be. They need to take control of that spawn and then move forward for a pincer maneuver. As right now, they do exactly that, and they are controlling the hard point. 50 more seconds. They can try and grab a few more points as the utils comes in. Trades going in favor of NS. Gets a few of those because a good nade coming in from Ghost, and they try to move forward forward, but Starboy and Kayan are there to welcome all of them. Killua gets one with his rifle, but he needs to find even more than that. Starboy controlling the entire lower deck, and Saksham finally finds an opener on towards that hardpoint. Still, Killua and Pulse taking control. Starboy standing strong only for so long. Hardpoint contested. No teams getting any value out of it. Another nade by Ghost. Name himself a grenade machine is not stopping whatsoever. 15 more seconds of scrap time. Anthem can try and pull this one off as they need to get this trade. Pulse standing strong only for one, has been taken down by Fallen. So Scrap's going to go in favor of Anthem, and another rotation is going to be pulled off. NS officials only on 13, so they need to find some kind of break and some kind of opener. As again, Kayan standing strong with those pickoffs. He's basically rolling at this point with 8 kills. Probably going to hit that double digit real soon. I might have jinxed it. Anthem again winning out on all of those trades. Rotations working perfectly for them. Hardpoint still being controlled by NS official though this point onwards. So we might possibly see a pincer maneuver coming in as Starboy using the Sparrow, trying to find some few more openings whatsoever. But no one being able to break through this defensive setup of NS. On towards the other side of the map, yes, we are seeing some trades going in back and forth. Yet they're not in any single team's favor. Again, another 1-for-1 trade-off. Everyone's just controlling on towards the right side of the ramp. And okay, two-way play. That's going to be a good rotation coming in from Anthem. Maybe they can try and break through. In the last 20 more seconds remaining, they can try and get a few seconds of scrap time for themselves as the rotation will also kick in. And looking at the utilities, all the operators coming in for NS, they're probably saving it for the next one. 3 and 3 for both of them. And a few more score streaks to work with as well. So we are still going to look for a 5 more second scrap time going in for NS. So they have got a solid amount of lead. And I love the fact the way they rotated towards that hard point, controlled the spawn and stopped all of those rotations perfectly. Now have given them a lot of advantage and cushioning.
Exactly, Starboy. As well now moving it forward with the Fnac. Finds 2 in front of him. And that's actually going to eat them both alive. Devoured his opponents just like that. Team Anthem now, of course, starting to gain that momentum, starting to gain the lead as well in the hand. Starboy, once again, being that star player with the Fnac in his hands, but then gets flanked from the back, instantly gets neutralized and capitalized upon. 73-64, NS officials. Will they start to lose out on the momentum? Annihilator pulled out, but it's not going to matter. A beautiful jump shot from Pulse.
Absolutely perfect and brilliant. They're still controlling that hard point. Anthem finally finding another lead, only dropping one of them in the way, yet Kayan needs to win out on this important duel, loses it. Ghost is the one who wins it out. But nonetheless, Proxy is also there for the support.
Exactly, and now this is where the Kilo 141 is going to start to strike in too. As you mentioned, the players who like to use the AR, this is something that they can look forward to as well. But still, Anthem is on the lead, and its officials might just start to feel that pressure. Hardpoint is something that the players of Anthem has been playing quite phenomenally well. They're winning those duels. They're coming out on top, and you can just see on the feed as well. Anthem, they're just all over the place. Even Starboy now taking down Pulse. A little bit of a longer spray down. Was tough to find it, but eventually does. Shuts his opponent down just like that. And now even Saksham on the kill feed. You do see him getting that T2K. Eventually, though, still this crowd 5.56 from Pulse is something that's actually able to find so much value. But then an off angle created from Kane's gonna shut him down. Momentum being stopped in the tracks.
Absolutely, and another few trades yet again going in favor. Back and forth. We move 101 to 175 is the score difference. Hardpoint still not being contested whatsoever, left open. And we've seen these teams leaving the P1 just like that. For the last few scrap seconds, we're still going to see Anthem contesting for it. But P2 is where the rotation is going to come in for both of them.
Did he try to go for a knife? I think so, he did.
Probably.
Unfortunately, missed out on that. But 110-75, NS officials. Now this is starting to look like a one-sided game. Can they pull things back? Yeah, still the scoreline's a little bit far away to reach, but if this keeps going, Team Anthem, they're actually able to win the majority of the fights. And its officials, they're just not really able to find that sweet tuning, that sweet spot. Fnac from Fallen, even that was able to find so much damage. Once again, the players of NS officials really need to play like a well-knit unit. They need to play on the trades. War Machine, and Annihilator out! But the War Machine is now starting to find so much damage.
Absolutely, and again, this gives a lot of opening to NS officials to find those trades, and everything that happened was the reason why they had the control of that spawn. It is super important. Yet again, 1-for-1 trade going in forward. Kayan standing strong. Can he stand any longer than he already has? Maybe not. No is the answer, as again, 2 different angles being worked upon. No one's going in for a pincer maneuver. So that is quite questionable. Either way, they're still trying to take control of that space. Trophy system is going to be super important. As you know, the utilities are going to come forward. Another trade.
126 to 85. Anthem, the lead's just not being dropped by them. But NS officials looking desperate as ever before. Suction looking forward to make that push. SMGs are definitely providing them a lot of value, but not enough. And his officials, they're just not able to win those duels. You can clearly see Proxy and Fallen and his entire teammates. It's like the players of Team Anthem are just really playing for their trades. They're playing together, making sure that unity is something that actually plays in their favor. And that's what's been happening. Team Anthem with 146, NS officials with 87. NS officials now really starting to struggle. Even a claw being pulled out. It's going to find one, but unfortunately wanted to go for a 2K.
Yes, traded just as quickly. Operators being working around by both of these teams as the Pencil now finally comes in. Proxy with the Annihilator starting strong. How much more can he find is the question. Can he find anything more than he already has? Now we've seen how well NS were able to control this hardpoint previously, but right now it is just Anthem all around. 160 to 92, and the scrap time is just going to go in their favor. Rotations are now going to be pulled in as well. Starboy will be making sure there's absolutely no one coming in. All these side rotations going to be important. Up close and personal fight, that was not being pulled off in their favor.
Indeed. 167 and 94. And now we've got Suction on our screens with the switchblade in his hands. That transition from the sniper to the switchblade is definitely quite stark, but this man does a fantastic job in adjusting onto it. Pulse and Ghost, they're trying their best to bring NS back inside the action.
Oh, almost.
We could have seen that in action.
That would have been outwardly, maybe one of the game-changing plays whatsoever. Yet again, NS officials controlling the hardpoint, which was contested only for so long, as they finally have a proper cushioning. No is the answer. Anthem again joining in those fights time and time. Cayenne still pulling off. Purify, can he find anything more than that?
Oh,
yes,
he does.
Almost does. Again, Section was able to shut him down. Maybe he can find more than what he already has. 15 seconds scrap time. Can it be earned by NS?
No clue, man. Question still left unanswered. Beautiful shot that was. Glides in, or slides in, and straight up gets that one. Switchblade from Suction looking to find those, but unfortunately this time his opponent's going to be the one to prevail on top. 186, such a big lead now being established by the players of Anthem. It's going to be next to impossible to steal it away if the same momentum keeps on going on, if the same kill feed just keeps on popping up. Fallen and Starboy, look at them playing together, getting those kills. Nicely done, Team Anthem. Team play is something that's being phenomenally well for them, especially on hardpoint.
We're probably going to see another round going in their favor. However, Annihilator being pulled out. Purple still trying to control that space. Hardpoint finally being taken care by NS officials. They're going to take care of this lurk as well. Perfect, but only for so long, as Wiz goes in quickly for that trade-off as well. I think the Anthem should probably focus on the next one, as again, these 25 seconds look super solid.
Indeed they do. This is where, at this point in time, you do see the trades happen back and forth, but still, there's this one guy, at least it's a random guy, but always this one guy from Anthem who just gets the double kill most of the times, and that's something that's really just putting a big spanner in the works for NS officials. And Team Anthem with 194, but now NS officials looking forward to make that comeback. They're stacking up those points.
Absolutely, 194 to 149, and looking at their positions, this is such a great one. Claw has been pulled out by Saksham as well, making sure there's absolutely no one would be coming in from the front. But these utilities are something they need to worry about. Oh my goodness, Wiz, how do you pull that off? That is just so dirty play.
NS officials, now they're starting to catch up. 162 to 94. Team Anthem, they've lost the ball. They've lost the ball from their court. And NS officials now, they're starting to take it away. They're starting to run away with this entire thing. The players of Anthem definitely need to regain the momentum, regain the confidence inside the fight. But you speak about Pulse. This man is now starting to stack up the bodies on top of each other. This entire site looks like a graveyard. We've got Starboy as well on our screens with the Finec. This man has been a big menace, but still, Starboy eventually gets starstruck and shut down. Look at how much of a comeback is being made on the scoreboard by the players of NS official.
And Fallen also has the claw to work with, right? So you know that the next hardpoint is going to be where he's going to utilize that. A few seconds scrap going in favor of NS, trying to close in that gap. And how dare I say that maybe Anthem might run forward with this one in a dominating fashion. NS have got something else to say. And again, this hardpoint is something that they have been working around very well in the previous few fights. So P3, they have had control of it and now are also looking super solid.
Indeed they are. Proxy on our screens. Proxy has been the playmaker. But now he needs to make that happen. Once again, War Machine is just now starting to click in so nicely. So much value found from that entire ability, or the skill. But now as we do speak about the entire stuff, Prevail, once again, good utility utilization, and is able to find a 3K for his team. Nicely done. Even Killua with a 2K. At this point in time, NS officials out and over, they're springing back to life, and the advantage now is being taken away by the players of NS officials.
Not leaving them an inch to work with, and again, Killua Ghost, all of them going forward with that trade, Hunter Killer in their hands. So utilizing that perfectly as well. NS officials 230 to 198. Red Missile, can it get a double? Answer is no. Still not enough points to close it all out. Anthem, can you bring the comeback in? You had the lead since the entirety of that time. And B4 is where we're going to look forward to contest coming in from both the sides. However, trades going in favor of Anthem only for so long, as still it's contested. No team getting it. Finally, Anthem controls it.
Indeed they do. 235. Team Anthem, as you mentioned, finally they've got the control. Maybe this is where they can try and get the equalizer back in their hands. But now NS officials, they're just so close to that win. NS officials, they can probably taste that victory. All they need to do is get the control once again back up, and maybe they can be the one to come through victorious. But the players of Team Anthem are doing a fantastic job in holding things together. But as soon as I see that, Pulse is over there. Pulse finds a 2K, but then
No
Biz
way.
is there to return the favor back.
No
Purifier
way.
pulled out, burning his opponents down. Extra crispy. Saksham might just walk into that Purifier's crosser, but it's not going to matter. Saksham is
Claw.
the man who's quite proactive. Even Claw was there from his side, but it's not really going to matter. Switchblade once again there up close and personal. 242, 243. NS officials, they're so close to that win. Only a couple of points more needed, but now they've been stopped and dragged to just 247. Team Anthem, they can feel it slipping away from their hands, but NS officials, they just need 3 more points to secure this one.
And P1 is again, we're going to move forward as we know it's going to be super open, super contested. Need to get the smokes down. However, trade still going in favor of Anthem, at least for so long. 234 is the score that they are stopped at. 248 for NS officials, 2 more points. And again, contested we go.
2 more needed. NS officials at this point, every single player's hands are
Sparrow.
going to be jittery. Sparrow pulled out. Even Annihilator's pulled out. Every single operator skill, everything is being just poured on the deck. Even Team Anthem, they equalize things. 249. This is way too close for comfort. But NS officials, in the end, they steal it away.
What a crazy game coming in from both of these teams, and honestly, it's just an understatement. I'm not gonna say anything, man.
Let's go to the stage.
What a fantabulous gameplay that was. हम सबको बहुत ज़्यादा ही इंटेंस मोमेंट पे लाके यहाँ पे खड़ा कर दिया गया था. And boy, oh boy, NS official and Anthem दोनों ने अपना बेटर दिया, दोनों ने अपना A गेम प्ले दिया. लेकिन हाँ, चलिए बात करते हैं अभी विनर से. जानते टीम NS का क्या हाल है अभी. Congratulations, बहुत बढ़िया खेले आप.
मैं तो फिर भी ठीक ठाक खेला. Prevail and all को actually win.
Alright, we'll talk to Saksham here because Saksham ने जो जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है वो बहुत ज़्यादा ही बेहतरीन था. Saksham, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, जिस तरीके से आपने स्नाइपर का प्रयोग करा है वो बहुत अच्छा था. क्या प्रैक्टिस रही है, क्या तरीके से आपने रूटीन अपना सेट कर रखा था?
I mean, कल रात में डिवाइस मिले हमें 9-10 के अराउंड, बट ये टीम भी इजी थी, मतलब तो मार दिया.
यार टीम इजी तो नहीं थी, देख पाया कि काफी ज्यादा क्लोज गए.
नेट इशू थे, हम 90-100 ms पे खेल रहे हैं, बट हो गया, कर दिया. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे अपनी जीत के लिए?
I just believed in my team and they delivered for
अच्छा, मैं एक बात देख रहा था, जैसे ही गेम ओवर होता था, कुछ ना कुछ अगर आप हारते थे या जीतते थे, कुछ भी होता था, सक्षम कुछ कॉल आउट्स देते थे, सबको बता देते. यार वो ऐसा क्या बता रहे हैं जिसकी वजह से आप यहाँ पे इतना ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से खेल के दिखा रहे हो?
मोटिवेशन दे रहा हूँ, मोटिवेशन, नथिंग एल्स.
ये रेजिंग वाली मोटिवेशन जिसकी हमने अभी बात करी थी.
motivation. Yeah, totally a motivational speech. Yeah, totally.
Totally the motivation. All right. Thank you so much for the interview, guys. But इधर की अगर बात करते हैं तो हमारे प्लेयर्स जो है वो तो बहुत ही खुश है अपनी टीम से, अपने गेम प्ले से, लेकिन जिस तरीके से भी इन्होंने गेम प्ले दिखाया, इतना क्लोज गेम गया है, आने वाले मैचेस भी बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज जाने ही वाले हैं और उसके लिए हमें जाना पड़ेगा अभी हमारे कास्टर्स पे. तो ओवर टू यू कास्टर्स.
Thank you so much, Major Beast. And yeah, the previous game was a little bit too close to comfort, especially the final hard point. Because we know the first ever hard point that happened inside this entire series, it was being taken away by the players of Anthem. But then the second hard point, it felt like somewhere in between that maybe Anthem can steal it away. But then you just see NS officials make a bounce back, make a comeback out of nowhere and catching all of us off guard.
The main part why they made that comeback possible was the fact that they controlled those spawns. They went in for those swan flips, and that was something which helped them respawn closer to the hard point, with using which they can just reinforce their strength onto that place and utilize that perfectly, especially in those last few moments. And I mean, that was just crazy game because Anthem was also pulling off the exact same thing. So you already know that this is as close as it could get. 250 to 248, boy, we were delighted with the treat.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about all that stuff right now, let's move on forward and take a look at a little bit of highlights of that entire matchup or the entire series that just happened, right? We've got Team Anthem and its officials in front of us, and in general, as I mentioned, the first ever hard point that happened, Team Anthem, they stole the entire limelight. They stole the entire show. But then later on, when we moved on forward towards Search and Destroy, that's where things were just stolen by one man. It was a one-man show, which was Saksham.
It was basically Saksham Destroys. That's the name of the map I'm going to give it. He was stomping everyone into that one. Yes, we also know the importance of all the support players out there, the utility that was being used, and also all the other people who were just making sure that they're getting those gunfights, winning those trades, and providing the map awareness and value. That is something that they worked along really well with, but man, the quick scopes were just mind-boggling.
That is true. I mean, Saksham in general, he also had that one moment where he whiffed a lot of shots, if you remember.
True,
So 4 or 5 shots back-to-back. But you know what? We're not really going to be speaking about that. But you also need to mention Prevail over here.
Exactly.
This man, being the IGL, taking matters in his own hands, and he was actually able to perform up to the occasion quite well. That's something that we all were just looking at and we all were quite surprised about, right? But as we do know, in the future, maybe once again, this entire journey is not going to end over here. The players need to keep on practicing even more.
Absolutely.
They need to keep on performing to the occasion even more. Yeah, it's understandable. He said that, okay, the opponents were quite easy, but were they really easy,
No. They were not at all easy. I mean, that's the last thing I'm going to put forward on this stage. Anthem just showed so much perseverance, so much tenacity. You can give them one word and explain the entire team. It was just tenacious. They were not stopping at all. Were making sure that they get all those trades. And I mean, now they've got to focus on the next match that will be coming in for them.
That is true. Ladies and gentlemen, though, I mean, you mentioned the next match, but before we move on forward towards the next match, it's time for us to catch a little bit of breather. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Woohoo! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make some noise! Because it's gonna be SPS India Quadam Invitational. और आज का हमारा ग्रुप ए का, जी हाँ मैं बात करूंगा ग्रुप ए का थर्ड मैच जो है वो कुछ ही क्षणों में स्टार्ट होने वाला है. बहुत ज़्यादा इंटेंस मैचेस जा रहे हैं, बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहतरीन गेम प्ले जो है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं. एंड लीजिए अब ये समय भी आ चुका है जब हमें पता लगा कि स्टेज पे अब कौन सी टीम आने वाली है. जी हाँ हम बात करेंगे हमारी नेक्स्ट टीम की. गिव इट अप फॉर टीम एंथम. ऑलराइट टीम एंथम हमारे पास आ चुकी है. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, मैं आपके पास जरूर से आना चाहूंगा और आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि ये आपका गेम प्ले जो भी हमने देखा है बहुत ज्यादा ही एकदम मैं बोलूंगा कांटे की टक्कर हो गई, एकदम नजदीकी मामला हो गया, बहुत ज्यादा नेक टू नेक कंपटीशन हो गया. उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहोगे? बिकॉज आपने अपनी गलतियों से कुछ ना कुछ सीखा जरूर से होगा.
ऑफ कोर्स हम डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है क्योंकि हार गए, लेकिन अब हम उससे मूव ऑन ही करेंगे ना क्योंकि अभी नेक्स्ट मैच है हमारा.
ऑलराइट, मूव ऑन करना है, अपनी गलतियों से सीखना जरूर है. लेकिन आप अपने फैंस को क्या बोलना चाहेंगे जो आपको यहाँ पे रूट करने वाले हैं?
फैंस के लिए बस यही शब्द होगा कि बस हमें देखना, हम अभी हारे हैं लेकिन नेक्स्ट टाइम जीत सकते हैं.
एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन ये बात तो जाहिर सी है कि आपको जब सेम माइक मिला है, सेम प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है, तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहतरीन आपने यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन दिखाया जरूर से है. लेकिन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द इंटरव्यू. आप लोग अपनी सीट्स पे जा सकते हैं और आप लोगों को ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट अभी के टूर्नामेंट के लिए, अभी के मैच के लिए. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, दैट वाज टीम एंथम. लेकिन अब जो टीम आ रही है वो टीम मेरे ख्याल से जीतने के मूड में है. वो टीम ऐसे मूड में है कि उनको हरा पाना बहुत ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो रखा है. मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा, गिव इट अप फॉर टीम गॉडलाइक. ऑलराइट, इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करते हैं यहाँ पे फैंस ने काफी ज्यादा आपको खुश कराया, आपको चीयर कराया. यहाँ पे फैन फेवरेट आप रहे हो. और जहां तक हम बात कर रहे हैं, जहां तक हम लोग जानते हैं, हम देख सकते हैं. ऑलराइट गाइस, चीयर्स फॉर योर टीम. यार किस टीम के लिए रूट कर रहे हो आप लोग? हमें चीयर करके यहाँ पे बता सकते हो कौन सी टीम के लिए आप रूट करने वाले हो? ऑलराइट, यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा जहाँ पे भाईचारा दिखाया जा रहा है एंड कुछ फैमिली फेसेस मुझे यहाँ पे ऑडियंस में देखने को मिल भी रहे हैं. लेकिन अभी बात करेंगे हम लर्न आपसे. आपका अभी तक का अनुभव, अभी तक का एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो कैसा गया है हमारे लैन पे?
आई थिंक मैंने इतना तगड़ा लैन कभी नहीं खेला अभी तक, क्योंकि आई थिंक इंडिया का फर्स्ट लैन है, तो डेफिनेटली वो भी स्टेज 5 के पहले हम लोग के लिए काफ़ी मोटिवेटिंग है.
एक एक्सपीरियंस मिल जाता है,
काफ़ी तगड़ा एक्सपीरियंस. आई थिंक ऐसे मैचेस खेल के हम लोग स्टेज 5 में डेफिनेटली वी विल पुट अप अ शो.
एग्जैक्टली. एंड इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करें सारी की सारी टीम को, पूरी की पूरी टीम को ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट आप लोगों को. एंड अभी के लिए मैं जानना चाहूँगा लर्न आपसे कि एक्चुअली में आपका माइंडसेट रहता क्या, किस तरीके से आप मतलब जो भी सामने आ रहा है, जो भी टीम हो गई, कोई सा भी मोड हो गया, आप वहाँ पे ए गेम प्ले, आप वहाँ पे जीतते हुए, आप वहाँ पे डोमिनेट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हो. माइंडसेट क्या रहता है?
आई थिंक मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूँ कि जो चैंपियन होता है उसको पहले ही पता कि वो चैंपियन है. इट्स जस्ट दैट ही इज एंजॉयिंग द जर्नी, यू नो.
ऑलराइट, ये तो अपनी जर्नी एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे को तो इनके ही टीम के प्लेयर ने, न्यूट्रिनो ने पहले ही बोल दिया कि ट्रॉफी तो अभी आप हमें ही दे दो. वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाई दे रहे हैं यहाँ पे. लेकिन गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लवली इंटरव्यू. आप लोग प्लीज़ अपनी सीट पे जा सकते हैं एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट. एंड इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करेंगे, हमने दोनों की दोनों टीम्स को यहाँ पे देख लिया, दोनों की दोनों टीम्स को के बारे में सुन लिया है. लेकिन अभी बात करें हमारे मैच की. जी हाँ, मैच थर्ड जो है वो कुछ ही क्षणों में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, कुछ ही सेकंड्स में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. स्टे ट्यून्ड एंड ओवर टू यू कास्टर.
Thank you so much. And yes, the upcoming matchup will be on the way soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike, once again, back in action. Do you think it will be a smooth sailing for them? I think so. That's not even a question at this point.
Well, the way that they displayed their domination in the first match, I mean, you can clearly see how confident they are and how comfortable they are, especially in this kind of arena, right? And Anthem, yes, it was a very close match. They've got that defeat in their face, but I think so they can really brush it off because it was 248, 250, man. Come on, it could have gone any way. That's where, you know, a part of that luck plays in. Maybe they could have got a couple of more seconds onto that hard point. Maybe we were probably still on match number 5. Either ways, they've got to forget all about it. Right now, this is the matchup that they have to focus on, and this is the veto. Because we've still been waiting and trying to figure out what kind of maps they like to play, and it was the map pool that was in their favor in the previous game, and it was a super close matchup. And for Godlike, we've already seen that they do not care about the map. They just want to play it and stomp everyone.
I mean, speaking about forgetting the previous matchup, right? Anthem really desperately needs to do that. They
True.
need to forget what just happened. Now they need to enter inside the arena with a clean slate. That's a little bit too much to ask for, considering it's just the day one of the SPS LAN, ladies and gentlemen. And also, considering it's the first LAN ever for the COD-M. So, makes a lot of sense. The players are definitely going to be feeling a lot of the jitters. But let's move on forward and take a look at the rosters once again. Let's move on forward and take a look, or take a glance on the players of Team Anthem. We've got Wiz, Kane, Starboy AFK, Fallen 1, and then Pro. Now, we've seen these players perform in the previous games, of course. They have lost their series, they have lost their matchup. But now moving in forward, it's definitely going to be a big stepping stone for them because defeating Godlike might just be too much to ask, but at least try to take the series a little bit close.
Maybe try and get a map or maybe 2 of them from Godlike. Shake their foundation that has been very rock solid up to this point, but I still feel that maybe they can do it because in one of the previous tournaments I had a conversation with them. They mentioned that they did a proper study, they realized what is the weak point of Godlike, and then they broke through that. And now with that, we'll probably be witnessing the Godlike roster as well in front of us, as all 5 players who just played match number 1 are going to play this one as well, and they are looking super confident, just like always.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the Godlike roster because we have seen all these players once again play it out for the first game ever, but now we need to take a look at them once again. Learn being the IGL inside the squad, the man who holds up the chain for all the players. Then you've got Neutrino, Abiz, of course the sniper clicking in, and then you've also got Skullg and Trunks. Every single player on this squad clicks in at the same time, and they're equally skilled.
Absolutely, and we've just seen the way IGLing is performed, Alan, right? We've seen how well he organizes his team, knows how to play with their strengths and how to just focus onto them and get the best out of them. That is the thing, and that is something that IGL does perfectly. But what is the next thing that they're going to do perfectly, Necro?
Which is winning.
Absolutely.
That's probably they're going to be doing because, you know, we were researching on all the teams in the past as well, and we asked for Godlike. We were like, which is the preferred map that you guys like to play? They said all. We literally like to play all the maps. And speaking about the maps, let's move on forward and take a look at the map veto because that's going to be something that will be the icebreaker. Map veto in front of us, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
Speaking about Hardpoint, the bands were Summit and Arsenal. Speaking about Search and Destroy, the bands were Express and Firing Range. And Control, the bands were Standoff and Crossroads Strike. But we're going to kick things off in Apocalypse.
And then moving forward to Search and Destroy towards Slums, and the Control is going to be Raid. We saw these maps with Apocalypse and Hacienda. I really love the maps coming in. And again, we've seen Godlike perform on all of them. Yes, they haven't played a lot of matches onto them, but even those 1 or 2 matches look super dominating. And since we're already talking about Apocalypse, right? It's just so AR dominant map. It's you have to take some long range fights onto that. Yes, you might not pull off all the snipers, but you still have those ARs to work with, and we have seen some great performance coming in from their side. But also, for Anthem's point of view, I think so it's going to be a very good option because they can try and go for some long flanks towards those sidelines, and they can try and go for pincer maneuver on towards Godlike.
It's going to be a little bit tough though, going for the long flanks because we already saw the players of Godlike are just so well aware. They have their situational awareness is on the point. They never just tunnel vision on a single angle. They always have a player who's looking at the back. They always have a player who's looking at the sideline. And the main key factor for Godlike's success is that they've always played together. They have each other's back. If one player gets taken down, the second one will always be there to trade things out.
Absolutely, and that is something that Anthem would have to break through. They've got to find some kind of breakthrough this setup, and I think so maybe just surprising by getting 2 players, maybe an anchor and the support as well, going in for those flankings and rotations is something that Godlike might not expect. Anthem has got that firepower. We clearly saw that in the previous one because NS, they were also doing some amazing jobs onto those pickoffs and those kills. But I think so Anthem might be able to pull this one off. If Apocalypse is where we are taking things, that is not as comfortable as any other map like Summit that we've seen today, right? It just seemed a home ground for Godlike. So I love the fact that we're going on to the Apocalypse. Maybe this is the map that might put Godlike in coffin. Maybe.
I mean, how can you say a home ground map when Godlike literally says that we are good on all the maps? We prefer all the maps. So technically, this game in general is a home ground for them. And if you're going to try to go up against them in this game, I guess, well, Godlike will be the one to steal that trophy. But soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, the game will be booting up on our screens. I want to ask your predictions one last time. Who do you think is going to take the cake on at least the first hard point?
Okay. I'll be the devil's advocate, and I will say that maybe Anthem might be able to pull it off. But since we're already talking about pulling things off, let's quickly jump onto the map of Apocalypse, guys. It is going to be the third match of the evening. It's Anthem up against Godlike.
Here we go. The hard point begins, ladies and gentlemen. Starboy in front of us. And, of course, speaking about Starboy, he's one of those dudes that has been performing phenomenally well for the players of Anthem. And I guess we've got a couple of issues running up around, maybe some tech issues going on. But, yeah, we'll get that sorted. We want both these teams to play on an equal level. So, yeah, speaking about Team Anthem and Team Godlike. Now, Anthem, they have lost the previous game. That might just be affecting their mentality a little bit. But I hope that now when they enter the upcoming game with a clean mindset, hard point, if they're able to win it, that's going to lift off so much pressure off of them.
Indeed, and there's one important thing, right? Whenever you're talking about a map like Apocalypse, there's the P2, which always is the point of contest for all the teams. And for that, you need to have the spawn control. And once you get the setup in place, it is super difficult to break that hill. Especially when you're trying to climb that hill, it just almost becomes impossible if you do not have any solid operators or any kind of nades coming in and getting a pincer maneuver as well. So that is something I think so both of the teams would have to watch out for, because I feel that that might be the key turning point in the entire hardpoint matchup. Now we know all the other hardpoints are also very spawn dependent onto this map, but still, I feel that if in case that P2 is where you're able to get a solid setup in, you would be able to change the course of the game and also get the solid rotation on towards the P3.
And not just that, speaking about the second game that will happen, right, on Slums, which is going to be Search and Destroy. Now, we've seen Ubbies being the sniper, right? Especially the matchup between the players of NS and Godlike. It felt like Ubbies actually had a challenge, considering the sniper from the opposition, which was
true.
Which was his opponent, of course, NS, yeah, which was Saksham. He was doing a fantastic job in sort of challenging this guy. But who do you think can actually challenge Ubbies from the side of Anthem?
Honestly, I have my own questions, right? Maybe I personally feel they might not even bring a sniper in the place right away. In the Search and Destroy, we know that they always put one person onto that one, but it totally depends, right? Because if they're comfortable onto that, that's going to be the question. I still feel that Starboy's shot calling is going to be super important onto those rounds, because yes, you can try and go in for the contest with the sniper against Ubbies. I still personally feel that it might not be the best possible way to move forward in the map. Maybe just smoke him off and move towards the other sides like we always have been talking about. Slums is the map wherein you can try and go in for some side rotations. Yes, firing range is some place wherein we always see teams forcing on directly going in towards one of the side with a full 5-man push along with the trophy systems. But Slums, just as in the first match, we saw how slow-paced it was and how quickly we were seeing those fights coming in. I think so maybe not going in towards the sniper and leaning in towards more of that, ARs is something that they can go with.
And speaking about the third matchup that's going to happen on Raid, right, which is going to be Control, of course, I think so Godlike will easily win that. I don't know why. I just think so Godlike should be easily able to take that cake, because we know how well they are or how good they are in winning those duels, right? We saw them win those duels against the players of Venice as well. We saw them win with how they also played together. True. As I mentioned. Always there's someone there to sort of trade things out. In general, Godlike, they move in a well-calculated manner. At this point in time, Godlike just knows that their mechanical skills are so on point, and they can try to abuse that.
Exactly. It's basically like unified, we stand strong. That's what their motto would probably look like if in case they have any. Or maybe, let's just focus on to the next important matchup. But we'll have to just wait and see about that, because just as you mentioned, yes, when we're looking things at Raid, you know they super outperformed NS in that department, right? Dropping just one, but moving forward for the next two, they were just winning out directly those gunfights. So I think so Anthem, since they've already lost that match, they have an idea what Godlike is going to do onto that one. So maybe they can try and counter-strat against it, play slow, or get them from the sides.
That is true. But now speaking about all the teams, right? This is also going to be the last series for Group A.
True.
After Group A, Group B is going to be chiming in, and the first matchup that we're going to kick things off inside Group B will be between Vitality and TWOB. And you mentioned this matchup is something that you should never miss if you're a huge CODM fan.
Absolutely, because just how good the rivalry of Godlike and Vitality has been, this is a new upcoming rivalry which teams have been witnessing, right? In the previous SPS tournament, we saw Vitality winning against TWOB, but there was another tournament after that in which TWOB beat Vitality. They got their revenge. So this is the one wherein you're going to move through that anchor and find out which team is the one who will be just moving into that lead. So I think so I'm going to name Group B as the group of death at this point, because honestly, for I2K, it's going to be super problematic.
Oh, that is true. I mean, each and every single group, we have one team that is qualified, right? So, of course, that one team is always going to have those struggling points in general. But speaking about Team Vitality and TWOB, you mentioned in the past they have won 1-1 against each other.
Yeah.
But now this is going to be the decider.
Exactly.
Whoever wins over here, we know that team is the supreme one.
Absolutely. And what if? All right, I don't want to be this way, but what if today we see Vitality winning it, but tomorrow we see TWOB? I mean, that's going to put us in a very precarious position.
Once again, a big question marks on our faces. But let's see how that's going to happen, because from what the stats I looked at, Vitality, even they're one of those undefeated teams, right? They've only lost to Godlike a lot of the times in the past. So you can't say the real kryptonite for Vitality is literally Godlike. And speaking about Godlike, they're just the undisputed champions. They're just the undefeated champions. It's really tough to take a team down like Godlike. And once again, now these guys are going up against Anthem. For Anthem, I feel a little bit bad.
I wouldn't exactly say I feel bad about them, but honestly, yes, I do feel sad, because this is a super difficult matchup for them. And being very honest, if you're talking about Group A, everyone kind of had this idea where Godlike is definitely going to qualify. But the question always remained, who is going to be that second team? And the matchup was always going to be brought down between NS and Anthem. Whoever wins that one will be the one who will move forward, or at least have an advantage. So as of today, it is NS who are in a pretty decent position. I wouldn't exactly say it's a good cushion for them, because still it can turn around tomorrow. And we might possibly see some kind of upset coming in. But yes, that matchup was important for the side of Anthem. And NS winning it out will probably look for the same thing tomorrow as well. Maybe, yes, they will try and get an upset onto Godlike. But if it does not happen, the question comes down to the same matchup yet again. So that's one I'd be looking forward to, but I still feel pretty scared for Anthem.
That is true. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the rehost is done, and now we're going to deep dive once again in Hardpoint as we're going to kick things off for the first match. Godlike versus Anthem begins now.
Apocalypse is the match we're going to jump into. So yes, rotation is going to be important. Coming in P1, we'll be seeing the control either of those sides as the utilities are being perfect. And Hardpoint for now has been secured by Godlike just again. In the first match, we saw them taking control of that space. Kyan, in the meantime, though, is pretty solid onto that rifle. So you know that he's going to be making those trades. But Trunks and Skulls are doing the exact same thing, controlling that area.
Of course, Godlike, they're the one to kick things off. And look at the amount of kills that Godlike is able to just flow in. There's just winning every single duel that they take. Look at the kill feed too. You just see Godlike name all across the board. But as soon as I say a Predator missile activated. Finds a 2K almost, I guess. Does he?
Yeah, he actually got a couple of out of that. But honestly, I want to focus on the fact yet again that he was able to get all 3 score streaks. That too before the first minute ended in the match. That is just a brilliant display of sheer gun power coming in from him. And on the back of it, we can clearly see Godlike having such a great time on P1.
Oh no, this is a smooth sailing for the players of Godlike. Look at this, Anthem just on 2, and Godlike already, they've crossed the 50 marker. This is looking a little bit too easy. Godlike winning those duels is not even an issue. Even Ubby's now starting to strike inside the action. Fallen as well is trying his best. Now trades are starting to happen back and forth, but this is getting a little bit more problematic.
Absolutely, and we're going to have a look at the performance meter as well. They're getting 120 FPS, so obviously all the shots are going to be connected on point. No frame drops whatsoever, and that is one of the reasons why these players are just outstanding and outperforming each other, and so is Abiz. onto that Fennec in hand. He's
wow,
just not
Abis.
stopping.
What's going on? This man, even though he's like the sniper for the team, but it's not going to matter. This man is just dismantling the opponent team with that Fennec. SMG is up close and personal. It's going to find you the value, but a beautiful turnaround from Fallen. Just turns back and slaps the opponent onto his face. Godlike though, still they're not going to stop anytime soon. Even the Sparrow finds a 3K. Skull, what is this guy doing? Single-handedly just dominating the opponents like that. Sparrow, this looks next to impossible, but eventually Skulls is being stopped.
Finally, and that too by the utility coming in. Nonetheless, he's still got the Hunter Killer up available. He'll be able to use that. And in the meantime, on the other side, we're still seeing every single fight being won by Godlike. They're controlling all the space in the map.
God.
No Purified. No way. Please not. Not in this nasty position. And they've also got the trophy system up. You know there's no one who's going to be stopping him again, using the utility perfectly.
No.
1-for-1 trade though.
The Purifier now starting to burn through the enemy corpses like that. Neutrino was able to also return back with 2, but then Trunks is also there to shut down Starboy. Every single duel is being won by the players of Godlike. Claw pulled out from Trunks too, and he finds another one. What's going on? Godlike on an absolute domination. Even a domination is going to be an understatement for what I'm seeing this.
True, it's literally an understatement at this point because they've got more than 100 points lead right off the bat, and we've still not reached back towards the P1, right? We're still standing strong on towards that P3. However, another spray down coming in. Nonetheless, good enough for 2. Abis, you just give him a sniper, you give him an SMG, he's going to perform on all of them as we'll be moving on towards the P4 now.
Someone stop this guy, Abis, on an unstoppable streak. Even Trunks on the kill feed is just starting to pop off. Godlike, they're just proving the players of Team Anthem unparalleled. They're dismantling Team Anthem just like this. Oh no. Team Anthem, what can they do to bring themselves back? They're not even able to match the mechanical skill of the players of Team Godlike.
There's just sheer pressure at this point. They're just breaking under that pressure coming in. Team Anthem need to brush it off as quickly as possible because just 99 more points and Godlike will be able to just close things out. Can he get anything more than 1? Yes, he's got 1.
Oh,
Can he find 2? Yes, he did find 2 as well, but shut down eventually.
Yeah, well, the Purifier, of course, in action it was. Team Anthem, they're trying their best, but Godlike, they've just built such a humongous lead that at this point, it just seems next to impossible by taking it away. A beast, though, still finds a 2K. Nicely done. Team Godlike, wait, hold on. Maybe this can't be taken away. Team Anthem do have the control.
That is true, and finally they're cooking something up, but the scrap time is again going to go for Godlike, so you know they're going to hit that 160 mark whatsoever, and already ready with the rotation for the other hard point. You know it's going to be super difficult to break through that one, as Godlike are also making sure there's no lurk coming in whatsoever. Fallen wins in a decent team fight. He needs to win this one as well, as Trunks is the one who's going to find him and will fall from him. So this is a good opening for Anthem, and they can now try and reinforce towards the hard point.
Indeed they can. Team Anthem slowly and steadily building that, slowly and steadily just building those points, getting those points in their hands. But unfortunately, Godlike, they've just got each other's back in such a fantastic way. Abis, Skull, G, every single person from the side of Godlike is just chiming inside the action. At this point in time for the players of Team Anthem, it just seems like it's going to be a next to impossible task to make a comeback in this whole stuff. Crowd 5.56, chiming in the action. Abis is over there. Team Godlike in general, they've just got such a big lead. They've just got such a big advantage.
That is true. Scrap timing trying to be stolen away. Anthem, they've still got something to work with, only for so long as Neutrino is trying to neutralize everyone. Kyan is the one who shuts him down. And again, Godlike, they've just left it entirely. They don't want scrap at all as they're going to move forward for the next hard point. And they have got a very solid positioning there. Look at that. Sparrow is also out for Skull.
Exactly, Sparrow. Can this man find a lot of value? Yes, he does. At least just finds one. Needs to be satisfied with that one. Neutrino and Trunks as well now returning back in the action. Godlike, it's just all over the place, even on the kill feed, even on the map. Proxy shuts down Trunks. But still, is that really enough, though? Considering Team Anthem, with this much amount of disadvantage at this point in time, even Team Anthem must have accepted defeat.
That is something that they should not do again if they want to make a comeback out of this. Trunks still standing strong. Learn, Neutrino, everyone's just winning all of their gunfights at this point. And the way that they've got each other's back is absolutely perfect because they know there is no lurk coming in whatsoever. No flank, they're taking care of that. Nonetheless, some fights being won by Anthem, so they've got something to work with now.
Indeed they do. Oh, Proxy. Nicely
Nasty.
done, but then Abiz once again just returns the favor with a two-piece of himself.
Whoa!
Proxy finds the second one as well. Well, hold on, Proxy. He's trying his best to fight back. He's trying his best to keep his team in the race, but Godlike, they've just got too many points at this time. 229 to make a comeback from this. It will be one of the most epic moments in the history of CODM, but I highly doubt that's going to happen.
Maybe this last 20 score remaining, and again the same hard point being controlled by Godlike. You need to have the temple control if you need to break through this one, because going in through the choke points is basically inviting death. As of now, Starboy trying to get something of the Sparrow, only gets a couple of them as shut down right away. Another spray down coming in quick, but Anthem, they finally found some opening, and they're the ones who are controlling the hard point.
Anthem deny the control, nicely done, but then Learn as well is right there, who shuts down Wiz. Even Starboy is now taken out of contention. 243 to 82, a massive stark difference between the score lines. And I guess Godlike now they're just going to have a smooth sailing because, of course, you've got Skull G just pushing up like that, not even scared of his opponent. One more point needed, and Godlike, they're going to secure it.
Absolutely. Even though we saw Anthem having the control of the hill, it was just Godlike coming back on top yet again, showing the reason why they're on top, right? They're time and time again exactly showing the way. I thought that maybe the hard point was something that you can try and abuse, but this new roster has just denied all of those possibilities as well, because they have denied any team to reach even a 70-point mark on that hard point. And does not matter if you play on a small map like Summit or a long like Apocalypse, you are just going to be stomping them.
You got to say one thing, the new players have definitely added on a lot of firepower to this roster. Skull Guy and Abiz, these two guys were just dominating, especially Abiz being the sniper of the team as well and still being able to perform so well. Oh man, it just astonishes me. This man was using a Fennec, the SMG, of course, up close and personal. It's quite deadly.
And not even using the Switchblade. You know, that's the question, right? You know that there's been some meta changes and a lot of people have been preferring Switchblade. But Abiz is like, nah, I'm just fine with Fennec. I've got my hands on it and I will use that.
Exactly. I mean, in general, Godlike, they were just looking dominant. At this point in time, as soon as I saw the first couple of seconds, or at least like first couple of 30 or 40 seconds, I knew that, okay, Godlike's just going to be dominating it through because they were just winning every single gun battle that was happening across the board. But as we move on forward towards the scoreboard, do we really even need to take a glance at this? Look at Godlike. Every single player has got so many kills. On the opposite side, Team Anthem, the struggle is clearly visible.
And the new recruits, you can just see 36 kills, 34 kills, and also the time on the hard point. Abiz with 1 minute and 24 seconds, while also Skull with over 1 minute. Just making sure that they've got control of the hill, they've got control of the objective, and also were cutting off the rotations perfectly. Learn did not need to do anything in this map apart from giving in those perfect calls, because you know, these days we've also seen some meta switches, not just in the guns, but also in teams as well, like the way each role plays. We've seen teams focusing on the role of Slayer, but these days, at least overseas in the meta, we've seen a lot of players, especially the one who plays on the objective, is the one who top frags, because you expect him to control that space and also expect him to win the fights. So that's one of the way where they've switched the Slayer role on towards the people of the other roles, right? Be it Anchor, be it OBJ, or be it even the support player. So that's something they're doing really well, and I love the fact that Godlike is doing exactly that.
That is true. I mean, Godlike, in general, at this point, even if you're trying to analyze the game, you would just say that, okay, Godlike is just straight up dominating.
True.
You can't even say much over here. They're just winning the gunfights. Yeah, there was a little bit of an instance where we thought that, okay, Anthem might just be able to pull things back, where one of the teammates was actually able to get so many of those kills and try and stop them. But unfortunately, as soon as even he got taken out, Godlike was like, all right, over here we go. It's going to be smooth sailing. But ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map of Search and Destroy is going to be on the way as we are going to jump in.
Slums is the one where we go and take the fight. I kind of tend to rhyme it. Either ways, I failed horribly at that, but Godlike I'm not going to fail in those opening gunfights, as Abiz is the one who wins a couple of them, and Skull following him up. Can we see another one? Wiz just shuts him down with the sniper right in his face, and Abiz been taken care of, though Starboy could not win the crucial gunfight against Trunks, and it's down to a 1v4.
What just happened? Anthem, oh no. I mean, the round just started and it just
was.
ended. You blink it and you miss it. That's how quick that was. And I blinked it and I missed it.
I mean, you're not going to miss this one, of course, because again, the next one starting right away. They've still got the bomb in the hands of Godlike. Learn is the one who's going to make a move with that, but I also want to focus down on Abiz, right? Even though we were expecting to take the sniper, he's still on that SMG. Crucial gunfights yet again, being won by Godlike, who is, again, good for one, but only one.
Exactly, but okay, well, I guess the round's going to be over once again. Godlike, before anything even happens, these guys are just making it so quick. Team Anthem, they're just getting steamrolled at this point. They need to do something. They need to play this one a little bit more tactical, I guess, try and have each other's back, because if Godlike's just able to flow in like that, get so many kills without even any issues, then that's a big point of concern for you as a team. You're not able to perform well. You're not able to function well as a team. But as soon as I say that, hold on. Maybe things can be brought back to life. Maybe things can be sprung back to life over here. But then Trunks catches one man slip by. The overextension from the opponents is something that the players of GodL are definitely looking forward to punish. And Godlike, another one on the board for them.
I personally feel that Anthem should probably try and take it slow, because Godlike, they live in chaos. They love the chaos. And they're just creating chaos on this SND map. They're quickly going, trying to take control of the site. And the way they're playing around that fountain, they're just taking control of two different spaces, making sure that if there's any kind of player from Anthem coming in directly from the front, it's going to be pincered from two different angles. While also Trunks this time, again, winning out on all of his fights. What?
Oh, no. Oh, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players of Team Anthem. Nothing's going their way. Nothing, no matter what they're trying. For Godlike, as I mentioned, it's going to be a hot knife through butter. Not even breaking a sweat, not even an issue. They just move in, they get the kills, and everything goes in their way. But this time, though, Godlike, they're going to have a little bit of a back step in this round. They do not really want to get up close and personal against the opponents just like that. Instead, wait a little bit, let the opponents flow in their crosshairs, and just hold the angles, because Godlike knows all they need to do is just hold on. Do not really try to go that aggressive, because Team Anthem definitely do seem quite trained now.
Exactly, and now slowly moving towards the B. Anthem has not taken any kind of space on the map, but I still like this kind of approach, right? They've got an idea that the hit has not gone yet.
What?
B-side is something you can retake, but a good shot coming in from Neutrino.
Did he just walk up mid like that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He did.
Godlike. I guess at this point in time, they're just dominating the entire scoreboard so much that Team Anthem, they're fighting their own demons in their heads. And as soon as I say that, Starboy's able to find one. Maybe could have done the second one as well, but no, Neutrino denies that. And that's it. Team Godlike 5-0. Team Godlike are just storming through.
Smiles on their faces. Some serious ones in the mix as well, but that's how they roll. I think so. If this game goes on, we'll probably see a 7-0. The first one ever, but oh my
God! What was that? Team Godlike, with just the utility utilization, they just decimate their opponents. And Godlike is going to be the one to just steamroll through this matchup. They're like a rocket that keeps on moving up with the momentum. They just do not stop.
Sides have been swapped up. Can Anthem do the exact same thing? 6 straight rounds. Smoke comes in. No one's being allowed to move through that. And the choke point is covered as well. Neutrino gets one quickly. And they want to try and go in for the flank. But it just seems like Godlike is controlling everything. They've got all the idea in the world.
Indeed they do. Drive 5.56 in the hands of that player. Team Anthem at this point in time, they definitely do need to play tactical and save, but even that's not working out. A 3v2, once again, the advantage in the hands of Godlike. If this is going to be a 7-0 this quick, then Godlike Esports, they definitely are in a hurry to go take a nap in their hotels.
As of now, one of their players will be taking a nap, making sure he dodges all those shots coming in, but that's the way Godlike are controlling every part of the map. That's going to be another spray down. Cayenne taken care of from 2 different angles. Where's the one left?
I told you, their map awareness is just so good. The situational awareness is just so nice. No matter if you're trying to flank them, they're always going to expect you to be there. But the sniper in the hands of Wiz, maybe he can try to do something. Maybe he can try to make that clutch happen. Let's be positive.
Well, that's exactly what Anthem would be saying to their teammates, right? At this point, yes. He doesn't. He has the bomb in hand, so that's one good thing. He can try and work up towards the other part of the map, but he's got 3 picks. He needs to isolate those fights, and Godlike just moving in a bunch of threes.
Oh,
what a shot! What a shot! Can he get another?
Oh no! Misses the second one, but this time the third one connects. Godlike, they might just slip this one away from their hands, but no, Neutrino, this man is too confident. 7-0 in Search and Destroy. Godlike, are you kidding me? Someone stop these guys, and then they're laughing too in the end. It's like a salt on top of the wounds.
A shot onto the boots, and only the shoe fell off. If only it was just on that upper body. It could have been a 1v1, and we might have witnessed maybe a comeback from Anthem. Maybe. But it just seems like Godlike is stomping on every single team out there, in every single map, and in every possible way. They're just unstoppable at this point. Even the replay, we can see some trades coming in, but look at that nade. My God. That was the best value out of it.
I mean, at this point, we might be sounding so biased towards Godlike, but what can you do? As commentators, as analysts, you're supposed to stick with the stats. And right now, the stats and the facts say that Godlike is dominating. We do not mean to sound biased, but Team Anthem is being proven unparalleled to them. Look at Learn. I mean,
not even falling once. Not even falling once. That is something, I mean, that's a great feat to achieve. In Search and Destroy, every single one has fallen at least one time, and this is just a great achievement coming in from him. Even I saw a scoreboard of 9-1. That Godlike, they did not even care about any kind of strategy in this one. I'll be brutally honest with you about that. They just went in, took control of that mid, took control of the B side, and then finished off every single person with that gunfight. They knew they would be able to take control of that space. And I love the fact that in one round, if they're throwing up the utilities, in the second one, they're just making a quick move and rushing up forward, so that they will be able to catch Anthem off position. And this is exactly why they were able to just get 6 straight rounds in that attacking half and then get the last one in their defense.
Someone hand over the painkillers to the players of Team Anthem, because they're going to need them.
True.
They must be feeling a lot of pain and hurt in their minds and hearts, because losing out on a series like that is definitely a big stinger to you. And as we know, even the upcoming matchup is going to be quite an intense and an interesting one, my friend.
Raid. Yet again,
we're going to resume things on Raid. Ladies and gentlemen, Control is going to be on the way. Godlike, they're already dominating. They're here to make it a quick one. They want to go back to their hotel rooms and take a nap.
And maybe easily, however, they're on the offensive side as of now. They need to take control of that place, and a base with shot. Still taking control. Trunks making sure that it gets one, tries to control the mid. Now the question is, where will they go in and get the hit on? Either it's going to be the A or it's going to be the B. For now, they can't stay in mid all the while. Fallen controlling the basketball. He's got an idea there would be someone coming in from that place. Trades going back and forth from either ways, but Kitchen is something that you need to focus. And they are denying the control. What a way to play. Learn. My goodness, that was just a crazy play.
Oh, the snipers as well are definitely something that might just be clicking back into the action. Catches a man slip by. What's just going on? Where's the map awareness? How's he moving out without even checking the corners? Team Anthem in the disadvantage, 24-21, but at least it's not too far away. Still, things are pullable. Now it's 20. Okay, Godlike are getting hit back. They're getting slapped back. I like this.
Indeed, and trying to take control of that space yet again. And you always know, right? You need to have that kitchen control whenever you're going in for that hit towards that part. Nonetheless, we'll be seeing some of them taking that space. Proxy still standing in. Second tick of progress also logged in. Clock stopped at 34, so doing a great work. But Godlike, if they've just decided to give up the A entirely, they will be focusing and playing on towards the B.
True that.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. I said it way too early. Third tick almost logged in. Dropped down back to the second one. And the trades going back and forth. Still favoring Godlike. 18 and 12 is the difference. 19 more seconds to work with the clock.
Oh,
nasty.
Well, now it's big leads being established. Definitely a beast. Their name is Godlike, but these guys are absolute monsters inside the game. 8 to 15. A big lead now starting to being established by the players of Godlike. Am I even surprised? The answer is absolutely no.
Just decided they're not going to contest A whatsoever. They just want to play in for the kills. Proxy, however, still trying to find a couple of them out there. Kain getting good for one more, but 4v13 is just almost next to impossible. That's what I personally feel. Maybe they can try and pull something off, but it's the 13v3 now. It's almost done and dusted again. This planks from Trunks. He should have heard those shots being fired.
The only way this seems impossible is that this guy, he needs to go on a killing spree. That's the only way I see this one possible, but might just be a little bit too much to ask for, considering Kain, with the switchblade in his hands, his position's compromised, is getting pounced down from all the different sides, and Learn is actually going to blow him up with the nade.
I really love the fact that he got blown up with a nade rather than being punched to death.
At least he did not get humiliated like that.
Exactly. He did not get punched to death, so that's one thing. But still, Anthem needs to brush it all off. They now need to focus on this defense because Godlike, we know that they love to take those fights. They need to play proactive. They need to deny that space to them. However, Abhi's, he just does not stop when he has got the Locust in hand.
How can you deny the space when Abhi's is on the board? This guy will deny you from the life. And now Sparrow in his hands. Oh my god, hold on, wait, Skullgy. Oh, this man's going on a spree.
That's spawn trapping? That too alone? That is absolutely outworldly. And again, look at that. Trunks with the claw in hand is now trying to take care of that those two people. And Skull is controlling the entire kitchen for himself. They're going to take the space on towards the B and then move for A. And they've got the life advantage.
Godlike is trying to provoke the players of Team Anthem. They're literally just provoking them at this point. Godlike just know for them it's going to be a smooth sailing anyway, so it's better. We might as well try to pull some shenanigans off inside this last game because the series is pretty much going to be a 3-0 without a doubt. But 23-19, maybe the players of Anthem can win back into life. Switchblade could have found a double spray down, but unfortunately wasn't. Turns around, slaps another man down. Maybe can find the third piece as well, and he does that. What is Skullgy doing? The amount of firepower this man's added inside the roster, it's crazy! Switchblade, this man with this gun is an absolute decimator.
Is not stopping even now. The spawn trapping everyone from Anthem alone.
No way!
Finally, it took a Sparrow to finish him off, and I don't know how many bodies. That was outworldly. Starboy now trying to find something off of that. Only was able to find 3 of them, but second take of progress also logged in towards the A, and it's a 19v5. That is done and dusted.
Yeah, the opponents are going to bite the dust, ladies and gentlemen. 19-4, we'll make that a 3 now. Godlike, just making it look so easy. As I mentioned, someone hand him over the painkillers. Because Anthem, they're going to be feeling a lot of pain and hurt at this point. Maybe they can try to go for the punch on this last guy, huh, Starboy?
No punch.
No, I guess, they do not really want to bring in that salt on the wounds, I guess.
I mean, 2-0. Still one to work with. Anthem,
that's enough salt.
The Anthem, they can try, but look at the score streaks. You've also got a Fred ready by Skull.
I don't think so they're going to use it, just to have fun. I don't think so they're going to use any of that.
I wish he used it just now to prove the Caster's Curse is real. And maybe, let's just say we've been seeing Godlike wins it. Maybe something else going to happen as Learn. Good for one, traded just as quickly, so that's Annihilator being taken care of. But how is Skull here? How is he always finding these rotations right behind their back?
That's confidence speaking right there, my friend. That's confidence on its peak. Skull, he can feel himself. He knows that he's proven the opponents unparalleled. No one's even able to match this guy's skill level at this point. And that's what he's doing. Skull is moving in fearlessly without even being feared of the opponents at all. And Godlike, at least this time the scoreline seems a little bit more closer. 23-20. Maybe there's a chance, but this is where things are going to start to flip around.
The operator usage, we've already mentioned how well Godlike used it. Just like this, he was able to take one, but finally traded. He was literally spawn trapping Team Anthem alone, and that is the second time in the match. Nonetheless, we're going to see some trades being falling left and right. Anthem with the disadvantage in the numbers. They'll claw out for Trunks, so he can try find another spawn trap play. That's what he's doing. Can he figure out where the next person is? Claw be taken care of, and that's a very good shot coming in. However, on the other end, we're still seeing Godlike winning out on all of those gunfights and only 19 more seconds to work with. Finally, the clock has been stopped. There's at least one person on the B taken care of.
12 to 18 it was, but now it's 11 to 17. Once again, Godlike with the advantage. How can they be stopped? That's my question. And it's actually a good question too, because Godlike at this point are just so good that no one's able to stop him. No one's even able to think of stopping them. Abhi's this guy with the sniper, and even with the SMGs in the previous maps, this man has been causing so much troubles for the opponents.
Purifier
being pulled out by Abhi's, moves in the back, and then just starts burning his opponents alive, putting them 6 feet under, and that's it. Team Godlike are going to be the one to close out this series. It's a 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap him up in a roll, send him back to the lobby.
That was just a beautiful display coming in from their side, and outworldly and out crazy. That's all I have in my mind, because they do not care about the objectives. They just always want to focus down on those kills.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike dominating through once again as usual, and just showcasing their dominance in a brilliant way. But now it's time for us to move on to the stage, because the host is waiting.
Wow, I mean just wow. इसे कहते हैं total domination करना. Let me tell you one thing. ये टीम आज यहाँ इतिहास रच के जाने वाली है. जितने भी मैचेस अभी तक खेले हैं, सारे के सारे इन्होंने जीते जरूर से हैं. Learn. अब तो मुझे आदत हो गई है यहाँ आके आपसे बात करने की और आपसे पूछने की, भाई क्या चल रहा है ये?
I think मतलब मेरे को खुद नहीं पता यार, ऐसा लगता है कि स्क्रीम ही खेल रहा हूँ मैं.
I mean ये तो 3-0 हो गया. आने वाले मैचेस का क्या जाएगा?
3-0 और नथिंग, सीधी बात है. क्योंकि अगर हम वर्ल्ड्स के लिए खेल रहे हैं तो 3-0 तो यार बेर मिनिमम है.
राइट. खैर अभी आपका आज के तो और कोई मैचेस नहीं रहने वाले, लेकिन जितने भी आपने आज खेले हैं वो सारे के सारे जीतते हुए नजर आ रहे हो. आप कितना ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस फील कर रहे हो कि यार आने वाले मैचेस जो हैं, आने वाले जो दिनों में आप धूम मचाने वाले हो?
हम लोग काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट है, बट काफ़ी रिस्पेक्ट भी है क्योंकि सब लोग यहाँ पे ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं एक्चुअली. बट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि वर्क स्मार्ट, बिकॉज यहाँ पे लैंड प्लेटफॉर्म है एंड यू नीड एक्सपीरियंस. तो आई थिंक इसके पहले वाला मैच था एंथम वर्सेस एक्सिस का. तो एंथम इज अ रियली गुड टीम, बट बिकॉज ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस दे कुडंट मेक इट. सो आई वुड से कि सीखो, वीडियो देखो, बार बार एनालाइज करो इसको. तो
all right. Thank you so much, Learn, and I wish you all the very best for the tournament. And इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करते हैं लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, हमारे आज का ये थर्ड मैच था, ये भी ओवर होता हुआ दिखाई दे गया है. एंड बात करेंगे ग्रुप बी के, क्योंकि ग्रुप बी के मैचेस जो है वो आने वाले कुछ ही क्षणों में आपके पास, तो आप देखेंगे उनको. अभी के लिए ओवर टू यू कास्टर्स.
I mean, we saw Godlike take that victory in quite a dominating fashion, but now Group B is going to be chiming inside the action, and we know in Group B we're going to kick things off with Vitality and with the World of Battles.
TWOB, exactly. I mean, that's going to be one of the fiercest battle in this arena. But again, looking at the scoreboard of the previous one, Godlike 3, Anthem 0, and this has just been a dominating game.
And also, one more thing to put out there, Anthem is now the closest team to be eliminated. On day 2, if Anthem's not able to pick up the pace, they will be eliminated from here, man.
True.
It definitely is a big stinger, but as we do move on forward towards the scoreboard of that previous game, we've got, of course, Skull G on the top from the side of Godlike with 23 kills. Then we've got Trunks with 18, Abhi's with 15, Learn with 16, and Neutrina with 15.
Starboy was also doing some good work out there, because we saw him playing Lurk a lot of times. He was probably playing an anchor towards one of those objectives, and not just once, multiple times we saw him trying to control all of that space. But it was just Godlike winning in those sheer gunfights. They did not care about anything else. They just wanted to focus on taking them down one after the other. And yeah, you can try and win up one part of the map, but if you've got to give up 95% of it, and you've got to lose all of the other things, and maybe getting spawn trapped by just one person, that's not at all a good trade whatsoever.
Indeed, it's not, and then especially Purifier being pulled out as well at this moment right here. I mean, as if like already the flames that Godlike was putting in on the map weren't enough, then this man pulls out the Purifier just to add on a little bit more salt. But you know what, speaking about the Group B, right? I've got the players of the World of Battles in front of me. Yo, guys, the World of Battles. Do you guys think you're going to win the upcoming matchup? You guys think you're going to win the upcoming matchup?
Of
You're going to win it.
course.
Oh, okay. So the confidence seems all-time high. These guys are, of course, looking pretty confident. But you know what? I also want to ask a couple of questions to Vitality, but unfortunately, I do not really see them. They're a little bit far away, so we're going to skip on to that question.
Absolutely, but we will not skip upon the matches whatsoever, because again, I've been looking forward for this one specific match since the starting of the day. I've been mentioning it to Necro, and he's basically been bored of hearing it. But it's just such a great matchup. Vitality up against TWOB. They've both won 1-1, right? So it could be anything right now.
Exactly. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not going to be the matchup. Instead, it's going to be the break. So let's move forward and take a look at the break for now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready because आप लोग विटनेस करने वाले हैं स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज इंडिया कॉड मोबाइल इनविटेशनल। जी हाँ, पहला इंडिया का कॉड मोबाइल का लैन होने वाला है और हो रहा है, और हम देख पा रहे हैं कि टीम जो हमारा ग्रुप ए है वो पूरा का पूरा फिनिश ऑफ भी हो चुका है। अब ग्रुप बी के मैचेस जो है वो स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं। ग्रुप बी का मैच नंबर 1 आप लोगों का, हम लोगों का, हम सारे दर्शकों को यहाँ पे इंतजार कर रहा है। तो लीजिए बिना किसी देरी के हम अपने बुलाएंगे टीम। Give it up for a huge round of applause for Team Vitality. All right, Dino. First of all, hello, how are you doing? मैं बहुत अच्छा हूँ यार। बहुत कम बंदे पूछते हैं कि आप कैसे हो। आप बाय द वे मैं ये पूछना चाहूँगा मीनो कि पहला लैन है, पहली बार स्टेज पे चढ़े हैं आप यहाँ पे, और कैसा फील हो रहा है, कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप अभी?
एक्साइटमेंट, दैट्स इट। उसको और कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, बस एक्साइटमेंट।
बस एक्साइटमेंट है। और कितना परसेंट आप बोलोगे मैं तैयार बैठा हूँ यहाँ पे जोन सी मर्जी टीम आ जाए?
100% ऑफ कोर्स, 100% देना है। इंडिविजुअली अपना 100% देना है, दैट्स इट, और कुछ नहीं।
ऑलराइट, आप अपने फैंस को, जो भी आपको यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं, जो भी आपको देखने आए हैं, उनको क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
कुछ नहीं, कीप सपोर्टिंग, दैट्स इट, गिव अस अ लव, दैट्स इट, और कुछ नहीं।
ओके, आज के टूर्नामेंट के लिए, आज के मैच के लिए कुछ स्पेशल तैयारी है या अपना नॉर्मल गेम प्ले दिखाना है?
दैट्स इट, नॉर्मल, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा नहीं, कुछ है नहीं।
कुछ एक्स्ट्रा नहीं, कुछ है नहीं, कोई लैंड के लिए एक्स्ट्रा प्रिपरेशन नहीं है?
We're all prepared normally, that's it.
Alright, ये नॉर्मली ही अपना बहुत बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाने वाले हैं, अपना बेस्ट गेम प्ले दिखाने वाले हैं। थैंक यू सो मच मीनो, यू कैन गो टू योर डिस्क। ऑलराइट गाइस, एंड अब जो टीम आने वाली है वो इनके साथ कम्पीट जरूर से करेंगी, लेकिन हाँ वो जो टीम है ना, उन्होंने काफ़ी कम टाइम में, जो भी मैं जिनको बुलाऊंगा, उन्होंने काफ़ी कम टाइम में अपना नाम ज़रूर से बना लिया है, कम्युनिटी में अच्छी पकड़ बना ली है। बिकॉज वो टीम तो प्लेयर्स तो आप लोगों को पता ही है, पुराने हैं, टीम नई नई फॉर्म हुई है, सिनर्जी नई नई बन रही है उनकी। गिव इट अप फॉर टीम TWOB। ओ बॉय, आपको भी लोग चेयर कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, सारे बहुत सारे फैंस हैं आपके। कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत मस्त लग रहा है, पहला लैन है, इतना अच्छा है, क्या ही है।
कैसा फील कर रहे हो आप अभी स्टेज पे चढ़ के? आप देख रहे हो कि पहला मैच आप खेलने वाले हो, क्या प्रिपरेशन है, किस तरीके से आपका माइंडसेट अभी है?
प्रिपरेशन तो पूरा है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा, हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे और दिखाएंगे हम क्या कर सकते हैं।
बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया। एंड मैं देख पा रहा हूँ ये कम्युनिटी के जाने माने नाम सारे एक साथ आ गए हैं, और जिस तरीके से अभी तुम लोगों की सिनर्जी बनी पड़ी है, जो तुम मैचेस खेल रहे हो, डोमिनेट कर रहे हो, मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी ये वाला मैच तो पर्सनली मुझे लग रहा है कि अच्छा जाने वाला है, बहुत बेहतरीन जाने वाला है। एंड इनफैक्ट यहाँ पे अब आपको कांटे की टक्कर देखने को मिलने वाली है। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस फॉर द इंटरव्यू एंड आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। यू कैन गो बैक टू योर स्टेज। ऑलराइट गाइस, ऑलराइट, एंड दिस इज टीम वाइटैलिटी वर्सेस टीम TWOB। ये मैच बहुत ज्यादा लाजवाब होने वाला है, इसको बिल्कुल भी मिस मत करिएगा। अपने पॉपकॉर्न, अपनी पेप्सी, सारे सब कुछ अपने पास रखिए, बिकॉज ये बहुत ज्यादा एंटरटेनमेंट से भरा हुआ है। गिव इट अप फॉर आवर लवली कास्टर एंड ओवर टू यू।
Wow, thank you so much, Major Beast. You asked them to give it up for us, but yeah, it's a matchup that none of you guys should miss out as well, because Major Beast mentioned that clearly. Speaking about TWOB, a team that's newly formed, but still they're dominating. The team synergy seems pretty fine.
Absolutely, because they all are experienced players and we've seen them go neck to neck against Vitality. So this is a matchup I have been looking forward to, and again, focusing down on all the players, you know that they've got the advantage, they've got the experience, and they have an idea how the other team plays like. And in the previous two tournaments, I've already mentioned that Vitality and TWOB, they've both defeated each other once, right? So we're going to focus down and see the roster coming up for Vitality.
Exactly. Taking a look at the players of Vitality in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Sam's, Jokos, we've also got Burns, and then we've got Vegas and Mino. And speaking about Mino, right, being sort of like the IGL of the team now, he really do need to hold on like a big string, like a chain, because considering they're battle, or their pretty much their opponents is going to be quite tough.
Absolutely, because it's TWOB. You already know they're also going to be super confident into this matchup, and they've got a revenge on plate as well. Yes, they won the previous one, but you always know that you want more out of that, and it's going to be basically that tiebreaker coming in between these teams. So yes, Vitality, they've got to focus down on all of these things. And we know there's snipers and AR and HMZs. All of them are pretty flex roles. But before that, what are your opinions onto it?
I mean, look, TWB, as you mentioned, sort of like a newly formed roster. And speaking about the roster as well, let's move forward and take a look at that, right?
Whoa.
We've got Ethnix in front of us. We've also got Ignite, Master, Zyro, and then we've also got Elf. So this is where things are going to be quite interesting, right? TWOB, speaking about Ignite, him being the IGL, or speaking about Ethnix, my bad, him being the IGL of the team. Now this man's going to be feeling a lot of pressure because they're going up against Vitality. The scoreline from the past right now against Vitality is 1-1, but this will be the decider matchup.
That is true. And honestly, Ignite was looking, he's ready to throw some hands out there right away. And since we're already talking about throwing hands, might as well just see what kind of bans they're going to throw at each other and pick the maps, because we will be looking at the map veto.
Map veto in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking about the bans, Apocalypse and Summit will be banned out in Hardpoint. Then you move on forward towards Search and Destroy. Slums in Tunisia will be banned. And then you move on forward towards Control. It's going to be Raid and Standoff. But as we do speak about the map pickups, we are going to kick things off in Arsenal, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an interesting one. Hacienda will be the map 4, which is another Hardpoint.
Absolutely. And since we're already talking about Arsenal right now, this is a map in which we haven't seen either of these teams play that much. Yes, we've seen them going in those scrims and playing a couple of matches out there, but not something like they really want to play on that one. But one thing that I love is the fact that we're going to see the Crossfire, man, the Crossroad Strike. That is a map that we have not been witnessing a lot in Control, but I so love it. I've been seeing it in many different tournaments and seeing top teams as well playing onto it, one of them being Luminosity, and it was absolutely insane. So maybe these teams can take a page off of their book and mix it up with their own strategy to bring out a new dish, a new flavor for us.
I mean, in general, this matchup is going to be thrilling. It's going to be exciting. Till the end, we're always going to have that mystery at the back of our heads. We'll never know who's going to be coming through victorious. And even as our host said, right, he mentioned this as well, that this matchup indeed will be super close. But before we move on towards the matchup, we need to give a big shout out, a big thanks to our sponsor, which is DHL. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event and making it come true.
Absolutely. I mean, they just simply deliver excellently, right? DHL, absolutely brilliant onto that one. And since we're already talking about brilliance, we also know that both of these IGLs of the teams are just brilliant in their own IGLing, in their own department. Yes, a little different as we compare it to each other, but we've seen TWOB playing a decently aggressive game, not overcommitting onto those fights, but we've seen them trying to take space proactively, take control of the map proactively. So that's one thing that I also want to focus down on.
Now, I've got a really good question for you.
Okay.
If you want to do a pick'ems and if you want to pick one IGL amongst these two, between Minio or Extinct, who do you think you're going to pick?
I think so. I'm going to move forward with Minnow because, again, he's been in Vitality for quite a lot of time, and he's been making those plays. And I love the fact that they also get in a few roster changes every now and then, and he still manages to make sure that the roster is working fairly well. Now, since we've already mentioned it multiple times that the only kryptonite for them has been Godlike, but right now, even TWOB are the ones who are slowly moving forward and slowly creeping ahead into that same arena, in that same department, as to they can also take care of Vitality's frontline aggressiveness coming in. So maybe this time Mino would be able to, cook up something and maybe surprise TWOB.
Wow. Stroking his beard. Looks pretty serious. They've got their game faces on. They're ready to game over here, man. You need to have those game face on, right? Especially when you're going up against a team like TWOB, you need to have that serious face on. If you're going to be messing around against TWOB, they will punish you super hard.
That is true. Both of these teams have this entire capabilities to make sure that if you give them an edge, they're going to utilize that and then will just snowball into something that you cannot come back from. However, we're going to again have a look back at what's going to be the map veto coming in for both of these teams. And again, I personally feel that, yes, as compared to both the hardpoint as well as the search and destroy, when we'll be moving on to the last map, that's going to be control, I think that is a little bit TWOB dominant map, because I was having a conversation with the players and they mentioned how they love to play on that map. The crossroad strike is something they love to play on, and that is a map that we've seen most of the teams avoid. So maybe, just maybe, if it's possible for them to maybe take game 1 and game 2, they would be able to close it at a 3-0. So Vitality would have to make sure that they take either the hardpoint or the SND.
But still, we're just making speculations over here, right? Sitting
True.
down, we don't exactly know what's going to be the outcome in general, because both these teams are just so equally matched. And even when we were speaking to the players as well, yeah, the players of TWOB said that, yes, we're going to win this one. We're pretty confident in our approach. But then if you speak to the players of Vitality, the same answer was from their side as well. So even they themselves, I guess, at this point in time, do not even know who's actually going to be coming through victorious. But as a player, you should always have your confidence all-time high. If you're going to be facing those jitters, then that's going to be a big issue.
We saw the exact thing happen with Anthem, right? They were able to perform really well against NS, but when it came to Godlike, they gave in through the pressure and they were not able to win out on those trades whatsoever. So right now, that exact same pressure would be on Vitality as well as TWOB. They will have to make sure that they forget everything and they put on their zoning faces, they put on their mind only onto the games and onto the maps, because Arsenal is going to be the first one. We know how this map has been pretty different from all the other ones that we've seen in the entirety of the day. Yes, you need those ARs to be used up, but you also have those SMGs to work around. So maybe they'll prioritize those SMGs more. I don't think so we're going to see any kind of sniper coming in, but if anyone wants to surprise us, maybe they're going to pull a KRM. Who knows?
A lot of ifs and buts, a lot of maybes, but one thing that we definitely and clearly know is that the first map is going to be Arsenal. Hardpoint is what we're going to kick things off with, ladies and gentlemen. The players will definitely be feeling the nerves, considering for Group B, this is their first ever matchup. And you can clearly see the players of Vitality, they're getting locked in and loaded inside the games too.
Well, every good thing takes time, right? Even the Cordem land took such a long time to come back in the nation. So every good thing takes time. Even this matchup is taking exactly that. You know that the teams are preparing perfectly well. All of those pillows perfectly placed. They're in a solid position to make sure to get their best performances in. Also, especially when the arena is this exhilarating, you know those noise cancellations need to be on point, because you want to hear what's happening in the game rather than hearing all the chants coming in from the audience. But I really want to hear all the audience out there as well. Make some noise for both of the teams, guys!
I do hear a little bit of chants about the teams as well. I do hear a little bit of noise, but yeah, I mean, the players getting ready with the finger sleeves as well. Have you ever owned a pair of finger sleeves?
Yeah, I have.
You have? Even me, man. Used to game a lot back in the day, but now these days I do not really get a lot of chance to sort of game myself, because I'm quite busy with a lot of events. But speaking about events, this is one of those grand events that I've been waiting for a really long time. And Major Beast just came on towards the casting desk, stole my coffee, and now is running away.
I appreciate him for that. I mean, I'm going to give him one for him. That's perfect play. But either way, since we're already talking about the perfect plays, right? Everyone just getting ready, setting everything up. We're going to be moving forward slowly, guys. Just make sure to have the patience. And in the meantime, just as you give a shout out to the sponsor, DHL, I also want to thank Snapdragon Pro Series for bringing this tournament and making it possible. Also, Samsung Galaxy for providing those amazing devices on which these teams can play without any FPS drop. And also, you need energy to do that. So Monster bringing in the energy drinks, just giving them as much caffeine as they need to make sure that they are there and focused.
Exactly. The players are definitely quite energetic. And yeah, as you mentioned, a huge thank you or a huge thanks to Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, because this is something that has made this entire event happen. The players are definitely looking quite locked in. But now, speaking about the players once again, right? And speaking about the preferred maps. Now, especially speaking about Vitality themselves, we have seen them play Summit quite a lot in the past.
True.
This is sort of like their favorite map. And then in Search and Destroy, we've seen them play Firing Range.
Absolutely. And since we're already talking about the maps, might as well just jump into the first one. Ladies and gents, it's going to be Arsenal. Vitality up against TWOB. Let's see who gets the openers.
Exactly. And speaking about the openers, already the bodies are now starting to hit the deck. as we've got the players of TWOB on our screens. Zyro was over there, but even Vitality is going to be the one to sort of try and get the control over in their hands. Nicely done. Vegas finds one, but then an instant trade hits him back.
Absolutely. Such an open hard point. This P1 always creates a lot of problem for the teams who want to capture it early, because you need to have this window control and also you need to have the vents control. So that is something where TWOB are focusing on, so Vitality and not being able to break through that. And all the first starting points been going in for TWOB favor right now. Yet again, everyone's just standing on to the hard point, making sure no one gets those points. Finally, again, them having the control. But the question is for how long? Because you need to use those smokes to deny any kind of vision. And I'm not seeing anyone using that.
Indeed. Speak about denying the vision. I mean, especially Master having this graph 5.56 in his hands. TWOB Abyss still just moving around. I mean, right now, TWOB, they've got a decent amount of lead in their hands. Nicely done. Catches him off guard. Zyro. Good stuff from TWOB, but then an instant trade once again just catches him as well. Jokos is going to be the man to take him down. A couple of whiffs on the board, but eventually still catches their man slip by.
And this is just a perfect trade coming in for Vitality. They only lose one member. They've shut down the entire rotation from TWOB and now have got a very solid control. That's going to be another few shots being taken up. Minnow winning his trade out. So that's basically them making a comeback onto this one, because it seems almost next to impossible for maybe TWOB to try and take control of that space, because look at the utilities. Just brilliant use coming in. Master, good for one. But can he find anything more than that? That's the question, as no one is being allowed even near the hill.
Vitality, they bounce back in the action, 35. Slowly and steadily, they have got the control in their hands, and they're going to keep on moving forward with this. TWOB, this matchup in general, it just seems much more of a tactical, well-organized game by both these teams, right?
Agreed.
You're not just seeing kills flowing up all across the board. Instead, every single player is actually taking a cautious step towards the victory, and they're actually aiming towards the objective.
That is absolutely true, and again, making the rotations towards the next one. Vitality seems to be the one finding a few opening points, but the pinch should come in right about now, as even the bond was being used up. Sparrow, the perfect utility, making sure that Ignite and Abyss have been shut down.
War Machine
This
out!
is nastiest position.
Yeah, so much damage being dealt, but it's completely fine. The War Machine's not really going to squeeze out a lot of values, but as long as you're going to be able to accumulate those kills, that's all that's going to matter. Vitality, once again, they strike the opponent down. TWOB, their engine is stuck on 27. They're not able to get more in their hands.
Such a crazy skin, to be honest, coming in for that Switchblade, and also the performance absolutely brilliant onto that one. It's finally TWOB trying to find some kind of opening, but still the hill being held super strong in the solid positioning, and everyone's just moving in. The timing could have been everything, though. I believe the call has been made. TWOB making a rotation, so Vitality will be getting those scrap points.
Oh no, Vitality slowly and steadily, they're moving in towards that target. 110 on the board, TWOB being choked. This is not looking too good. Now TWOB really needs to start getting these eliminations, but as soon as I say that, Purifier being pulled out. This man is just throwing flames all across the board. Did manage to find one, but then Etnix is going to be the one to return back that favor.
Absolutely, Claw being brought out as well. Abyss trying to control the hill, trying to take the space, denying every single thing. Another solid shot coming in from him. But can he find anything more out of that? That's the question, as it is going to be contested. TWOB getting a few points out of that, but we are seeing Vitality slowly making their move, creeping up ahead, taking care of the person on one side, using the utilities, trying to get a few more trades, but again, hill not being broken.
Vitality is getting denied. A beautiful defense from the side of TWOB, and now they're starting to stack up on these points. Vitality, they do realize if they do lose out of this entire trade game, this might just be a tough scenario for Vitality to make a comeback from. 116, TWOB stacking up these points. I think so TWOB will be able to successfully make this comeback because their defense right now seems pretty solid.
That is true, and now since we're going to move on towards the another hard point, we'll have to focus as rotation is already coming in. Vitality are there. They're just super ready, and the hit will now come from TWOB. They're all moving in through one choke point. Not quite sure if that is exactly what they wanted to do, as you need to go in for the flank and pincer maneuver, which was probably not the idea as of now. Punished for it, Vitality controlling the hill.
Exactly. Burns, oh, even he gets caught. Jokos finds a nice two-piece with that one, but then Extincts is going to try to bring his team back inside the race once again. Vitality, they're starting to run away with the lead. Beautiful shot, Jokos. Jokos is really now starting to rise up to the occasion. Burns and Vegas got taken down, but is completely fine with a graph 5.56 in the hands of Jokos. This man is looking unstoppable, but now Sparrow being pulled out.
Oh!
Fires a shot in the blind, finds that one, and still keeps on going for the same pain and hurt. And this man is now looking unstoppable, gets a Fury kill too. Nicely done, Jokos.
How much can one man do? And that is the answer right there. Controlling the hill all alone, making sure his team had time to rotate on towards the other parts in the next hard point. So Vitality is just going to give up on that scrap, but it's fine. They don't need it either way. 145 to 93 is going to be the score difference as again, P1 opens up and Vitality are the ones who are controlling it. No smokes, so they can be bound in onto different angles. Nonetheless, no one's going in for that window control or even the control towards the vents, and that's going to be another trade. TWOB wins.
Hold on, TWOB, now they've got the control. Slowly and steadily, now they're trying to slip under the radar. Look at the amount of kills Extincts is now flowing up with as well. This crowd is definitely something that's in action. But Ignite finds two. Zyra as well, the War Machine too, is now starting to pin down these players. It's putting so much of that mental pressure on these guys, and it's starting to be a huge pain in the foot at this point. War Machine once again being pulled out. He's looking forward to put a little bit of more pain and hurt against the opponents, but Master, he just isn't able to find that glimmer of them. Eventually finds it, dishes some damage. Will that be enough to take him down? He's down to 1 HP, barely, but still, he needs a little bit more of that glimmer. Eventually finds it and shuts him down.
That is true, but Vitality denying some crucial points to TWOB, not letting them reach that close gap, right? They're not letting them equalize whatsoever. Jokos with a pretty...
Predator missile?
Yep, he finds one, but nothing more than that, as Abyss and Zyro are still able to take care of the people on that rotation. Vegas still trying to find something with the utility, not being able to do that.
Exactly, 131 to 160. Both of these guys are now in a big hole. It's a good spray down from Master. The players are chipped away so low, but punches him to death. Oh, that's going to be assault on top of the wounds.
My God, that's gonna hurt, and that for a long time, especially with that headache. But either way, Zyro and Abyss making sure to win out on those trades and taking control of the hill. They are trying to equalize the gap, 140 to 168. Still got 20 more seconds to work with, so scrap time will definitely be earned unless Vitality decides to go in and contest that. I don't think so. That should be the best case, but they're still going in for it, and this win out on a crucial trade.
Indeed. Speaking of that, we've got Bros as well from Vitality. On the top, Abyss was able to shut down Burns, but for how long can the players of TWOB keep on defending? The man was lost. Vegas gets caught. And now the trades are starting to happen back and forth, but out of nowhere, TWOB's name is all across the feed, and they're just dominating the entire field. They're winning all the duels that they're taking, but now the players of Vitality needs to make a comeback in the action because the point control is being taken away, and also the points in general are being taken away.
And Abyss with the claw as well now will be denying any kind of space from that one part of the map, controlling it, making sure that there's no pincer whatsoever, and that's another trade, though this time Minnow is making sure to win out his ones and taking 3 of them out of that place, and still the rotation's gonna come in because the spawn is close to that hill, and it will be controlled by Vitality as of now, as they now will move forward. Hunter Killer, oh my God, he saw that happening. He knew it was about to happen. Either way, as the trades back and forth, Annihilator pulled out from Minnow, he will make sure to shut those crucial people down. Along with the Sparrow, they're dumping everything onto this hard point.
Exactly, Burns was able to find Extincts, but now we've got Burns on the screen. Soon enough, even Master's gonna try to pull some shenanigans off, catches that man. Good peek from him, trying to be quite sneaky, and that's what he does. But eventually he's gonna meet up a couple of more players to the front, and what just happened? Did he just kill himself?
He did.
Wow.
Wait, we're just gonna ignore that as a pretty. Oh, he gets one, all right.
At least he got something. Yeah, not a lot of value, but at least he got something, I guess. 212, the advantage in the hands of Vitality. Abyss strikes one down. TWOB as well is now trying to make this series quite competitive. I mean, the first matchup itself is just looking really competitive. Both of these teams going neck and neck against each other. Vitality trying to match up the pace as well, but considering they've got the advantage, they know they're not the desperate ones. Instead, it's the players of TWOB.
Exactly, and Vitality again using the Purifier, and this could be everything, but Abyss still wins out on his trades. He is outworldly performing it with the maximum effort, and he still makes sure that the hill is in control of TWOB.
Exactly. Abyss now. Oh, the Fennec doesn't really work out that well, but a triple kit from that guy. was something that really gave him the advantage. 197 to 218. TWOB now slowly and steadily starting to creep and crawl up in the scoreboard. It's not looking too good for Vitality. They need to bring that lead up once again. Vitality, they can feel it coursing through their veins. They can feel this victory coming in on the hard points. Vitality only a couple of inches away from this one. They've got the control, and also the points are flowing in. TWOP, they're desperate to stop Vitality in their tracks. They do manage to flow in, and what's going on? Kills happening back and forth, but TWOP out of nowhere, they just start dominating, but then Extincts with this Annihilator is annihilating the lobby.
Abyss and Extinct are the ones who are taking control of the hill as of now. They cannot afford to lose it whatsoever, as Vitality up to 228 and still 30 more seconds to work with. 20 round remaining score is going to be the question. Vegas is good for a few more trades, but that's going to be not a pretty fight for Bros. He will lose it on out, but Vegas and Minnow still winning on their crucial gunfights. And the hill is now open again in control of Vitality. You have to go in, TWOB. You've got to go in for the contest.
Can they spring back in the life? Vitalities, they seem like the alligators that are munching away on TWOB. At TWOB, they're just not able to find a cure to this problem. Things slipping out of their hands. 247 Vitality. So close, yet so far. TWOB, all they need is a little bit more glimmer of that point. If they do get it even once in their hands, then maybe things can be different, and that's what they've done. TWOB, they need to play on defense. Nicely done. Now they're playing on that defense. 247 in the hands of Vitality, 232 in the hands of TWOB.
Absolutely super close. Yet again, hardpoint contested. They need to win out those team fights as Zyro again with the Sparrow does a crucial trade-off. Make sure he gets those points. And again, this is going to be Vitality now going in for the contest. 242 to 247.
Oh my
super
God.
close. Ignite is outstanding on the SMG.
Way too close for comfort. Vitality now. They're the desperate ones looking for this. But TWOB in the end, they steal it away. And they name themselves on that map of hard points. What a way to bounce back inside the game. And they just stun the players of Vitality.
The comeback that they made, outrageous. This has just been the best comeback that I've ever watched in a COD mobile game. This is just brilliant. The way they were down over 100 points, they had no control over the first 4 hard points whatsoever, every single one being controlled by Vitality.
I mentioned this during the cast as well. Vitality is so close but so far. Because if TWOB, even if once they get that control of the point in their hands, everything can be stolen away. And that's what exactly happened. In the final few moments, TWOB got that control, and we saw how good they were at defending the points too. So Vitality, they struggled right there. They were just not able to find that opening to breach in.
Zyro, Ignite, and Abyss. I have to give it up to all 3 of them. You saw those crucial moments, those crucial kills. All 3 of them just performing in a way that no one expected. And they were basically just like in this zone where they wanted to just get the win. You can see those shouts. You can see the cheers coming in. What a massive comeback.
Crazy stuff. Still not able to wrap my head around what just happened. One thing is for sure, things were way too back and forth. And another thing is for sure is that this matchup, this entire series might just go all maps.
True. It is possible, but again, when I'm looking at the next few maps coming in, next one is going to be the firing range, which again is a preferable map for TWOB. And for the last one, you have the crossroad strike as the control.
Wow.
So this can be a 3-0. This is possible.
If it does happen though, if a 3-0 does come on the board, it will be such a massive upset for the fans too of Vitality.
Absolutely, but
it will be a tough pill to swallow for the fans.
TWOB would be on cloud 9 at that point, honestly.
Literally.
Even right now, because once you pull a comeback like this, you're basically on the driving seat of the momentum, right? And this is something now Vitality would have to rise up against. They would have to swim against the tide and against the flow. And if in case they're able to do that, you're seeing the next map as firing range. Yes, they've played onto that one, but it's something I feel the TWOB might be the ones having that upper hand in.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on towards firing range, we need to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, which is Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Thank you so much for making this entire event happen. But getting back to the conversations that we're having, man, as we know, the upcoming one's going to be, of course, Search and Destroy. And speaking about the snipers on both the sides, because we know how important sniping can be in these type of maps. We've got Jokos and Vegas that can be the potential snipers for the side of Vitality. And then If you speak about TWOB, you've got Master, who can try to go for the sniper, and even Extinct, who is sort of like the primary sniper for them.
Yes, that is true. And Extinct is also the IGL, so you want him to open things up.
Hey, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game begins of Search and Destroy. This will be an interesting one. Firing range is going to be on the board.
Vitality up against TWOB, and who are on the attack side as of now will be trying to get that bomb planted, but just one distraction on towards the other side. Everyone is rushing towards the B, so these fights are going to be super crucial.
Indeed, they're going to be. And off the bat, we're just seeing a couple of eliminations hit the deck too. Oh no, Jokos and Braz has lost out on their life. This is not looking too good. Even Burns is going to lose out on that, and even Vegas gets dealt with. This round just finished before it even started. TWOB making some light work, making some quick work on their opponents.
Doing that brilliantly, and just as I mentioned, I love the fact that they sent one person for a potential lurk and a deterrent play wherein you would try and gain the attention towards the A while the rest of them hit towards the B side. It worked perfectly well, but now Vitality should be having a read on to it, as again, Abyss, position noted, so information will be given, but Extinct's finding a much needed pick on Minnow.
Indeed.
IGL battle.
Vegas with the sniper in his hands. Let's see, Locust, can this man find some connections? All he needs is that one body shot, and that's what he's trying to find too. Dust now starting to settle. Both these teams taking a bit of a backseat, playing this one a little bit more passive and tactical. I like that. No one's trying to push in, no one's trying to rush in. Everyone's just trying to find that one single glimmer of peak. Ooh. Oh, that was a little bit too close. Sniper shot missed. Extincts could have actually found the extinguishing, but no. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Instead, TWOB is going to be the one to sort of get the ball rolling once again back in their court.
Absolutely, and again, trying to figure out the game of cat and mouse. Who's going to win this trade? That's the question. Zyro needs to win out no matter what. Bro, small peak coming in again, going in for the same thing.
Oh my god, how's he even alive? Barely alive on a pixel of HP. And what gets caught? Oh no, but his back turned around. And TWOB, once again, some light work being made against the opponents. Vitality losing out in the second round as well.
Probably wanted to go in for a surprising play. Maybe thought that the rotation might come in from Zyro, but he was like, nah, I'm just going to chase you back and forth. Either ways, that's 2 rounds in a row. TWOB, and now having that control, going in quickly towards the trailer. Gives us a hint that they would probably want to go in for an A hit, and given the trailer control so easily, this fight is crucial.
Master wins that crucial fight, but then instant trade's going to happen, but Zyro's got his teams back. TWOB, they're just so good with this straight game, but now things are down to a 2v2. Things being equalized, Vitality might just be back in the race. All they need to do is at least get this man advantage, get one man down. They're playing on this crossfire. One guy burns in this entire building. Looking forward to at least get one kill to flip the switch, to flip the fate. And from the back, it's going to be his teammate wrapping around, finds that one with the R9 shotgun. The second one finds the connection too. Beautifully done by Bros.
And they will also get the defuse in, perfectly managed. That was literally a great retake coming in, because every single time whenever you have to go in for a retake towards the A side, trailer is super important. You have to have the control of that one. But the way they were able to bait out the player playing inside the trailer, that was just a great maneuver coming in from them. So yes, winning out on a round, especially the one which was much needed for them. That was a great move.
Oh! What? Oh, that's a nasty shot. A pixel, and that's more than enough. Goes in, pre-fires, gets his team the advantage, and TWOB just like that, once again back in the swing of things.
Jokos, can you repeat it? Nope, he would not be able to do that. However, trying to go in for some blind shots through the wall. Ignite is just going to lie down to dodge all of it. Round slowed down yet again, but Abyss, this fight could be everything towards the B. Just the focus coming in from all of these players because they know how important each pick is, down to a 4v4 VR. So you know, just one fight here and there and it's going to turn around entirely, and Jokos is the one who provides the opening, and Ignite has been taken down.
Yeah.
Headshot.
Look at Abyss. Just right there around the corner. But no one's got the guts to peek out. And peeks out at the wrong time. And unfortunately for Abyss, his back was turned. And Burns finds a 2K. Beautifully done. Vitality. They have this round pretty much in their hands. A 1v. What was that no scope? Sometimes the luck does favor you, but not for long.
No way, man. No way he was able to pull off that kind of no-scope. I mean, the snipers on this map have been so impressive. We've been talking about Saksham a lot, but right now, X-Stings, my goodness. He's been pulling off some nasty shots coming in, and however, early trades probably coming in. Yes, that's going to be a 1-for-1 quickly, but in favor of Vitality as Bros wins it against Abyss.
Vitality. Oh my god, you speak about the advantage, and now once again things are being neutralized and equalized. Oh no, unfortunately Xtinx is getting pushed up as well by two of the players. It's not going to matter though. He tried his best to fight back, but Burns is going to be the one to burn his corpse. And now
2v2.
2v2 scenario in this firing range, but as soon as you say that, it's now ball down to a 1v2. Advantage could be shaken away from them. Pushes off, and what a beautiful sprint transfer that was. Nicely done. TWOB, they keep the ball, they keep the momentum, they roll it in their court.
Ignite, just igniting both of those players out there. 2v1 was the situation, and honestly, they kind of lined up, right? And the decision-making was absolutely brilliant. He realized that there would be one person just crouching down, defusing the bomb. However, Bros needs to survive this super hard push coming in towards the B side. So yes, he will try to retreat. Goes in 1-for-1. So still, numbers equalized for both of these teams. Burns though low on HP. We'll have to wait for it. Maybe not as Master finds him and finishes him off.
Indeed. Oh no, shots taken. Mino finds the opening. Abyss down. This opening is actually going to open up a lot of opportunities, considering now the man number has been equalized. Master's on the opposite side. No one's got any type of clue. As soon as Master's going to give out that peek, then the confirmation of his position will be updated in the opponent's head. Vegas too from Vitality, holding some pixel angles. Need to watch out your backs. But at this point in time, no one's got the guts to actually make that flank happen because the map awareness is on point from every single player.
Absolutely, and Master and Jokos, though, would probably try and make a play happen. And in the meantime, Mino is the one who finds Xtinx. Ignite also falls off camera. That's going to be Master getting one and brings it down to a 1v2 yet again. Can he pull it off? Answer is no. Jokos just shuts him down with that snipe, and 3-all is the scoreline after the first half.
Vitality, they make that comeback. 3-3. Things looking equal on both the sides. Off the bat, we do see, once again, TWOB. Now, they're going to be feeling that pressure. At the start, they had the advantage, but now TWOB needs to take things a little bit more slow and tactical. They have been winning those firefights without a doubt, but speaking about finding the advantage, I mean, things did happen back and forth, but in the advantage of Vitality once again, a 3v1, TWOB in a big world of trouble. Can they get out of this one? Xtinx, the primary sniper available. The primary sniper is now alive. A 1v3. It is possible if you manage to isolate these duels and find those pixel angle, but he's the one who needs to push up and be the playmaker. This is where Xtinx is going to be feeling so much pressure. Spots that peak, but not being able to find the connection. That's the issue.
Utilities being dumped in as well. Try and bait something out. Could not get anything, and Bros, he can try and find him. Yep, slight peek finishes him off. That's going to be an easy dub for him. Makes sure that Vitality now leads in by one round, 4-3. I was saying that this map might go in favor of TWOB, but again, Vitality also likes to play on this one, and they are also looking super prevalent on. So equal in those numbers.
Indeed. Mino in front of us. Master's walls on the deck. Fed peeks out straight up. Not even fearing anything. Straight up just goes in for that one. Did take a head-on-head collision against the opponent. TWOB in the man advantage. Can that man advantage be carried on forward? As soon as I say that, it gets neutralized.
Down to 3v3 yet again. Snipers on both sides active. Could be everything. Maybe not, as Burns burning a couple of them. Extinct. Finding something out of the nothing, but that is a very good tool that he's got in front of him. That is going to be the bomb.
Once again, 1v2. Extincts has switched up to a grab 5.56. And now he needs to make this comeback happen. Mino and Jokos. Jokos with the sniper in his hands. So much to live up to. So much to try and claim. And eventually it's going to be the players of Vitality who now end up gaining that lead.
5 and 3. Finally found the breakthrough from those 2 round streaks coming in. As this time around, the question is, where are they going to go in for the execute? Again, using those utilities in the mid in the exact same way. Trophy system out. Figure out any kind of push. But again, trailer is where we're looking at the fight. Zyro, though, good for a couple of them out there. But Joko's quickly equalizing the number, winning on that sniper duel, and gets a wall back headshot onto Extinct. That is nasty. That is super nasty. Zyro again finishing off one person. This timing could be everything. No way. Master wins this straight out, and he tries to find another one. Burns not being able to find the equalizer. Can he get this? No. Answer is absolutely not. 3v1 was the situation, and it's TWOB moving forward yet again. Just 1 round in the deficit.
Tough luck. TWOB looking forward to balance things out inside this search and destroy. Doesn't matter who's winning, doesn't matter who's losing, as long as you're going to be the one to secure that 7th round, you should be the winner. And once again, Loco's being pulled out. TWOB, this team is now starting to get pressure from both the sides. Vitality, they do a fantastic job in creating that choke point. They surround them from all the different directions, nowhere to go. Team Vitality, beautifully done. TWOB, choked to death. And now it's a 2v4. It is doable.
Yeah, but they need to find those picks. That's the most important part. They need to isolate those fights and then take them on one after the other. But everyone's just watching each other's backs. So the defensive setup coming in from Vitality, the post plant looks brilliant. And it's going to be super difficult to break through it. No utilities.
A little bit too close.
Very.
Jokos, though, he finds Extincts. And I guess Vitality, once again, they're going to keep on moving up with that lead. And as they secure this round 2 in their hands, ladies and gentlemen. Last round to go. What do you think? Do you think Vitality is going to be finding the closure right here?
They could definitely find the closure right if they go on with the exact same things that they've been going on with. But again, TWO with them got to find a breakthrough of this one. And I don't think so. They expect a super pacey hit coming in towards that side this time. Because again, they were trying to go in for that bomb plant, not being able to do it right away. Minute and 40 to work with. Down to 45.
Oh, TWOB with a quick 2K. A 4v2 scenario. Vitality out of nowhere and a big disadvantage. Search and destroy. I guess there's a chance these guys can spring back to life. 2 players to deal with. Finds one. Could have found the second one too, but Zyro denies that potential.
That is going to be the defuse coming in. Another lifeline for TWOB. Yet again, 1 round differential. They still need to get this one. And only then would they be forcing an overtime.
You can clearly see TWOB can't feel that pressure. The man just had a big sigh of relief as soon as he won that round. And makes a lot of sense too. You will be feeling that pressure when things aren't really going your way. Trophy system being destroyed. 6-5 is the scoreline. This round's going to be so crucial for TWOB because after this, it's going to be a tie, and then whoever wins the 7th round will win this one as well. If TWOB, they manage to make a 2-0, imagine the mentality of Vitality.
I would not even want to be in their shoes, especially in that situation, honestly. And again, that's exactly what they're trying to avoid. Evis needs to just activate his Sharingan at this point. He needs to get a few more pickoffs out there. We'll just have to wait and see how it actually pans out. Because either way, it's Vegas controlling the roof. not giving them any kind of opening. And mid is where we've been seeing many of these contests, but this time around they're just playing it super slow. Vitality have been known for these slow hits, right? And TWOB for the pacey ones, but they've been able to deal with them pretty easily. However, on the other hand, this time it seems pretty difficult. Raids go in. Zyro.
Double kill by Zyro. Still the man advantage in the hands of TWOB. A 4v1 scenario. What can this man try to pull off? Vitality in a big world of trouble. TWOB, everything going their way. And oh, he gets knifed in the end by Ignite. Even though the players of TWOB, they were almost losing out, but still this man wants to go for a knife.
That's just nasty, man. That's what I'm going to say. It's super nasty. Either way, we're going to be witnessing the overtime coming in, and this is as close as a search and destroy can get. First wait, wins it. TWOB on the attack this time around. Could not go in for a pacey hit. Ignite finds one, but will be traded off by Minnow quickly. As he actually doubles it up as well. Finishes off Zyro. And is controlling a ton of that map. And now there's also a threat of a lurk play coming in. Pincer maneuver maybe. We'll just have to wait and see as Burns finishing Abyss off. Vitality are the ones who are in a very comfortable position, but only for so long.
Indeed. 6-6 being the score. Shots missed. Master finds Jokos. Once again, considering we know Mino is in front of us, but it's not going to matter. What a quick shot to his opponent. A 2v1 scenario. TWOB having the man advantage. They need to play together. They need to play for the trades. If Vitality, Mino finds the trades, if he's able to isolate the duels, this will be an issue. The players of TWOB, they need to play together. Do not give the isolated duels, and as I see that, that's what happens. Beautifully done by Mino. Finds that man all by himself, capitalizes instantly, shuts him down, and now it's all down to Extincts. This man did have a sniper a while ago, but now it's switched on to a Fnac. Solo! Oh my god, this fight is literally for the closure. Position compromised, but Mino's going to be the one to get the final landing blow, and that's it. 7th round on the board for Vitality. They're going to be the one to close it out.
Just one round away. Because yet again, Vitality 7, TWOB 6. Sides have been swapped up. TWOB need to make this comeback whatsoever. They're going to go in for the exact same setup. Slow, pacey. Goes in for those smokes. Mid smoked up. You know that it could be a threat, maybe a trailer threat. But TWOB playing it slow, not giving in to the pace of Vitality this time around, showing a lot of presence towards the B. We'll be slowly creeping in towards A as well. I love this. I really love this play coming in from their side because they just misleaded them, but not Extincts.
Extincts finds that.
Crucial.
Of course. I don't know where the advantage swings back in the hands of the players of TWOB. Another one found as well. Extincts. This man needs to be extinguished from the lobby. If that's not going to be the case, then TWOB will keep on reigning supreme. We'll keep on having that advantage. That's, and as I say that, that's what exactly happens. Advantage could have been swung back in Vitality's hands, but no. Once again, the scoreline equalizes.
Another overtime. That's going to be the second for this one. The one to reach 9 now wins it. And you have got to have that lead of 2. That is the reason why everyone loves overtime, right? Because you can see things going back and forth time and time again. And that is exactly what's happening. Again, on the defense, it seems everything is absolutely on point. But what's on point is the snipe coming in from Extinct, who's now been extinguished. Abyss as well taken down Vegas. Just a crazy spray. And brings it down to a 3v3, not letting the advantage go into the hands of TWOB.
Indeed. Vitality with 2. TWOB with 2 alive. Oh, went for that peek. Did not expect Mino to be on that alpha angle. TWOB lost out on that duel. Now, tough situations. Knocks on the door. A 2v1 scenario. TWOB with the man disadvantage, but Ignite needs to ignite that fire within himself to clutch it out. Needs to isolate at least one duel. If he peeks out on the opposite side, the sniper might just be able to strike him. Ignite is a little bit too low. From the back is going to be a stab, and that's it.
Elcar to do the job. And that was a very good play coming in. A pincer from both of those players, and the timing on it could not have been better. So yet again, Vitality going in even further, 8 and 7. Can TWOB pull it back up? Can we probably see one of the longest matches in the history of CODEMs, S and D? And that's going to be a question which will be answered later on. We're going to focus back down on the same thing yet again. We're on execute towards the B. The space was not expected,
Going for
though.
the plant.
Yep. 45.
Oh, getting it down as well, and now this is where the pressure is going to be on one side. A 4v4. Execution is needed. Master
right.
finds Pros, nicely done. Now this is where it's going to be isolated down to a 3v3. Interesting stuff on the board. Equalizer being found, but then VLT Mino hits Zyro back. Another one from Vegas will hit down another player from TWOB. One more to go in the name of Extincts, but I highly doubt anything can be done at this point.
Almost. He almost tried to pull it back up, but nonetheless, Vitality wins out the SND and now have equalized the series 1-1. This has been a crazy SND, and honestly, seeing how pacey all the previous games have been, especially looking at the Group A, this is the exact opposite of that. Because again, everything was just so very slow. They were all making sure that they're taking their time and then moving forward, realizing where the opponent is, figuring out where all of their players are, and then slowly creeping ahead. A great job being done by Vitality, but honestly, what a great play by TWOB. They were not giving up whatsoever.
Indeed. I mean, we expected this matchup to be close, and yes, it is being quite close and competitive. Especially at the start, it felt like TWOB literally had the momentum rolling in their court, but then later on, Vitality making that comeback, catching up to the pace. Things were looking pretty nice.
And already talking about things looking pretty nice. Just look at this play from Burns, man. It just stole my heart, literally. But Ignite just doubling it up in the last play, making sure that Vitality is the one still standing strong. Just a brilliant play whatsoever. I mean, all these players out there, man, you can just clearly see doing absolutely brilliant work. All the rounds were just so very close. Even when it was a 1v2 situation, we saw those nasty plays happening. We always saw it jumping onto either side. And talking about close, look at Zyro and look at Minho. Look at both of them. 18 kills and 12 deaths on both of their hands.
In general, I would just say both the teams were performing on an equal level. Let's be honest. It's not like one team was performing better than the other. Both of them have been performing on an equal level. Even the first hard point, if you remember, it was so close. 247, 250. That's how close that was. And now even this one, it just went overtime after overtime, but eventually it was Vitality to close things out. So at least now the scoreline's 1-1.
True. Now the question is what's going to happen in the next one, as again we're going to be moving to Crossroads Strike. And that is a map that has always been loved by TWOB.
Exactly, but before we move on to the upcoming matchup, ladies and gentlemen, we need to thank our sponsors, Snapdragon, because once again, we know this is something that has been over here on the entire desk for the entire time, and they have made this event happen too. So thank you so much, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for sponsoring this entire thing. But now, speaking about all that stuff, right? We need to speak about what Vitality can do to try and pull things back in the upcoming map. You mentioned this could be a potential 3-0. Even the upcoming map is actually sort of a little bit TWOB favored.
Well, honestly, since Vitality have made a great play on the previous SND, the next one is something that, yes, I think so TWOB, when I was talking to them, they mentioned that they're pretty comfortable onto that map. And Crossroads Strike is not something that we normally see in Indian scene. We've seen it a lot overseas, especially if I'm talking about NA. Like, almost all the teams love to play on that one. So I really want to see what kind of strategy are they going to bring out onto this one. Because, yes, if you're talking about Vitality, they also have played onto that map, and they know what happens. They know all the mechanics. But the question is, can they counter strat against TWOB? Because spawn trapping onto that map is very easy. And if you're able to pull off a few picks of your own, you can easily spawn trap your opponent on that one. And when we're talking about control, the defense-sided map is, I mean, that Crossroads Strike that we are going to witness. It is very defense-centric. So it's going to be, if you are on that side, you might get the win.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the third map of the day. Control begins right now in front of us.
Indeed, and the early snipe coming in Vegas. Oh my goodness, it's just not stopping whatsoever, and Bros following it up as well. Getting a few early pick-offs in their own favor. Master though finding Minnow off Zyro, equalizing the numbers, but clock has not yet been stopped. Both the teams going in for those frags, and TWOB and now coming out on top with all those picks. Towards the cat, we go in for that fight yet again, being one trades of one another. Master wins out against Bros. And it is TWOB finally winning all those trades.
Exactly. Fnac in the hands of Abyss, and this man is now indeed just causing so many troubles for the opponents. Eventually finds another one. Two Crow as well. It's able to find that one. Master nicely done. Strikes down the opponent beautifully. TWOB on the lead when it comes to the lives, and this is where Vitality now might just start to feel that pressure.
That is true, because we know when Abyss and Ignite feel it, they're just going to go on those killing sprees. But first take of progress being made on both of the zones. So that is something Vitality would now have to watch out for, as the numbers have equalized in terms of those life count. But the clock is still ticking down. TWOB, they've got to make a progress towards the side, as Vegas still solid for a couple of them. Ignite gets some trade-off. TWOB yet again winning in all of those gunfights. Still can't seem to be making progress towards the control side yet. Towards the A, we might possibly see a second tick of progress worked in.
10-13 out and over. Vitality, they've made a comeback inside the series. TWOB, they're at least able to win those duels in a beautiful fashion. 7-11. TWOB now starting to take the cake in their hands. And what just happened? That was insane. Predator Missile finding so much value in that one. Now a 4-10. Oh, once again, a big advantage in the hands of TWOB.
And a minute to work with now, a minute and 30 seconds. 60 were added after the securing of a zone, and that's going to be another trade coming in. Vegas, though, oh, wait a minute. Can he pull this 1v7?
No, I highly doubt. That sounds next to impossible, and Extinct in the end is going to be the one to knife that. Oh, this just always stinks. Why does TWOB do this?
Might as well here up close and personal take that knife directly to the throat. That's probably what their ideology was. But either ways, I mentioned that this is a pretty defense-centric map, but it all comes down to those trades, right? And this time around, yet again, Vitality finding a few more openings. Master with the War Machine, though.
Tough luck. War Machine in his hands. Might just find this one. It was so close, but Joko's purely alive on a sliver of HP, but eventually, once again, speak about the advantage. This time, it's going to swing back in the favor of Vitality. Vitality, they need to equalize the scoreline, but then TWOB, they're trying their best to bring themselves back in the fray. 24-20. Not a lot of lives left over for TWOB. If they keep on letting the advantage slip away from their hands like this, the problems aren't going to keep on knocking the doors.
They had a chance wherein they had a couple of operators to work with, but right now it's going to be the Purifier to shut Minho down, so they've pulled off one. But on the other end, we are also seeing the exact same thing happening as the Claw in the hands of Bros. Not being able to find enough value out of that, he was shut down really quickly. Either way, the trades, since they're going back and forth, we're down to a 19-11 situation where Vitality have the advantage, and again, they're making the second tick of progress towards the A side. Abyss can find something. He's got a Claw to work with, so might as well pull it out right now as second tick has been worked towards A.
Oh, nicely done. Good shots from this man. Choco's, he was trying his best to sort of keep himself alive before how long, that was the question. Vitality in a big lead, 13-6. Now it just seems like the roles are being switched. Annihilator in his hands.
What?
Went for the connection, eventually finds it. TWOB, can they make this comeback? 3-11. Sounds next to impossible, but it is definitely possible. But as I say that now, it's 10-1. Vitality, they spring back to life.
Hey, yo, Ignite knifing in this situation? All right, that's got to have some guts out there. But either way, it's going to be Vitality bringing it forward, getting their own attacking round. Now the question is, can they get this defense? Because yes, they've got a few operators. They used up a few operators, but they still have a few to work with. That's what I personally feel. Because on the other end, we're also seeing a couple of operators. Yes, there's a score streak, but that's probably a care package. No one's going to bring it out. Claw used up right away. Can it find a lot of value? Yes, has got a decent amount of value as of now, but finally will be shut down by the Annihilator in the hands of Minho, who will be taken down by Master.
Exactly. 1-1's the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. 26-27. TWOB, they were in the advantage, but now it's being stolen away from them. Vitality, they're starting to win those duels. Sparrow pulled out.
Perfect.
Nicely done. And once again, it seems like Vitality might just swing back into the action, swing back into the swing of things. 23-21. This is getting a little bit too close. The Sparrow is finding so much value. A 3K from this guy. Jokos is indeed being the playmaker.
That was a great play, to be honest. Yes, he was baiting one person off, but again, on the back of it, he was able to find so much value, equalizing the numbers in those kills. But again, no progress being made onto either of those sides whatsoever. 14-15 is the life count for both of them, as the Sparrow being pulled out from Zyro as well. Finds a decent value, but you need to find more than one after that. Tries to go in for something else. Can he find something? He's going to have just a couple of shots remaining. This is the first one, will be taken down right away.
Indeed. Bros was able to find a two-piece, though. That's something that's going to keep the players of Vitality in the race. And speaking about Vitality, 11-12, even a little bit of an advantage can actually give you such a big mental edge. War Machine pulled out, just spamming random nades with that War Machine is not really going to be finding yourself that advantage, but Ignite finds a two-piece, but then Burns returns back to favor. So many trades just happening back and forth, but this War Machine is still not able to find any type of connections. Vegas' position was compromised, but then Jokos. Ooh, this is tough.
This is super tough, down to a 5. Oh, whoa, what? It was a 5v7, and in a blink of an eye, turns down to a 5v3 in favor of Vitality, who've got a minute and 16 more seconds to work with. Claw being used up.
1v4?
1v4. It's almost done and dusted, probably.
Oh no, so much pressure on Extinx. He's got to grab 5.56. He might just find one. Oh, that was so close. Slips away in the nick of time. At least now they know where exactly Extinx is. Extinx needs to reposition himself. Falls back for a breather. Needs to let his HP recover. And that's what's going to happen. Extinx, he's managed to isolate at least one duel, but now the players of Vitality will try to set up a crossfire, will at least try to have each other's back, and you can clearly see how they're positioned as well. Extinx position's compromised. They know where Extinx might flow in from, and his position being known, catches so much damage, now repositions himself.
30
Can
seconds.
Extinx actually pull it off? Time is a big matter. Time is a big issue. A 1v3.
ICL, can you make that play? No is the answer, as both of them will slide in front of him. Vitality will take the lead. So they've got the defensive round that they needed. Can they pull off another offensive one is going to be the question, because TWOB now definitely under the pressure will have to focus on how to stop this push coming in, and having the control in towards the mid house is going to be super important.
Indeed. The neck in the hands of Bros, and Ball is going to be the one to kickstart things off. But then TWB, once again, they're just able to win these duels in such a great fashion. Vitality down to 26. Still nothing much can be said over here, but no one's even trying. No one's even focusing on going for the points control.
Just want to take the brawl right in front of each other, as again trades go back and forth, though a few of them being found in the favor of Vitality, which now gives them a decent amount of lead. Not even decent, it's 23-22. Yes, a couple of kills here and there, and it's going to be equalized either ways, but the timer has been stopped, and the first tick of progress towards the A has been worked up perfectly with the Purifier.
Oh my god!
So much value out of it, and he wants even more!
What? A 3K with the Purifier. TWOB, they're getting melted. A 4K too. Someone put a full stop to this guy, because Vegas is single-handedly just carrying his team's burden on his back. And then even Extinx and Zyro from TWOB are trying their best to pull things back over here. Eventually, TWOB, they're starting to win out their duels, but still a big advantage in the hands of Vitality.
Because the progress has been made on towards both of the sides, right? B, first take, A, second take. They're working towards the third one. Will finally be depleted towards the second, but still, they've still got 52 more seconds to work with. They can try and play around that map, maybe go in for a few more picks. Operators have been burnt up from both of the sides, so they'll only have to rely on the sheer gunpowder. Burns trying to figure out where the person is.
Oh my god!
No way, we are not watching a rank match. Stop knifing, Ignite.
Oh, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players of Vitality, but at least Vitality's winning, so I guess TWOB pulling off these type of shenanigans can actually make you happy, but winning the game can actually make your entire team happy. And right now, the Sparrow is definitely able to find so much value. A 4v6, technically, when it comes to the lives. Not a lot of life plans left over. TWOB, they might just find that equalizer. The Sparrow is definitely dealing damage. Now, make that to a 2v4. Jokos, this man has been such a big star maker. This man has been such a big star player.
Indeed, just a few more seconds and maybe Master will be able to get a War Machine out of it. So They're probably going to wait for that time, and Sparrow also almost worked up for Zyro, so this could very well be doable, but oh my goodness, the timing on Bros, finding that one. Question is, can Master find the second? Can he find the trade? War Machine is up. All he needs to do is figure out where the players are. He goes in for that spray down to the War Machine, gets one quickly, needs to turn away as well as the time has been stopped. But that's about it as Vitality wins it 3-1.
Vitality, now they take the overall lead inside the series. TWOB, one more matchup lost and they will be out of the race. The upcoming game's going to be a hard point for Vitality. They lost out on the first one. Maybe the second one can be theirs.
I maybe we should just, stop guessing who's going to win the map, because whatever I say, the exact opposite happens. I was thinking maybe TWOB would be the ones who would be having advantage on the crossroad strike, but it turns out Vitality, that just those counter strats prepared and the adjustment that came in after the first round. It was brilliant and on point. All those trades as well going in their favor. Plus, it all comes down to the operator usage. We clearly saw how well everything was being used up by Vitality. Be it Sparrow, be it the Annihilator, be it the Purifier. The values that were being found out of them was just brilliant.
Indeed, especially that one play even from the Purifier, right? Yeah, of course, this Sparrow play was beautiful, but then we saw that one play from Purifier where the man was able to get a Fury kill.
Absolutely.
That was just so impressive. I think so that was like a big table turner.
It definitely was. Because that provided so much room to Vitality to work with, because everything was being controlled in mid, so no flank was about to happen. So they were able to make a ton of progress towards both of those control points, and we can clearly see that happening, Bros, with 31 kills, 20 deaths. That is crazy.
And then you take a look at the opposite side. Ignite was the one to lead the charge. Oh man, TWOB, now they're going to be feeling the nerves. They have been knifing Vitality, a couple of players here and there, but still, TWOB, they need to get back in the swing of things once again. 2-1 is the scoreline. One more round is needed, or one more match is needed for Vitality to close out this one. And you could clearly see, too, a big sign of concern on all the players' faces.
They need to be, because the previous map was theirs to be taken, and when that has been stolen away, you know that the next one, that's going to be Hacienda. Yes, it was them who picked it up, but they also have to make sure that they're able to win it out. Because if they're not winning onto their own map pick, it gets pretty difficult. Yes, Vitality were the ones who could not perform that well onto the hard point. I wouldn't even say that well. It was just a few seconds that they could not get. They were so very close on the first one. If it happens right now, I think so maybe TWB might crumble.
Might. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming map's going to be on the way. Hardpoint is in front of us.
Absolutely, and every single time when we are playing Hacienda, you know that the upper floor needs to be contested, as the P1 is so open from so many different angles, as even towards the stairs, you need to watch out for those flanks coming in. That's going to be the trade. Back and forth we go, but Vitality is the one that controls the objective.
As you mentioned, P1 being controlled by the players of Vitality. But then TWOB, they've stolen that charge from them. Vitality, they're trying their best to get things back in their hands. But one thing we've noticed, at least in the first hard point that we witnessed, is that TWOB, they're really good when it comes to that defense. And that's what they're doing once again. Look at Extinct. This man single-handedly is just manhandling Vitality.
That is outworldly at this point, and yet again, 21-15 we go. Last few seconds of scrap time being earned by Vitality, but I still feel TWOB might go in for the contest, as towards the garage we go. That's going to be where the next hard point is, and you always know that this control needs to be taken care of, as there are 2 choke points you need to watch out for. Oh my god, Bros! What a slide that was. Gets a couple of them, will be traded just as quickly, but still gives up an opening and an opportunity for Vitality to try and go in for a pincer.
I have a bad feeling this is going to be a little bit too close. Both of these players, or both of these teams, are going to feel their nerves rattling at the end of the day. TWOB, once again, they gain that momentum, they gain that advantage, they're able to win those duels, but Vitality, they're always having someone that brings them back in the race.
Yet again, it's going back and forth, but hardpoint contested for now. Vitality will get a timing onto that one. Can they finish off the hits that's going to come into the hill? Answer is no. TWOB take control of it yet again. I mean, I'm sorry to say it, but that was a bombastic performance.
TWOB, I mean, at least they've got the control, right? Or at least they had the control. But once again, the points are going to keep on stacking up. Look at Extincts. This man is single-handedly just playing so well. Just lines up the opponents like they're not even an issue to them.
Indeed.
Fearless.
And that, another P2, it was controlled perfectly by TWOB. And now since we're moving towards P3, the rotations needs to be on point. Minho knew that Master would be coming in, caught him off guard, finished him off, and now has given a chance for his team to try and control that space. And it's going to be contested as of now, 65 to 31, but TWOB seem to be solid onto that as Sparrow hits come in.
Oh my god.
Finally he gets one.
Zyro with a Sparrow, and this man is looking unstoppable. And then 2 SMG in the close to finish things up with a triple kill. Zyro, this man is taking matters in his own hands. And also in close lines, none of the players from the side of Vitality is expecting him to be there. War Machine 2 finding the kills. Oh, TWOB is just dominating this entire map, and Vitality, they're struggling to win those fights.
Because they're trying to go in for those rotations, but they're being stopped on their tracks every single time. Everything is just being perfectly anticipated by TWOB, because even you look at that, stairs control is important whenever you're going in for that P3 takedown. But that's something that's being not allowed whatsoever. And look at the operator. 4 of them available for the side of Vitality as now they try and make a comeback onto the P4.
Oh, nicely done. Fnac in his hands is, of course, finding that value. Even round 5.56 is something that's being utilized by Extincts as well. And that man has been dominating the lobby for a long time now. Sparrow pulled out. He knows there's a man close to that door. Keeps on spamming the same angle. Eventually finds the kill too. War Machine pulled out from Burns. And even he was able to find one for himself. 116 from TWOB. Pred missile locked in.
Used up, and no one's being able to stop Wiz as of now. Minho finally gets a shutdown onto him, but will be traded just as quickly with the Hunter Killer. This guy has been literally unstoppable at this point. However, the hit's going to come in on towards the hill perfectly. It goes for Vitality, but again, the trades are just right there. Abyss and Ignite joining the fight at the perfect moment. Still, it's being contested, and finally, Vitality will be the ones who will control it for the scrap time.
Indeed. Speak about the scrap time, though. Now, Joko's starting to chip away against the opponents. Beautiful drop shot from that guy. TWOB, look at the kill feed. They're just all over the place. They're now starting to run away with this lead single-handedly, but the same thing happening even in the first hard point that we witnessed. Vitality, all they need to do is get back in the groove of things.
Slowly creeping away. That lead is increasing. Vitality, though, finally controlling for a few more seconds, only to lose it again in the hands of TWOB as they control the P1. And just as I mentioned, you need to take control of the upper floors. Only then you'd be able to take control of that space. And no one's being able to move towards the floor whatsoever, because every single point is being contested. TWOB just realizing where Vitality are going to come in from and from which direction. And they've got their crosses right on point.
Exactly. Once again, Joko's. What a double kill that was! Turns around, slaps his opponent down. And Vitality, these guys are now once again looking forward to get the control in their hands. They've actually gotten it as well, but can they defend it? That's my question. Beautiful return from Master, finds a 2K. That's the problem. The defense is always having cracks from the side of Vitality.
That is true, and they've also got a perfect rotation in towards P2, and they will be controlling the garage space. So everyone's just going to try and jump in, will be met with a Purifier in the hands of Ignite, who was able to get a couple of values out of it, and even the Annihilator being used up. Oh my god, he joins in the fight, doubles it up, making sure that he gets those picks, and no one is able to come in from the stairs.
Oh, Purifier's just so good for spamming smokes like that. Even the War Machine is causing so many troubles. Someone stop this guy! Just getting so many kills at the same time with the War Machine. Master right now indeed is looking like the master, and even the Sparrow is able to find some from Zyro, TWOB. These guys are just manhandling Vitality at this point.
Every single operator being used brilliantly by TWOB this time around. 175 to 80. Yes, the hill is being contested, but not even a single trade going in favor of Vitality whatsoever. Last few seconds of scrap will go in favor of TWOB. No one's going to contest that. And P3 is where we're going to look forward to now. And the rotation again seems to be on point for TWOB. What a guys spawning in, but the trades, yes, finally going in for Vitality. 189 to 81. And they are the ones who are controlling the hill as of now.
Ooh, tough luck. Burns finds a 2K, but then extinct Sandmaster too. Beautifully done. And now this is where a little bit of a halt is being put up on both the points.
Oh,
no one's able to find any top of that sweet control anymore. Vitality is looking for to breach in a beautiful fashion, but TWOB, they're just out-positioning the players of Vitality.
Using the draw perfectly, they can try and find a ball bang or something maybe. That's exactly what Master is doing, and I love the fact that TWOB this time around are still going in for those rotations perfectly. War Machine being used up, not finding any kind of value, and will be shut down as well. What a timing from Master. It is good from Jokos, but that's about it that they're going to get. Finally, trying to take control of the hill only for so long as TWOB will be getting those scrap points.
Hold on, Vitality might just have the comeback in their hands. All they need to do is keep on defending in a really good fashion. TWOB, they've already hit the 200 marker, and I guess TWOB, they might just run away with this hard point without any issues. Their defense is looking impenetrable.
It definitely is, but the... as I was about to say, maybe Mino could do it. He went with a bread missile and back to the gulag yet again. We're going to see the contest coming in from both the sides. Can we see TWOB pulling it off of Vitality? Can they make a comeback? War Machine shut down, gets one only. But that's about it. There's claw in the hands of Bros. He needs to find a lot of value, and he does! Gets 3 out of it.
Oh my god!
The follow-up from Vitality is perfect.
It peeked out and there were like 4 people in front of him. Didn't know who to actually go for. And then eventually he himself got shut down. Vitality, they finally hit the 3 points marker. 3-digit marker, I mean. Oh, 110 in the hands.
Oh my god.
And now Vitality is starting to look a little bit more dominant on the board. But as I say that, once again, they keep losing out on the duels. Beautifully done. Vitality might just be back in the race once again. But the points are starting to slip away from their hands. And TWOB, these kills that they're getting, TWOB is getting stronger and stronger as the game keeps them passing by. But Sparrow being pulled out from Jokos. Once again, Jokos is being such a pain in the foot with that Sparrow.
True, and he used it perfectly, making sure that there's absolutely no one on the upper floor so that he can try and control it. But TWOB is still controlling the hill. Got to try and make the contest in, as the rotation by TWOB was always on a point. Especially whenever they're rotating from that last point towards the P1. And as of now, trades going back and forth. Still, it's being controlled by TWOB. 223. Make it 4.
Seems like for TWOB, it should be a smooth sailing because Vitality is still so far away. They've made a comeback happen once, but can they make it happen once again? Might just be too much to ask for, because this time the gap between the points is a little bit too much. Vitality getting manhandled like that is definitely quite tough to witness, and even a Purifier in his hands, just like that, finds a 3K as well for his team. Vegas goes prone, but TWOB, they've got things under control. It's completely fine. No one needs to panic, but Vitality, they breach through the defense this time. You speak about an impenetrable defense, Vitality, they penetrate through.
But it's just the last few seconds of the scrap time, because now the rotation towards P2 is also on point. Yes, we are seeing Vitality coming in, but also it's going to be a head-on battle. And TWOB, they've got the operators to work with. Claw in the hand, trying to figure out where the members are. He needs to go in. Even the nades are being thrown perfectly, and that is going to be Epis. Finding a great value, as well as Zyro with the Sparrow. You knew it was coming. And just last 2 seconds, TWOB pull it off. And they will be equalizing.
It's done. It's literally just done. This is TWOB definitely having some smiles on their faces. Things are looking quite nice.
The hard point is just so on point every single time. Even the previous one and this one, they made a comeback in the previous one. And in this, it just seemed that they were out-rotating every single person. Like, Vitality had absolutely no idea how did even TWOB reach towards the other hill. And they were not letting them go in through those choke points. They were not even letting them go near the hill. And that is one of the reasons why they had almost around 110 points advantage in the first place. So they did a brilliant job onto this one. Every single lurk landing in, every single shot landing in, and those operators were just outworldly. The combination of Sparrow along with the War Machine. One side was being controlled by the Sparrow and the other with the War Machine, and they also had a claw for the retake and to catch anyone who'd be moving towards other paths.
Tough luck. cannot even move in as a unit, right? Especially when you have the combination of Sparrow and the War Machine, because there's just so much splash damage.
True.
As we move on forward towards the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, Ignite with 38, and then even Joko's with 38. A little bit of a tie, huh?
Just like the previous one, we saw a tie score coming in. It was the death tie as well, but this time around, not that going to be. But everyone on TWOB, they had kills over 30. I mean, everyone was fragging in that play. It was just everything was landing in their lap, and they were using it perfectly. So I love the play coming in the hard point, but now it's going to be the final map. And you already know how important it's going to be, especially when we'll be jumping into Meltdown.
Oh.
I'm not going to say anything.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last match is on the way as we step our foot in Meltdown.
And again, having the control of the control room is going to be important, and this is the angle where everyone snipes in from. So obviously Extinct is going to be sitting here in the sniper's nest. Can they find a value? That's the question. Everyone's just moving in towards the side. Trophy systems were not out yet. The plant is going to go in just as quickly though. Ignite with a quick one. No one's coming in from mid, so that's one thing he can try and control. But someone needs to bail him out. He cannot stand long in that position. That's pretty awkward state to be in. But this lurk coming in, bros as well, finding a couple of picks out there. The entire post plant is falling.
Oh no, this is not looking too good. This is looking a little bit too tough. And speaking about Vitality, once again, take a look at the stuff, because they have already started things off on a great note inside the Search and Destroy. And this is the last match as well. So this is going to be like the decider. Who is going to be the winner of Vitality versus TWOB.
Maybe we're going to witness another overtime, but that's a question for a different minute. As of now, I love the fact that Vegas was just able to get in a great lurk play right through the mid, making sure that he's maneuvering around behind that sniper's nest. However, this fight up close and personal.
Oh, this is not looking nice, because already TWOB is in a massive man advantage, considering now it's a 2v4. And look at Jokos, he's got his hands on that sniper. Beautiful connection.
Oh my god.
Amazing shot. Now it's being isolated down to a 2v3. And all the players of Vitality need to do is try and isolate these duels, and that's what they are starting to do. It's being isolated down to a 2v2. It's being balled down to a 2v2. TWOB knows exactly where Vitality are. Even Vitality knows exactly where the players of TWOB are. It's going to be the battle of snipers to find out who's going to be the one to stand through victorious. Extincts versus Jokos. Jokos so far has been the poppy man for Vitality, and Extincts as well has been the star player for the side of TWOB. Oh! But this time it's going to be Extincts a little bit quick on that trigger.
Minho yet again, he needs to find out this one. Time is ticking, 10 more seconds to work with. Ignite!
Oh no, not a lot of time left over. Finally, Ignite was getting impatient, but now he knows not enough time. In the end, Ignite comes in and just knifes his opponent. Beautifully played, wasting the time. Team Vitality, they lose out on that initial opening.
Ignite going in for that rotation was a very good decision coming in from him. I was expecting maybe they could try and double it up, but Minho needed to find that another pick. He had a chance to get the bomb planter. He had his back turned at that point. However, shot, first one, messed up. Joko's not finding the opener like the previous one, and towards the A side, maybe we're going to see some kind of aggression coming in, because no one's going towards B.
I mean, the previous 2 rounds, it was quite a fiery start, but then this time, this is where the dust is going to start to settle. Both the teams now know how each other plays, so both of them are taking a little bit more of a passive or defensive approach to this game. 1-1 is the scoreline, and everyone knows the depth of this situation. Loca's in his hands as well. We know what Extincts is capable of, but at least the advantage is in the hands of Vitality, so everything right now at least should be looking good for them.
Well, that's a 1-1 advantage though. We can always see it turning around towards the other side as TWOB. Maybe they're going to go in and hit towards the B yet again. They've been finding some comfortable plants towards the side, but they've got to take care of this one guy, the IGL, Minho. Has been a thorn in every single round. Yes, could not pull the previous one off, but definitely had the potential to do so. Burns in the meantime, finding one! Ignite with a good trade.
Shotgun battles is always something that's so risky to take, but still went for that counter trade as well. And now you've got, of course, the switchblade too, swinging back in the action. Ignite's going to be the one to find the opponent like that. TWOB, they equalize things out. Vitality, now they're going to start to break a sweat, considering this round should have been theirs. Man going for the plant too. Ignite, quite quick. Ooh. Leg was spotted, misses that shot. Ooh, this is going to be a big spanner in the works for the opponents, because he had an opportunity to shut down the opponent, but eventually that was not the case. Instead, Vitality, they're going to take the cake in this round.
Indeed, it's just some extra bullets being fired on, making sure that there's no one alive and no zombies going to come out of that floor. That's going to be Vitality yet again winning, getting the lead, but just like the previous SND, we are seeing in this one as well, it's going back and forth. However, another round moving forward, we're going to see same old setup. Maybe, no, this time around, they're probably going in for another spread play. A-side seems to be the point of contention, and either ways, we're just going to have to wait it out and see how it actually pans out. Those trades going back and forth yet again, down to a 2v4, and this has turned out horribly wrong for Vitality.
Oh no, Vitality, they lost out on that lead. Tough luck once again. I guess the rounds are just being back and forth, and TWOB, they're just so good at holding their own area. And once again, they're doing the same thing. Joko's so low. Tough luck, and I guess the last man as well gets wrapped up. Chokos was able to find one. At least those duels being isolated, but now this is where things are going to get a little bit more tough, considering it's two players at the same time. Chokos gets one, slips away instantly, but then the other man's there to catch him.
Abyss was there to welcome him, but my God, what a crazy shot coming in from him. I did not expect it to happen that way, but nonetheless, we're going to be equalized yet again. I mean, the way things have been going, maybe this is another Vitality round coming in. The question is, are they going to read perfectly where the hit is? Because mid seems to be the place where they are both going in for the aggression. This time around, Joko's finding first with the sniper. So that's an opener for them, but Abyss standing in the control room yet again. They've got to take care of him.
Tough luck. TWOB, they lost out on one man now. It's a 4v5. For the first time, you see TWOB just losing out on that man advantage inside this entire thing. Now, things are getting a little bit more calmer. Everyone wants to play defensive. No one wants to give that man advantage away, but TWOB is going to be the one to find those isolated duels desperately. Especially the sniper should try to make some play, but as soon as I say that, Ignite's going to be the one to find that, but an instant trade returns back. So Team Vitality still stays in the advantage. 2-2 being the scoreline, and in the end, Joko Sniper just answers all the questions.
That's the power of a sniper coming in, right? And Joko's is also pretty on point with that, doing an excellent job and making sure that he gets all the shots that he needs. In the previous few rounds, I believe he was still warming up, therefore not being able to get a lot of those picks. Either way, this time around has worked perfectly well. Another hit this time around towards B, and that's going to be a quickie.
Yeah, indeed, it will be. But this time, look at this. Ooh, Vegas was not really able to find that, but still, he's got the opponent right on top of him, but I guess it's not even going to matter. You blink it and you miss it. A Vitality out of nowhere. They just wipe the opponents like that. What just happened in that round?
So TWB decided to go in for a very quick hit towards the B, but that is exactly what was anticipated by Vitality. And the first two picks that came in, especially from Joko's, that was brilliant. That opener was absolutely perfect. And that now moving towards mid, smoked off. Making sure that they've got the control, they have to go in for these hits. The question is where towards the map are they going to work on to, and the answer is going to be the A side.
Here we go, the plan comes in, and out of nowhere, once again, Vitality, they lose out on one of their members. Burns taken out of contention, another man as well taken out of contention, but at least it's an equal trade from both the sides, so Vitality once again back in the swing of things. They've got a decent advantage too inside the entire game. What a good flick that was. Flicks around, slaps the man into his face. TWOB losing out on the man advantage once again. Vitality out of nowhere, they just get it down. And Walt, TWOB, they lose it out. This is where Vitality are starting to run away with the lead. Now TWOB needs to find a way to stop Vitality.
This is the biggest lead that we have seen in Search and Destroy today between these two teams specifically. So yes, they are now trying to run away. We also saw some shouts coming in on towards the stage. There's just getting fired up, heated up as of now again. Minho winning out his fight again, Extinct, and they're going to go for another quick towards A. Plant is going to come down, and the clock will be down to the next 44 seconds.
Indeed. What? Ooh, Burns! What just happened? A single spray down finds 3? Oh my God, Burns. I mean, the previous round, Burns got taken out quite early, but then this round, Burns is like, you know what? I'm going to take my revenge, and that's what he does. What a meltdown that was. Vitality in a massive advantage. TWOB, they're just slipping it away from this last search and destroy, and TWOB, no matter what they're trying to bring into the table, they're just losing out on the men.
And as of now, yet again, trades going back and forth. Though numbers have been equalized, they were equalized. It's down to a 2v3. And Extinct and Master the only one remaining for TWOB. This is one last round that they've got a chance to bring it back from. Otherwise, it's just going to be Vitality winning in the SND. Extinct.
Oh my God, 2v2. This is a little bit too up close and personal. One more round is needed for Vitality. They've also got the man advantage, and now the pressure can be felt by Extincts. The sniper in his hands, pulls out the hopper as well. Shotguns up close and personal. This man is ready to take the jewels. And still now is looking forward to make that push. Pushes up, but it's not going to matter. Vitality, a beautiful setup that was to play the defense in the edge. And Vitality's going to be the one to close out this series. It was a long one, but it was an entertaining one.
Super entertaining. I mean, this is the first series that has gone all the way. We've seen 3-0s, we've seen, 3-1s, but this being a 3-2, brilliant.
A roller coaster of emotions. Every single game was a bit too close for comfort. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to the stage.
Just one word, wow. I mean, इतना ज़्यादा बेहतरीन यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन दिखाएगा. BO5 का भरपूर इस्तेमाल होता हुआ यहाँ पे हमें देखने को मिला है. एंड सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि ये इतना ज़्यादा नेक ब्रेकिंग किया था, इतना ज़्यादा नेक टू नेक गया था कि हाँ, हम सब ने अपने दांतों तले उंगलियां जरूर से चबाई थी. लेकिन चलिए बात करते हैं हमारी विनिंग टीम से एंड जानते हैं उनके अभी क्या विचार रहेंगे, कैसा वो खेल रहे हैं, कैसा वो फील कर रहे हैं. एंड जैसा कि मैं देख पा रहा हूँ, सबके सब बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुश दिखाई दे रहे हैं यहाँ पे. चलिए आपसे शुरू करते हैं. बर्न्स, क्या चल रहा है अभी?
अच्छा लगा खेल के. अभी 2v बहुत इम्प्रूव की. इट वाज नाइस टू प्ले अगेंस्ट देम. सो कांग्रेट्स टू देम आल्सो कि इतना क्लोज आए. अच्छा था, बहुत अच्छा था.
आपने इतना क्लोज एक्सपेक्ट करा था उनसे?
नहीं, स्क्रीम्स में तो हम देख रहे थे कि लाइक दे वर प्लेइंग वेरी वेल, बट इन लैन अलग फीलिंग होती है, तो अच्छा लगा था.
कुछ नया लगा, कुछ अच्छा लगा, बिकॉज इतना ज़्यादा इंटेंस, इतना ज़्यादा मैं बोलूँगा नेक टू नेक कंपटीशन इन्होंने बिल्कुल एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा था. चलिए सीधा आईजीएल के पास आता है. आईजीएल बहुत खुश दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उनकी खुशी का राज जानते हैं. ऑफ कोर्स हमें पता है यहाँ पे आप जीत गए हैं, लेकिन हाँ, इतना ज़्यादा नेक टू नेक कंपटीशन, इतना ज़्यादा करीबी मामला.
पर्सनली आई थिंक हमें बस रिस्पॉन्स में काम करना है. एसएनडी इट वाज प्रीटी इजी फॉर अस. आई थिंक
एसएनडी स्ट्रॉन्ग था.
एसएनडी वाज प्रीटी इजी, बट आई थिंक रिस्पॉन्स में वी हैव टू वर्क अ लॉट.
रिस्पॉन्स में वर्क करने की जरूरत है. अपनी गलतियों को समझा है, उसको परखना है और उसको बेहतरीन करके आगे बढ़ना है. वही कहीं ना कहीं आपकी रणभूमि बनेगी, रणनीति बनेगी.
Yeah, mostly वही है. अभी we have to play them tomorrow again, so we'll go through it again and make sure that we won't make the same.
Alright, अपने fans के लिए आपका क्या एक मैसेज रहेगा?
I think just keep supporting the underdogs. There's teams like Anthem and everything. Help them, support them as well, and keep loving. That's it.
अपने लिए कुछ नहीं.
हम खुश है.
अच्छा, ये खुश है, आप दूसरी टीम को सपोर्ट करो. चलिए इसी के साथ हमने टीम वाइटैलिटी के साथ तो यहाँ पे बातचीत कर ली है, लेकिन हाँ, अभी भी काफ़ी सारे मैचेस जो है वो हमारे पास रखे हुए हैं और हमें वो संभाल के इसलिए रखे बिकॉज एक के बाद एक करके हम आपके पास लाएंगे ज़रूर से. सारा अल्टीमेट एक्शन आपको दिखाने का पूरा प्रयास रहेगा हमारा, और ये मैं जिम्मा देता हूँ हमारे लवली कास्टर्स को. ओवर टू यू.
Man, Major Beast is just giving us so many opportunities to present you guys so much action.
True.
And I guess when he comes backstage, I'm going to have a little bit of a word with him, dude.
I mean, I would have loved a few popcorns as well, because this has been one hell of an entertaining match coming in. And not just this one, all the others that we have seen till now. Godlike just performing brilliantly, and all those close matchups between even NS and Anthem. Outworldly, outrageous. And we can clearly feel, you know, the energy in the entire arena just increasing by every match. But since we've been talking about the match, let's have a look at what happened in the previous one. 3 for Vitality, 2 for TWOB.
I mean, TWOB, they gave it all they had, but in general, it was just such a close series. Nothing can be said just behalf of this one, though. Yeah, one thing is for sure, in Search and Destroy, Team Vitality destroyed TWOB without a doubt, especially on that last map. But in hard points, I gotta say one thing. TWOB, they were unmatched.
That is true, because both of those hard points that we saw happen just went in favor of TWOB. One was a perfect comeback, and the second one, just a sheer domination. And we're having just a look over the last SND. Meltdown was the map. It was such a great play from both of them, to be honest. For the first few rounds, at least, we were seeing TWOB as well making those comebacks, making those plays. But after that, it just seemed that Vitality had a perfect read over the game plan of TWOB and just adapted to that, making sure that they were bringing in those slow plays and they did not go in for any pacey attacks. That was crazy.
Indeed, that was. And speaking about some crazy stuff, we need to speak about the first ever hardpoint that happened in this series, right? 247, 250. That's how close that was. Then later on, the first Search and Destroy that happened. Overtime after overtime, but eventually in the end, it was Vitality who sort of brought themselves back inside the race.
Absolutely. It was really crazy matchup. And I still remember both of us were literally standing on our feet at that point and was announcing what is happening in that one. And we could not figure out this was going to be one of the greatest comebacks, at least for the day.
Exactly. We saw some great usage of War Machine and Sparrow, considering we saw such great combinations being utilized by Vitality themselves. War Machine and Sparrow being used in those little choke points where you know the opponent's going to try to push in tandem together, and then with so much splash damage next to impossible to deal with. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to force to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Quadem SPS Quadem India Invitational. मेरा नाम है मेजर बीस और आप दोबारा से आ चुके हैं स्ट्रीम पे एंड मैं आप लोगों को ये बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारा ग्रुप बी का मैच नंबर 2 अब कुछ ही क्षणों में स्टार्ट होने वाला है। बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट जो है वो सबके सब अंदर भरी हुई है। अभी बात करेंगे, हम अपनी पहली टीम को स्टेज पे बुलाएंगे एंड इट्स नन अदर देन टीम TWOB। All right, guys. सबसे पहली बात मैं एक्सिंग साहब से जाना चाहूँगा बिकॉज आप आईजीएल जरूर से करने वाले हैं। आपने एक मैच यहाँ पे खेल लिया है, आपको वाइब पता लग गई है कि क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा, राइट? क्या प्लान है अब इसके?
अभी बस उसमें थोड़ी गलतियाँ थी वाइट आईडी अगेंस्ट, अब वही गलतियाँ सुधार के दिखाएंगे। अब
वैसे बहुत ज़्यादा करीबी मामला गया था, अब इस बार क्या आप अलग करने वाले हैं कि वो करीबी मामला ना जाए और आप जीत जाए?
इस बार और फोकस कॉम से फोकस करना है, बस वही है, एक चीज़ है, वो ठीक हो गया सब हो जाएगा।
अच्छा यार, एक अंदर की बात तो बताओ, ऐसा कौन है यहाँ पे जो कॉम्स नहीं मानता आपको?
किसको बोलूं बताओ?
नहीं आप बताओ ना, आपको कौन लगता है ऐसा?
जायरो बेटा कैसे हो?
सो जायरो ऐसे है जो बिल्कुल भी कॉम्स नहीं मानते, बट आई थिंक वो बहुत बेहतर स्नाइपर है। बहुत उनको एसएमजी दे दो, स्नाइपर दे दो, वो स्ले करते ही करते हैं।
प्लेयर तो बहुत अच्छा है, बस आज थोड़ी सी गलती।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द इंटरव्यू। आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर दिस मैच। आप लोग अपनी सीट पे प्लीज जा सकते हैं। एंड गाइस, इसी के साथ मैं बताना चाहूँगा ये हमारी टीम जरूर से रहने वाली है। अगर बात करेंगे हमारी नेक्स्ट टीम की तो वो भी कोई कम नहीं है। वो जो टीम है वो बेहतरीन तरीके से कम्युनिटी में अपना नाम बना चुकी है एंड अपने आप को बार बार ये बताती है कि यार वो भी कम्युनिटी में रहेगी ज़रूर से, वो भी बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाती ज़रूर है। एंड अब गिव इट अप फॉर टीम I2K। वेल डोप, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे यही जानना चाहूँगा कि ये नाम के पीछे का क्या कहानी है? डोप, इतना डोप नाम कैसे आया दिमाग में?
मेरे कैरेक्टर को सूट्स करता है इसीलिए।
कैरेक्टर को सूट करता है, बहुत डोप गेम प्ले आप दिखा रहे थे सबको। अच्छा एक बात बताओ, आज के मैच के लिए बिकॉज पहला लैंड रहने वाला आपका, क्या प्लान्स है?
प्लान्स तो अभी कुछ खास नहीं है, अभी आप मैच देखोगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा हमारे प्लान्स क्या हैं।
ये जितने भी लोग आपको भी देख रहे हैं, लाइव देख रहे हैं, जितने भी लोग चेयर कर रहे हैं आपको, इन सबको क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप?
लॉट्स ऑफ लव टू यू गाइस, आप लोगों की वजह से हम यहाँ पे पहुँच पाए हैं और हमारा हार्डवर्क हमेशा साथ रहेगा।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल हार्डवर्क जरूर से दिखाने वाले हैं। अच्छा, आज के लिए मैं ये भी देख रहा हूँ कि नया एडिशन आया जरूर है, वो जिम के अलावा खेलता भी बढ़िया है या सिर्फ जिम में ही ध्यान दे रहा है?
ज़्यादा जिम पे ध्यान रहता है, बट हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं उसको साथ में खिलाने का ज़्यादा।
चलिए, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर दिस मैच। आप प्लीज अपने रिक्स पे जा सकते हैं। एंड इसी के साथ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, अगर हम बात करें हमारे इस मैच की, ये मैच बहुत ज्यादा रोमांचक वाला होने वाला है। दोनों की दोनों टीम्स जो है वो तैयार है। एंड अब हम बात करेंगे अपने कास्टर्स से। ओवर टू यू नेक्रो।
Thank you so much, Major Beast. And yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, a new team joined alongside I2K. What are your thoughts on them?
Pretty solid team. It has been really strong. Honestly, yes, they've been through the online qualifiers, so they know the struggle. But yeah, they've got a lot of experience as well. And since we're talking about the LAN, yes, there's going to be pressure, might be jitters, but I think so they've got it.
One thing is for sure, from what I've heard about I2K, is that Dope is sort of like the man that makes the call, and Dope is also the man that is the star player. So this team heavily revolves around Dope. Even Sundance is one of those players that we need to focus on. Even he's sort of that player that it has been popping off recently quite well. But then if you speak about their opponents, TWOB, you guys saw recently what just happened, right? They lost against Vitality, but still the matchup was super close. What do you think so? If I ask you for your predictions, what do you think so the scoreline's going to be in the end? Is it going to be a 2-0, or is it going to be a 3-0, or all mapper?
All right. since it's TWOB up against I2K, I think so maybe we're going to witness a 3-1. And I personally feel it might be in favor of TWOB.
Okay.
Just because of the way things have been going right now and how strong their hardpoint has been looking like.
Oh, wow.
That has been brilliant and outstanding at this point. And honestly, you know, we have those fourth map as the hard point, so you know that those are the two maps that they will be really strong at. But the one thing that they need to worry about is the fact that it's the search and destroy that is going to be important.
Exactly. Speaking about TWOB, we've got Extincts in front of us, Ignite, Master, Zyro, and even Elf. Now, in the interview, TWOB clearly said that they messed up in the comms. They were not really focusing that much, but in the upcoming game, comms is going to be their main priority because that's something that's going to help you strategize even better.
Absolutely, and yeah, they pointed out Zyro for not listening to the calls, but that's all fun in games either ways. Yes, the question will be how focused are they for this one specific matchup. Yes, I2K, an underdog team, everyone might think maybe TWOB has got this in the bag, but I feel that it's going to be I2K maybe taking it home.
Hey, but you know what? Now let's move forward and take a look at I2K Esports' roster. We've got Dope, Legacy, Virus, and also Alpha, and as I mentioned, Sundass is one of those players too. But speaking about the sniper, right? I'm someone who's a big fan of snipers. I'm someone who likes to play the sniper role as well myself, so we're going to speak about Legacy over here because he's supposed to be like that primary sniper for the team, and considering sniper is something that can also be like a massive game changer, especially in search and destroy.
Absolutely, and again, these are the plays that you need to watch out for, and Legacy has also been one of the star players for I2K, so you already know it's going to be super amazing to watch him out, and yes, he is someone who will be really solid on that sniper.
That is true. Speak about being solid on the stage, right? TWOB, every single player has been solid, and you need to speak about getting those jitters away. TWOB, they're not going to be feeling the jitters anymore, but as we do move on forward towards the map veto, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the map bans, Arsenal and Apocalypse have been banned in Hardpoint, in Search and Destroy, Meltdown and Express has been banned, and in Control, Raid, and Standoff has been banned out. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick things off in Hacienda. So I was having a little bit of a talk with the players of I2K. They mentioned that Hacienda is one of those maps that is also the strongest for their opponent, but then even we are quite good on the map of Hacienda, so we did not really ban that.
Yeah, and I personally feel, I wouldn't exactly call it a mistake onto their end, but it is highly possible that they might feel they're comfortable onto that one. So maybe just looking forward to play on that map. But we have seen that TWOB have pulled a comeback of their lifetime. And that too against Vitality, that was mind-breaking. 247 to 250. Again, that was the scoreline. So I think so. They are super fired up for that match.
One thing is for sure, taking down TWOB in Hardpoint is one of the toughest tasks you can try to pull off.
True.
Because their defense has been looking on point, and TWOB in general, their form has been looking on point. And considering they've already warmed up their hands against a big name like Vitality, then going up against I2K, their confidence should be all-time high.
That is absolutely true, but maybe this is something that I2K can use against them. When your confidence is high, sometimes you end up making a few mistakes. So not making those mistakes is going to be the key for TWOB. And I love the fact that they all talked about what were the main problems that they encountered during the previous game. And now they can work upon them. So going back to the basics, making sure that the comms are always on point. I really love that kind of discussion because when it comes down to the communication department, yes, you need those comms to be on point because those calls need to be heard at the perfect time. And especially when it's hard point and when it gets so very close, at least for the last few points, you know that every single second matters. So that's going to be super important to watch out for.
That is true. Speak about every single second mattering right now. As we do know, in the upcoming game, in Hardpoint especially, I2K might just be feeling that pressure because we know it's their first ever time on the stage as well. Jitters are expected without a doubt. I2K feeling that pressure in general to perform under that pressure, especially a team that's been looking pretty strong on Hardpoint itself, then in general things are going to be quite problematic.
Absolutely. And again, since we're already talking about Hardpoint, I also want to focus on the fourth one. That's going to be Summit. We have seen Summit Hardpoint time and time again. In the entire day today, we've seen how up close and personal those battles can get and how important it is using those shotguns. And since we're already mentioning about the shotguns, we know Alpha, he loves to play that KRM onto the side of I2K. So maybe he can try and show a few of his skills off. But before going towards that, you know that we also have a few more maps in between.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the first matchup here, we need to thank our sponsors, which is Monster Energy, of course. Thank you so much, Monster, for sponsoring this event. But now as we do move on forward towards the matchup, as we know, we're going to kick things off, as usual, on Hardpoint, on Hacienda. What are your predictions? Now, I want to know your predictions. Look,
all right.
I always love to put you under the bus.
It's fine, it's fine. I've been habitual of that, but yes, you know, the main thing about playing in Hacienda yet again is the fact how quickly can you go in for those rotations and take control of those lobbies around the hard points, especially when we're talking about P1. We mentioned and we also saw how quickly everyone was trying to take control of that first floor, right? You know that you have to have control of that part if in case you want to have a smooth sailing for that P1. And this is the first hard point we're talking about. When you move towards the garage side, there are 2 different entry points, maybe 3 in total, and couple of them can be perfectly watched out for if you're using the perfect utility. So that is something they've got to focus down on. And those stairs control is also super important. I personally feel those rotations are going to be the main key. Let's have a look at that.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We step our foot inside Hacienda as we're going to kick things off with Hardpoint. But then I just get a little bit of a call out from our producer. By the way, our producer's name is Nova. That's what his name is, yeah.
Nice.
And he just said that, hey, Necro, stop announcing the game, because there's going to be a restart, buddy.
I mean, good things take time.
He just played a prank with us.
A perfect prank indeed. And that's how he threw us under the bus. Either ways, we'll have a lot more time to discuss about the next few things, right? Because again, Hacienda, the next map is going to be Tunisia. Now, I really love the fact that that map is an I2K favored map. I wouldn't exactly say favored, but yes, they love to play on Tunisia. They mentioned how much they actually enjoy, especially on that one, because we don't usually see a lot of teams picking Tunisia up for search and destroy. You normally see them picking up the firing range, right? That's the absolute normal way for them to play, or maybe slums if they actually want to take something out of the ordinary. So I would really love to see what happens onto that one, because if first map goes for TWOB, Hardpoint, which they are the favorites for, I think the second one should go for I2K. So maybe we will see Summit coming up, but before that we will also have Crossroads Strike.
Okay, we need to speak about I2K over here.
Yeah.
As I mentioned a while ago too, Dopey's also the IGL, he's also the star player. How does that even work? If you're the IGL, how can you be the star player for the team? You're going to be pushing up and taking the battles, because that's something an IGL is not supposed to do.
I mean, that's the current change that has happened in the game, right? Because previously, yes, you would have a Slayer in your team, making sure that he is the main star player, he's the key player who's literally bursting through the entire lineup of opponents and being just a nuisance around that map, making sure that he's taking everyone down. But these days, you need to have your objective player as well, slaying, getting those kills, getting those picks. That is how important it has been. So maybe, as an IGL, he wants to just go up close and personal, take those fights, get on to the nerves of your opponent, and then also win those gunfights. If you've got an IGL who also top frags, you know who I'm referring to, right? Prevail. He did a great job at that game. So maybe that is exactly what we are seeing here.
I mean, once again, Prevail just got the top frag in one game, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
So he wasn't really able to like pop off in every single game, because usually Prevail was actually at the bottom of the board most of the times. He was like in the bottom too, but just that one single game, Prevail was able to pop off. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that IGL cannot pop off, but still, you being an IGL, you need to stay alive inside the game, because you're the mastermind. You're the one who's making the calls. Because if that call link is broken, if that chain is broken, then your team is pretty much going to scatter all across the board. Because if you sit back and try to give your teammates a lot of call-outs, you will be pretty much a backseat gamer.
True, but maybe he just wants his team to set him up in those situations, and then he can try and show off all the skills that he's got, especially onto those rifles, even on the sniper. So that is something that I feel maybe is where his mindset lies. But again, we're just only talking about Dope. I also want to focus on Legacy and as well Virus along with Alpha. You know, those SMG players just have been on point. They have been literally breaking through, especially when you are talking about the fact that, yes, there is the new sniper, there is the new SMG that everyone loves. Switchblade is something that they all love to play with.
Yeah.
I2K is the team who mentioned that they like to play with Fennec more than the other one. So
I mean,
that's
Yeah, we have seen a couple of players, right, that prefer Fnatic more compared to Switchblade, and at this point, I think so. It's really just personal preference, because at the end of the day, even Fnatic provides you that faster fire rate, of course, that mobility too, and at the same time, that hip fire is, of course, something that really just comes into play as well. So in general, I would say it's really a personal preference. Yeah, Switchblade is something that's been in the middle recently, but if you like Fnatic, just go with Fnatic. As long as that's going to be something that's going to help you with the mentality, as long as that's going to be something that rocks your boat, you might as well try to stick to it. But speaking about sticking to things, right, we also need to speak about the upcoming matchup, which is going to be happening between Vitality and I2K. That will be an interesting matchup as well, because Vitality, they have already tasted how it feels like to win. And going up against I2K, we don't exactly know the results of this matchup, how it's going to be looking like. But one thing is for sure, in the upcoming matchup, or against Vitality, the jitters are probably going to be shook away.
It is true, but there's also one more thing, right? At this point, I2K might only have had time to strategize against one of these two teams, and not both of them. So the question is, which one have they prioritized? Did they watch most of the match in terms of TWOB's perspective, or they kind of put themselves in their shoes and focus on the game what Vitality was playing? Only one of them is going to work out for this one, and I personally feel since their matchup was against TWOB, they might have prioritized that. So when we're talking about the previous one, we'll just have to leave it for the latter, as again, finally we can have a start.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The hard point begins as we kick things off with Hacienda, and we've got the players locked in and loaded and ready as well.
Another good trophy system coming in to make sure that there's no nades whatsoever. The fight being taken up close and personal, though the hardpoint still being controlled by I2K. Now, this is something we've seen TWOB. They just give up on the hardpoint for the starting fights. They try and control that space and then move forward, and that's exactly what they're doing. But the fights are just not going in their way.
Exactly. It's all about the duels, and if you're able to win those duels, the longer you keep on winning those duels, the longer you will be able to control the hard points, and that's been the advantage of TWOB. They have been able to win so many duels, especially against a team like Vitality. Then I2K will definitely be struggling, but so far, I2K, they've got the lead. But as I say that, this is where TWOB, they established that control once again.
Indeed, and since it's already Hacienda, you know SMGs are going to be the key. Yet again, fights being won, trades back and forth, and even in the score, we can see exactly the same thing. 10 seconds of scrap time is going to be earned by I2K, so they will have some advantage. But in the next one, we'll probably see TWOB making those early rotations, as even the score streaks are now being brought in.
Indeed, 20-17, I2K, at least for now, they're giving a tough battle even to their opponents, and I2K is trying their best to fight back. Speak about winning those duels, though, TWOB, once again, for them, the boat's rocking in a pretty good way, but I2K as well, they're hitting back hard.
I just don't want to see another car blast coming in, because you need to do it before the opponent does, otherwise you'll be taken down with that. Talking about taken down, TWOB winning those trades on the outskirts will now also control the hill, and breaking through this one is going to be difficult.
Oh, wait, right now it seems pretty competitive, but as soon as I say that, TWOB, they just have a massive streak of kills on the board. Things are looking pretty good for TWOB up till now, but as soon as I say that, even the players of I2K are now starting to hit back.
Indeed, and I love the fact that, you know, these days players just sit in the hard point, they sit in that zone and then try and take those picks to get some extra points in order to bring up the score streaks, and that is a pretty good thing and pretty solid thing to do, and every single team follows that. As of now, TWOB just making the best use of it, will get the scrap time for themselves.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, look at the Snapdragon performance meter, 120 FPS. These players are having the smoothest gaming experience of their life. So what are you guys waiting for? But as we do speak of all that stuff, TWOB, Zyro and Master have been able to find a nice 1-2 amongst themselves. Once again, TWOB, they're starting to run away with the control. They're starting to run away with the points.
Absolutely, those rotations were on point, and just as I mentioned, they kind of give up on the first hard point and then try and take things up from the second one, moving their rotation towards the P3, and that is what they have done even now, controlling that space, winning those crucial gunfights as well. Freddy was called in, and also Abyss just taking control of that entire angle, not letting anyone move from the house.
Indeed. Grab 5.56 pulled out by Abyss. And this man has been performing pretty nice, but then you speak of that, you instantly see Dope popping up on the kill feed. Dope getting a lot of elimination points in general over there.
Oh.
But then speaking of that, even we've got Master now moving in from the outskirts, wanting to make a play, but TWOB All they need to do is keep on winning these duels and keep on having that control, because right now they've established a massive lead.
Absolutely, and operators being used as well. Abyss with a claw in hand. They need to break through this hill, but the setup from I2K is really good.
Annihilator and claw in their hands. It's a combo that they wanted to work with, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out for long enough, because even the Sparrow from the opponent was something that was dishing out so much damage. I2K, one thing is for sure, the duels have definitely happened quite back and forth, but the control is still being taken by the players at TWOB.
Oh, he just jumps up on the roof, gets taken down. What a great angle. Abyss working out perfectly, though. Legacy shuts him down, and that's a good nade from Sundance.
It's an absolute dismantle from the side of TWOB, but then I2K looking for to hit him back once again, but TWOB just denying him that control. As I mentioned, TWOB's defense has been looking on point, and that's what they're relying on heavily once again. Growl from the side of Extinct is something that's been popping off quite nicely.
Growl has really been working out for all of these players, but finally I2K trying to contest for the hill. Last 8 seconds now for the next hard point to open up, so the scrap time was distributed, but it's still TWOB running out with the maximum amount of those points, 127 to 56, and the rotation is also on point, and they're taking control of the upper floors.
TWOB with the massive advantage, of course, looking pretty good up till now, so they're not going to be the one to break the sweat. They're not going to be the one to be desperate enough inside these type of situations, and just look at them playing together, shutting down the opponent team just like that. The players of I2K, at least for now, it seems like they do not even stand a chance.
Absolutely. There's just one player inside the objective that's hitting Abyss, because he trusts his teammate. They're taking control of the entire upper floor, which now has fallen into the hands of I2K. But still, 25 more seconds. The question is, who will get the scrap time?
Indeed. As you mentioned, the upper floor now, or the entire site control is now in the hands of I2K. This is where the players of TWOB will be on the retake. I2K is now starting to stack up on these points. All the players of TWOB need to do is just find a little bit of a chink in the armor, and that's what they're trying to find. But eventually, once again, the trades do start to happen back and forth. TWOB, they need to stop this take from them. But I2K, eventually, they are actually just extinguished from this entire spot.
Agreed, because TWOB have now taken control of the next hard point. That's going to be another fight being taken. Legacy wins it out, gets some crucial picks, and that gives the numbers advantage to his team. And now they're the ones who are controlling the hill. They have an idea where TWOB would be spawning, and the claw has also been brought out.
Claw, as you mentioned, being brought out too from Virus. He needs to check his back, but he's not really going to get shot in the back just yet. Virus, this Claw is, of course, dishing out a decent amount of damage. Even Dove from the outskirts is looking forward to pull something off. I2K looking forward to make this comeback, and so far, they've actually done a great job in accumulating these points.
So that was a great rotation coming in from their side, starting from P1 scrap time and now moving towards the P2 as well. They've done a perfect and a brilliant job starting it with those pickoffs through the rotations, and that is what they want to follow up for with. Because look at the lead now, it has been decreased to just around 45 points, and that's about it. Scrap time will also be earned, which is going to lower it down even further, but the next hard point is going to be important, as you can already see TWOB rotating towards that.
Nice, I2K is actually making this competitive. Even the War Machine from the side of Master is able to dish out a lot of damage. The nade was so close. Oh my god, this could be way too close and personal. But the War Machine now is starting to cause a massive problem against the players of I2K. But TWOB, they just need to win these duels because they have been losing those for quite a while now. And they also need to take the point control in their hands.
Indeed, Annihilator now being brought out by Legacy along with Claw, worked out by Abyss. He's trying to take control of that space, but Zyro with the Sparrow, and Dope answering him back as well.
Nicely done. So many things just happening back and forth, but TWOB, once again, they've got the control established. This is not a good news for the players of I2K, because if TWOB, they cross in that 200 markers, then it's going to be a massive issue. At least that Pred missile is able to find one, but still, how much of a value is that really going to provide you in the longer run? That's the massive question. From the back, the knife comes in, but an instant trade is there, so that's not going to be an issue at all.
Someone take this knife away from Ignite, man. He's literally been igniting everyone he's knifing out there. But nonetheless, he still gets a pick, will be traded off. Legacy with the Hunter Killer drone gets one, and that's going to be another trade-off. The upper floors is everything, and Zyro is the one who was controlling it.
Oh my god, the War Machine is causing issues, and look at this crossfire between War Machine and Purifier. No one can stay alive if you decide to peek out of that door, but this War Machine keeps on banging up these nades, and that's causing so much of an issue for the players of TWOB. But as soon as I say that, just look at the kill feed. TWOB, they're just all over the place. They're just getting so many kills now. and that's going to bring the players of TWOB back in the race. So far, the defense of TWOB has been shaken away by the players of I2K, but TWOB, they need to go back to the basics.
That is true, and now they'll be having their operators up as well real quickly because they were able to shut down 3 major ops for I2K, and that's going to be troublesome for them. Even the Hunter Close now being brought out, TWOB controlling the hill. Last 15 few seconds, they'll be earning that scrap time, and they're also winning all the crucial gunfights.
Indeed, speaking about the crucial gunfights, 200 points now finally reached by TWOB. All they need is 50 more. And that's what they're looking for to find. As long as the control's going to be in your hands, no one's going to be stopping you from getting these points in the hands. But I guess the control soon enough might just be shifted away. I2K is doing a fantastic job in making this series competitive.
Absolutely, and just going to wait out for this EMP to work away. And just as I was mentioning, almost all the operators are now will be working in favor of TWOB. So you already know that they're going to have a lot of utilities and tools to work for the next hard point. And that is exactly what they're going to do. Upper floors, every single time you see all the fights happening there, and Zyro is the one who's winning them, only for now.
Indeed, 219 wrapped up, more to go. Not that far away from the target. And I2K still just trying their best to hold on because they're in a massive disadvantage, but eventually they've got the control of the P. So once again, that's something they can keep on relying on because the defense is something that's going to matter quite a lot. But TWOB, I guess they've found a little bit of crack in the defense.
Yes, but honestly, I personally feel that they're just saving their operators for the next hard point because all they need is just a few scraps from this one and then convert it into a rotation for the next one. And that is exactly what they're looking forward to. All 4 operators are up for them and only 20 more points at max. 19 to be exact is what they need. 19 seconds on to the next one. Sparrow and Bomb Machine would be everything for this.
Annihilator pulled out from Extinct. This man's aim has been on point so far, so you do not really want to be standing against it. Even the Sparrow is dishing out so much damage. TWOB single-handedly just starting to dominate. As you mentioned, the operator skills is something that's going to give them the advantage, and that's what's been happening. And just look at this, even the Purifier in the back to shut down the opponents.
Whoa!
TWOB, all they need to do is just keep on getting kills like this. 241, not that far away from the target. Even the War Machine was pulled out. I2K, desperate times, desperate measures.
And they're using them brilliantly. Only Abyss and Master now remaining with their own operators. The question is, are they going to use it now? Alpha with the Purifier in hand will try and get a few more picks. Will be able to go for one. Tries to get the second. Shut down right away. Next few points being earned by I2K again since they were the ones who were contesting it. But what are they going to do for the next one? Because Abyss and Master holding on to their operator, also trying to get the scrap timings. Could be everything.
Oh my god, TWOB. This is what they've been waiting for. As you mentioned, what are the players of I2K going to do for the next point? Because that's where the players of TWOB will have a clear advantage. 243, just so close. They can feel the victory at this point in time. TWOB, they have been the strongest on hardpoint, and once again, they will be the strongest. They will prevail against the players of I2K on this one. 250 accumulated, but no, hold on. There's also 249, but as I say that, no. TWOB denies that, and they take the first map away.
It's a brilliant play coming in from their side. They realize that yes, they can give up a few seconds of that hard point, try and contest for the last few seconds of scrap, only to force a slow rotation from their opponents, and then also getting a good timing onto that, catching them off guard while they were trying to go in for the lurk, while they were trying to go in for the backstab play. Just a brilliant way to win things out. TWOB, again, hardpoint is just their territory, and they are the ones who always find a great opening onto that one.
Now, once again, the upcoming is going to be Search and Destroy Tunisia. That's going to be an interesting one. But as we do on forward towards the highlights too, at the start it felt like I2K was actually making the series quite competitive. You got to give it to I2K though. They were doing a fantastic job in taking the fights quite up close and personal to the players of TWOB.
Absolutely, and operator usage was also pretty good because the moment I thought maybe this would probably be the last hard point we're going to see, you saw just some crazy plays from I2K going in for that garage contest. That was everything because they needed to make a play there and they did it brilliantly. Making sure that they waited for the utilities of TWB to be used up only to go in for another retake, flooding in towards that hard point again, winning out on those trades. But I would still say a very good decision for TWB, holding onto the claw, making sure that the next one that they're going to go to will be the place where they will utilize their claw. And look at Zyro. Look at that guy, just for once.
52 kills with 29 deaths. This man's KDA is just insane. Even his teammate had 42. That was a massive game from these guys, TWOB. Can't even say a domination because still it was decently close, I would say. Not a complete domination, but still, TWOB just living up to their name.
I mean, if it's a hard point, always bet on TWOB. All the One Piece fans out there will get the reference, but
okay,
still.
but what if they're playing against Godlike?
Now that's a good option. That's a good question. But before we head into that,
well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Tunisia's on the board as we step things inside Search and Destroy.
Absolutely. Another map. You need to take control of that mid. And honestly, if you're looking to work your way towards the A side, you need to have the control over towards the Ram side. This is basically the sniper's nest coming in. Virus wins out on an opening duel.
Indeed. Abyss as well is able to get things back once again in the flow. Been able to get that 1-1, but now as things are back down to a 3v4, this is where the advantage has been shifted over to the players of I2K. Dope, being the star player, everything's going to be on the line for this guy. And TWOB would want to kickstart things at least inside the first round of this Search and Destroy in a good way, right? Because now it's a 2v4 TWOB, or at least a 3v4 TWOB in a man disadvantage. But as soon as I say that, make it a 2v3. Still doable though, still pullable. But as soon as I say that, now it's down to a 1-on-2. The man disadvantage clearly just sticking with the players of TWOB. The opponents are doing a fantastic job in playing that trade game. But right now, Alpha is going to be the one to quickly just seal the deal.
That was ouch. I mean, he had a shotgun in hand. What do you expect when someone tries to get up close and personal to a shorty guy? You are just not going to survive that. So the knife's not working out right now for Ignite, but still, TWOB considering the first one. Now we know Search and Destroy has not been their best friend in these series, but they've done a pretty solid job even taking those maps up. As of now.
Here we go, I2K. They're really just taking it against the players of TWOB, but then Zyro welcomes them with open arms, but Legacy is there to try things out. A 1v2 against the players of I2K. This is not looking too good. The players of TWOB in a big advantage. And even the sniper being pulled out now. This is where Locust needs to click in the action. Legacy, everything is on the line for this guy. Costing the nade, but Zyro is a little bit too quick on that slide. He did catch the damage, but it's not going to matter because Extincts on the opposite side is holding the angle.
Just half an inch towards the right side and that nade would have done the job for him. Would have brought it down to a 1v1. But yes, looking at where the position was still being held by the defenders, you knew it was next to impossible to try and get that bomb off of that position because you know, whenever you've got the bomb in hand, you know you can try and make a rotational play. But once you do not have it, defenders have the advantage. Talking about advantage.
Oh, speaking of the advantage, and right now the advantage is definitely in the hands of I2K. Gotta give it to the players of I2K, man. Qualifying in, first land ever, still giving such a tough fight to a tough opponent like TWOB. Sundance, what a peak that was. Jeez. The pre-fire around the corner. Extincts did not expect that, shuts him down. Quick reflexes on the board from Sundance. Everything I've heard about this player, I guess it's true. But now, even the bomb being planted, this is going to apply the pressure on the opponents.
That is true. It's down to a 2v4. So, yes, difficult is just an understatement. And as soon as Master falls, you already know it's going to be next to impossible for him to pull this one off. Because it's the A side that we're talking about. You know everyone's just going to be behind and there are only 2 entry points. And both of them were covered perfectly. So another great round going in for I2K. Since they're already on the attack side, you know that all they need to do is probably get a maximum of 2, maybe 3 if they want to. But this map, I mean, I personally have played on this map a lot of times. Yes, even the Search and Destroys. And I kind of feel like you need to have the control over the mid, right? That's the only way you can try and go in for those rotations.
Oh, as defenders, all you need to hold it off. And that's what they're doing. Dope shut down instantly.
1 for 1 though.
Yeah, good for 1 as well. But now another one just hits the deck. A 3v2 scenario. TWOB in a disadvantage. What's going on? TWOB really just struggling when it comes to the Search and Destroy. They're pretty strong on our point, but this time I2K is making sure that they're going to break a sweat.
That is true, but the slow approach is something that might catch other people off guard. And Sundance, last person remaining, yet again, 1v2. It is very much doable. Zyro has got a sniper in hand, so, you know, that is something that maybe he can try and utilize off of, if in case he has the information, that is. He's got to take the bomb still.
Oh.
Will he be allowed to do that? That's the question. Yes,
yeah,
he
he will.
has to.
No one's actually holding it off from the defending side, so TWOB, maybe they're fighting their own demons in their own heads.
Yeah.
But considering they've got the man advantage, TWOB can afford to take a little bit of risk, but just to make sure that you're actually going to be looking forward to trade things out. And speak about trading things out right now, we've got Sundance on the screen. He is the last glimmer of hope alive for his team. He's trying to make it towards the A site, but the defenders are already ready. They're making their way towards that. I2K, they might just catch him off guard. They might just catch him on that investigation. I spoke a little bit too soon. I guess Sundance could have been the one to sort of swing the trade back in the action for his team.
And he's going in for the plant as well. This should give the sound cue. Can he try and make the play? Isolate the fight. Gets a great shot. Tries for the second. Shut down by Zyro. That was a great play coming in. A valiant effort indeed. But Zyro again pulling it off. Maybe this time he'll listen to those shot calls. And this is going to be 2 for 2. Equalized numbers coming in. And I love that slow-paced play. But the read coming in from TWOB was absolutely perfect. They realized that since the bomb has not been planted towards the B, or it has not been planted yet, maybe he's going in for a very long rotation right through the spawn towards the A side. The read was perfect. They went in exactly for that, but just underprepared for the that quick timing coming in. But at the end of the day, it worked out well for them.
TWOB now starting to break a sweat. Not too good, especially for a team that's supposed to be the experienced one. I2K looking forward to challenge the players of TWOB. I mean, they have been taking the fight to them. TWOB more known for their defense, but on the defending side, at least in the first couple of rounds, they've definitely been struggling.
Okay, I2K having a few lineups of their own, so that's a nice thing to watch out for. And just getting a few people's attention towards that site is something that they can try and utilize on the back of going towards the rotation for the other one, get the plant in, and that is literally what they're doing. Threw a nade lineup directly from the winery and then are now moving towards the other.
Oh, you peek out and the sniper's just waiting to welcome you, but then even Legacy strikes extincts. This is not a good news for the players of TWOB. They've lost out on their sniper. They've lost out on the man who can actually make some massive plays in the late game scenario. But Sniper being taken out, this is a big issue for them. Master with a two-piece with the nade and also with the growl. Master, this man is looking unstoppable, even pushes up on his face and shuts him down as well.
That's them moving on to the next one towards the third. Now, I really love the fact that they tried to go in for a very long rotation after trying to get their attention towards the other side. But the fact that they took a lot of time onto that was just enough for TWOB to come back on towards B and make sure that no one's controlling that space. I still think that maybe this time around they can try and go in for a quick hit, and that is exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, as you mentioned, going for a quick hit at TWOB. Look at I2K, Dope and Virus, these guys working together. They're playing together as well. Right on top is Legacy too. If someone tries to exceed their limits or just step out of their boundaries, Legacy's going to be the one to put him in his grave, put him in his place. Oh, shot missed. Was not quick enough to react onto that.
I mean, you need to have less than 50 MS reaction for that. That was such a tight angle being held. So that is, oh my god, talking about tight angle being held. That was reload being hit and Dope finishes off Abyss. Now they can try and get the plant in, but can Extinct get something out of this?
Oh, Legacy's going to be the quicker one this time. Extinct's shut down and extinguished from the game. Definitely has some choice words towards his teammates. We did see him say something.
Now, this is the thing, right? Whenever you're using the sniper, you want to hold your angle a little too far from that close edge because you're going to see people sliding off that screen. Now, if you want some information, then that is fine. But if you want to go and play for picks, you would not be able to get that pick whatsoever. Yes, you can try and go in for some reactive plays, but having any reaction time less than 100 ms is just considered godly. So, I don't think so that's going to happen right now, unless, of course, it's going to be just a perfect god-tier timing click.
Oh, once again, Dope going for some wall bangs. Highly doubt he's going to be finding any type of connections. Oh, that was a massive mistake from Virus. Peeked out, 3 players were ready to welcome him. But then as soon as I say that, TWOB out and over. They swing back to life. A 4v1 scenario, all down to Legacy. And this one single guy has got his hands on the sniper. What can he do?
Legacy.
Locus in his hands. 8 bullets in the magazine. He can make the clutch. Initial shot comes, and the pre-fire on the second one finds it. Master shut down. Master was looking a little bit too confident in that angle, and that's what Legacy took the advantage of. Isolates the first duel. 3 more to go. Might just be a little bit too much to ask for because there's one guy in the close lines. What a quick scope that was. Another man to the back lines, and now Legacy is able to isolate these duels single-handedly, shut down the opponents. What's going on? Can he clutch it out? Somewhat down line, he has a little bit of expectations where the last guy can't be, and this could have been so bad for TWOB.
Such a great opportunity by Legacy, but the only thing that was not in his favor was the time. And I won't lie, I love the fact that TWOB still did not go in for some preemptive peeks. What exactly I love the fact, yes, they could have gone in and tried to finish him off because there was a sniper in hand, but it was also a very risky play. That's a good shot.
Okay, wait, that's a good shot, but that was a bad peek, though. That's my answer to that, because it's not something that's everyone going to miss, right? Easy shot, all you need to do is just flick a little bit on the right, and that's it. But for now, out of nowhere, the situation is now balled down to a 1v3. Once again, I2K in the disadvantage, and TWOB, I guess, well, they're starting to gain that momentum.
And talking about momentum, yes, that's a 5-3, just as you perfectly mentioned. So it is TWOB now again running ahead, and when playing in Tunisia, it is kind of an attack-centric map, just as we was mentioning. Yeah, you can try and go in for those defensive plays, but I still personally feel that getting those rotations in on point, trying to control the map, and having so much space to work with, so much room to work with, you can try and make some nasty plays, especially going towards the back of your opponent. Talking about both back of your opponent, that is just an outworldly play coming in from their side. The question is, can these two people pull a 2v5? 4.
But question's good, but the answer should be even better. And as soon as I say that, what a drop shot from Abyss. Just throws the crosser placement off guard completely off the opponent. One more round to go, ladies and gentlemen, for TWOB to close it off inside the search and destroy, and maybe also make it a 2-0.
Highly possible, and with the way things are going, that is what seems to be the likely answer. But either ways, we're going to see some quick hits coming this time around towards the B side. Smokes up, down, but it's not good enough. That's the question. There was an option. There was an angle left open. And using that, Legacy finds the opener for his team.
He does indeed. I2K and Virus were the one to find 2, but then Master is trying his best to keep his team in the race. Out and over, I2K. They're sprung back to life. And then a quick scope. That was, but still, from the back lines, they've got each other's back, so it's complete fine. I2K still in the race.
It was a close round, though. But I still love the fact that they went in for a very quick rotation as well on the back of the first few initial contacts. And the way Legacy just got the first pick, then moved backwards, making sure that they are keeping that life advantage that they have, it was a great decision. And honestly, valiant effort coming in from TWOB, but still, they've got to get this one more round. The question is, where is the hit going to land? Because they're slowly just creeping ahead in the map, making sure they're holding the positions and the perfect choke points as well. If there's anyone from I2K moving ahead without checking in the corners, they'll be met with a heavy crossfire.
Locus was in his hands, but as soon as I say that, Zyro finds a pick on the Virus. This is not good. Advantage in the hands of TWOB. I2K now can start to feel their nerves, that's for sure. They should feel their nerves, considering all it takes is one more round loss, and then you will be losing out on the search and destroy as well. So you need to try your best at this point. Oh, scoped out at the wrong time, but it's completely okay. Gets the kill anyways. Quick scopes against the opponents to find them. That's all that's going to matter. A 3v4 scenario, ladies and gentlemen. Make that a 3v1 in the end. And well, I guess TWOB, they're also going to close things out and even search and destroy. I highly doubt this clutch is going to be possible.
He tried to go in for a slide play, but Master is just masterful in that. Gets a great shutdown. That is TWOB moving on to the second one in the map pool. Getting Tunisia, or I would say stealing it away from I2K, the map which was I2K's pick. And then yet again, it's going to be a win for TWOB, puts I2K in a very dire situation at this point. And yes, the daunting task in front of them, uphill battle that they need to climb, especially when we're moving on the crossroad strike. Before that, the replay, those all picks coming up back and forth, the nades, even the shotgun was brilliant.
Oh, look at this. Beautifully done. A 1-2 through the box as well. That's all gonna matter. And then, in general, that 1v4, if that would have came into play, that would have definitely been such a massive mental breaker for the players of TWOB. But luckily enough, Extinct was the one to sort of hold things together. Him being the IGL, he needs to perform on these type of occasions, and he has done a fantastic job. As we do move on forward towards the scoreboard, Zyro with 10, 5, and 5, and of course the KDA Legacy doing quite a fantastic job.
And he was the only one who was about to pull off that 1v4. Almost did though. If only he had a few more seconds to work with, he could have just baited out Extinct from that situation, because, you know, just one tap on the bomb and Extinct would have had to go in for a peek. It does not take a lot of time for you to defuse the bomb, 4 seconds, somewhere around that time. And that is something that can slip away in an instant, so you cannot miss even 1 second. I mean, we just blinked once, right? And we missed an entire round in SND.
Yeah.
So, well, 4 seconds are just pretty less even in that situation. Though, talking about Crossroad Strike, we just saw that happen a few maps ago, and it was super close coming in between both of these. So I'm again looking forward to the exact same thing. I've mentioned that it is kind of a defense-centric map, but you need to have that mid control, and once you have that, you would be able to go in for some crazy rotational plays, and you would be able to take down anyone who would be coming in your way, especially on towards either of those points, either A or B. But stopping the clock is going to be the key. You need to have some of those players around that tank towards the A side to make sure they've got the control.
Speaking about stopping the clock right now, we know the upcoming map is going to be the final map of this entire series between the players of TWOB and also I2K. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for us to move on towards control, as this will be the decider, my friend.
Possible opportunity for TWOB to close, or maybe I2K to make a great comeback. Trades go back and forth yet again, but it's still a dead even in terms of those lives, as we are seeing players just moving around. Clock has not yet been stopped. Finally, it has been some progress being made in, but again, you've got to take care of all the people coming in through mid.
Exactly. Speaking about taking care of people coming through mid, I mean, for now, it's just trades happening back and forth, and we know. Speak about the advantage. I mean, yeah, a little bit of an advantage in the hands of I2K, but I highly doubt that advantage is going to be sticking with them for a long time, because soon enough that advantage might just shift away.
Highly possible, but again, since we're seeing the trades going back and forth, advantage is in the hands of I2K as they make sure that the first tick is locked in, and they're also winning out on all of their trades. And finally, Abyss Zyro coming up on top with something and controlling the mid, but they've also got to make sure no one takes care of that A time and time again, because first tick has been locked in. 45 more seconds now to work.
Exactly, 13-16. This is getting a little bit too close to comfort. Speaking about the advantage, of course, I2K is currently having the ball rolling in their court. But nothing can be said just yet, because both of these teams are doing a fantastic job at keeping each other underneath their feet. Even Extinct's being extinguished from the game like that. This is a little bit of a tough pill to swallow, especially for TWOB, because I2K is on the verge of winning this entire thing. 6 lives left. For I2K, they've got much more compared to the opponents. But now this is where things are going to start to fall off. 4 lifelines only left over in the hands of TWOB. What can they do?
3v8, it's going to be super difficult, as now the clock has also been stopped in, but can they find the timing right? That's the question. Abyss is good for 1, but he needs to make more.
This is a little bit too close. 7 in the opponents, only 3 for yourself, which is TWOB. If TWOB lose out on this, maybe that might just be the momentum that they were looking for to bounce on. And I2K, they're actually going to take this control game in their hands. The first one's with them, but maybe TWOB, they're probably going to bounce back, right?
Highly possible, because we've seen them doing the exact same thing even when they were up against Vitality. We saw them moving ahead onto those attacking rounds, but this was the exact map in which they were not able to bring things backwards. We'll just have to wait and see if we're going to see the same thing again. However, the trade's going in. Dope with the Sparrow does a good job. Will be shut down in the meantime. I2K still controlling the pace and also the life advantage.
Oh, 27-26. It's just the start. Both of these guys are doing a fantastic job in just getting those trades in their hands. One thing is for sure, team play, even from the side of I2K, has been phenomenal. 24-23. Such a tough game for the players of even TWOB to try and capitalize on. But, a frenzy kill from this guy. Nicely done by Abyss. This Fnac in his hands has been just proven miraculously well, but eventually they put a full stop to that momentum. And TWOB, I guess, well, they're going to be back in the swing of things.
But for so long, though, yet again, 18-16, life count, yes, only 2 difference, but the clock has been stopped at 55-second mark. Second take of progress being worked at, some long-range shots being taken, but the fight not yet being committed from any side. And later, shut down just like that. Zyro is just brutal.
Tough luck, claw pulled out though. Maybe this can be the game changer. 17-10, TWOB having a massive advantage. Tables being flipped against them. Problems are now going to start to knock on the doors of I2K because the lifelines are running away, and this claw has been causing a lot of issue. Purifier up close and personal, of course, that's going to burn through the enemies. Absolutely. And that's what happens. Ignite with the 2K, Sundance, Alpha, and Legacy. They make sure that they're going to bounce back in this game, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. TWOB, they've got a decent advantage at this point.
They were trying to go in for a spawn trap play, and honestly, they've got the life advantages. That was a solid snipe from Legacy in the meantime, though. But yes, 13v5, that is almost impossible to pull out from because even the clock has been stopped. 1 minute 28 seconds to work with. First tick of progress logged, and that's just 2 people standing. I don't think so they'd be able to pull it off. It's super difficult.
Final 2, TWOB looking forward to make it a 1-1, and I guess no one's going to be stopping them from doing that. Yes, it's going to be a 1-1. Now we're going to be moving on forward towards the decider round. Who do you think is going to take this?
I honestly think if I2K are able to pull off the exact same thing they were able to do in the first one, they might get this. But the question is, are they going to be able to utilize all of the operators perfectly? Because that's going to be the question. And Lilator already pulled out. We're seeing some nades being brought in as well, and some opening gunfights being won by TWOB.
It's all about getting used to your opponents, and I guess TWOB, now they know exactly what I2K are planning to do. War Machine pulled out. And as soon as a little glimmer is going to be spotted, the War Machine might just swing into action, and that's what is happening. First one found, but that's all he's actually going to get. The second one with the gun as well.
How?
What was he doing? What a big mess up from that guy.
My goodness, and Master is just not messing it up whatsoever. Finally taken down. But look at the amount of damage that this one guy has done. Already first tick of progress being locked in, but either ways, no massive advantage in terms of life. TWOB still 21-19. They make it down to 20-19. Dope getting another pick. Trades go back and forth. But if you're looking at the map control, it is just in favor of I2K as they're bouncing back.
Indeed, as you mentioned, I2K now starting to have that role, but as soon as I say that, TWOB, they once again swing it back in their court. 16-13, having a 3-1 advantage, but as soon as I say that, no, it's being stolen away. 14-11, still the advantage is in the court of TWOB. Only a 3-life advantage. Make that a 4-1. TWOB doing a fantastic job. Abyss could have been caught off guard, but he actually does. I2K, they get 2 back-to-back.
Yes, but only 25 more seconds to work with, so that's going to be super difficult for them. And 26, I mean, I always mess up this 1 second because they end up clock at the perfect possible moment. But since they're blocking in the second of progress towards the A side, you already know they'll be focusing on the third one. Maybe I said it way too quickly.
Final 4 lives left. 4 on 8. Make that 7. Maybe this comeback can be possible, but no. Now it's a 3 on 6. I guess that's a little bit too much to ask for, and that's it. Ignite in the end. This man had a fire that ignited into himself, and I guess this entire series is actually going to be a 3-0.
I was really honest. I did not anticipate that to happen, but somewhere along the line, it does seem to be that way. Either way, we've got a lot of utilities to work with, especially when looking at Ignite, so maybe they're going to pull a few more things off. However, some opening pick-offs. Back and forth we go, down to 27-27.
TWOB, they've been looking pretty good so far. They only just lost out on the first one, but then later on, they're refusing to drop any of the maps. Or they're refusing to drop any of the maps. Extincts Even he gets a two-piece of his own
Nice
legacy with the snipers being a big pain, but it's not going to matter. War Machine finds one.
Indeed, and the question is how well can they utilize all the other utilities that they have, because I can still see an operator for the side of TWOB in the hands of Abyss. Are they going to use it right away? That's the question, as Ignite with the Purifier trying to get something, but in that long range, Purifier is not even going to tickle. So a good shutdown coming in, and the Claw has been brought out.
As you mentioned, Claw brought out from this guy, and an instant meltdown against the opponent. But the Virus is there in the back with the Purifier to burn his enemy to a crisp. At TWOB, once again, they get the momentum in their hands. This is not looking too good. I guess I2K, they might just be eliminated from this entire game.
Troy Army's Trojan working really well, but in the meantime, trades back and forth in the life count 14 and 9. So TWOB having a solid advantage, and they're working on towards the third tick of progress towards the A. 35 more seconds. It's going to be locked down only for so long as in the cat, the spot one person will be taking him down right away. And again, those trades by TWOB are just on point.
Indeed. Final four, final 3 lives left. What can you even do? Final 3 chances, ladies and gentlemen. I2K. They are going to be taken down by the players of TWOB. It's a 3-0 series from which Annihilator now is being pulled out by Extinct just to end things on a stylish note. And I guess one last life left. That's it. I2K, they can't do anything over here anymore. That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm glad about the fact that there was no knife coming in from Ignite, at least for the last kill though. But yes, a great game from TWOB. A solid domination coming in from their side, and just a great performance. Even though they could not win it against Vitality, they had an idea that yes, it was super close. 3-2 could have gone anywhere, but that's an amazing performance.
Exactly, a 3-0, a clean sweep from the side of TWOB, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's time for us to move on to the stage.
बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से आप लोगों ने परफॉर्मेंस यहाँ पे दिखाई है। चलिए बात करते हैं बिना किसी समय को बर्बाद करे हुए यहाँ पे एक्सटिंक्ट, जैसा कि आपने बोला था वो चीज़ आपने यहाँ पे करके भी दिखाई है। कैसा फील कर रहे हो वाला मैच 3-0 से खत्म करके?
बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है। अभी बस कल वाइटैलिटी रीमैच वही होगा।
अच्छा, मतलब जो आज आपने गलतियाँ करी है वाइटैलिटी के खिलाफ में वो दोहराने नहीं वाले?
वो कल हम दिखा देंगे स्टेज पे क्या होगा।
अभी तो काफी ज्यादा गुस्से में लग रहे हैं, लेकिन एक बंदा बहुत खुश लग रहा है मुझे। सारे खुश लग रहे हैं। चलिए सबसे बात कर लेते हैं यहाँ। ज़ायरो, जैसा कि सॉरी अभी मुझे ये जानना है, अभी मेरे को बताया गया था यार कि सबसे ज़्यादा ना प्लेयर ऐसा है ज़ायरो जो बिल्कुल भी बात नहीं सुनते हैं, लेकिन अभी जो उनका गेम प्ले गया है, जो उन्होंने दिखाया है, मैं आपसे जानना चाह रहा हूँ यार कि उनका गेम प्ले ये स्टेटमेंट देने के बाद सुधरा है कि उनका गेम प्ले ऐसा ही रहता है?
ऐसा ही रहता है इसका।
अच्छा, आपके क्या आज के विचार रहने वाले हैं कि भाई आज आपके सारे मैचेस खत्म हो रहे हैं और आप एक के बाद एक करके अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दिखाए जा रहे हो। आपने एक मैच लूज कर लिया लेकिन बहुत कांटे की टक्कर थी। दूसरे मैच की बात करेंगे, दूसरे मैच में आपने कंप्लीट डोमिनेट दिखाया है। यार फाइनल्स के लिए कितना खुश हो, कितना ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हो, कितना ज़्यादा प्रिपेयर लग रहा है आपको खुद?
We are pretty prepared, but there are a few mistakes that we have to correct. थोड़ा here and there communication का थोड़ा like difficulty हो रहा है इधर, so we should work on that, and yeah, we're pretty confident. Let's see.
All right, and guys, बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं आप सभी लोग। लेकिन चलिए लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करें हमारे लास्ट मैच की, तो लास्ट मैच अभी भी बचा हुआ है। एंड अभी उस चीज़ के लिए मैं आपको लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारे कास्टर्स हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं कास्टिंग डिस्क पे। ओवर टू यू गाइस।
One thing I gotta say is that Major Beast, the look that he has on his face, with especially his hair straightened out, is something that I still haven't really gotten used to, because I'm still used to Major Beast having those curly hair, but yeah, I know it's a little bit weird. But you know what? Speaking about the upcoming game that's going to be happening, even that's going to be an interesting one, because look, I2K is still sitting on the stage. We're waiting for one team to step their foot on that stage.
That is going to be none other than Vitality that we're talking about, who just won against TWOB in a 3-2 fashion. One of the closest games that we have seen today. But since we're talking about the games that we've seen today, 3-0 TWOB. Just, again, I wouldn't exactly call it stomping over their opponents, but still there was some competition coming in. At the end of the day, they realized about the main problems that were coming in, counter-strategized, and then just won it all out in a crazy fashion.
Exactly. We've got the scoreboard in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, of that previous game. Of course, Zyro was the one who was top fragging from the side of TWOB with 22. And then, of course, Ignite's going to be with the most amount of kills with 28 kills and 20 deaths. So in general, the previous game was once again the first round being dropped was something that really caught me off guard. But then later on, TWOB, they started again the pace, they started again the momentum over the opponent. I think so. The first round was more so like to know the opponent, how they're going to be playing, just getting used to the swing of things.
Exactly, and honestly, the way that they pulled out a spawn trap into that last one, that was brilliant way to just shut down the entire push. Do not even let them come out of the spawn is something that we've seen TWOB do a lot of times, and they did this time perfectly. So in the first one, yes, they were fighting a little more defensively. They were trying to make sure that they've got the control of their own place and their own sites, which in turn just did not work out in their favor because that gave a lot of room to I2K to work with. So in the next one, they just decided they're going to take the fight to I2K and shut them down in their entire spawn. And everything comes down to the operator usage. They utilized it perfectly.
Exactly, especially we saw them also use those in so many tactical ways, right? They were also saving up on those for a couple of these rounds because they knew, especially, I think so in Hardpoint, they were actually saving up on all those kills, right? They were just waiting for the right moment to use those. We saw War Machine and Sparrow once again being used to perfection. Then even Claw was something that was causing so many trouble for the opponents, which were of course I2K. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break because after the break is going to be Vitality returning back on that stage.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
हेलो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स एंड एक बार फिर से आप लोगों का स्वागत है हमारे इस शानदार ऐतिहासिक से कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल के पहले लैन इवेंट में। जी हाँ, मैं लाइव हूँ हैदराबाद से आप लोगों के लिए और आप लोगों को दिखाने वाला हूँ यहाँ पे हमारा लास्ट मैच जो कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा एंटिसिपेटेड है, जो कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा मैं बोलूँगा इंतज़ार करा जा रहा है दर्शकों के द्वारा, आप लोगों के द्वारा भी होगा। ये हमारा आज का लास्ट डे ज़रूर से रहने वाला है, लास्ट मैच ज़रूर से रहने वाला है एंड अब वक्त आ चुका है हमारी पहली टीम को बुलाने का। सो गिव इट अप फॉर टीम I2K. ऑलराइट डोप दोबारा मुलाकात हो गई है। एक के बाद बार आपका लगातार मैचेस हो रहे हैं। पहले मैच में क्या दिक्कत आ गई, क्या गलतियां हो गई?
पहले मैच में थोड़ा एक्सपेक्टेशन कुछ अलग था बट रिजल्ट्स वैसे नहीं आए, बट वी विल ट्राई कि इस मैच में बेटर रिजल्ट्स आए।
आपको अपनी गलतियां पता लग चुकी हैं कि क्या कहाँ पे गलती हुई है?
एट द मोमेंट ऑफ द राउंड ओनली वी न्यू आवर मिस्टेक्स एंड विल फिक्स इट।
ओ अच्छा, तो ये पता लग चुका है आपको कि कहाँ पे गलती हुई है और उसी टाइम आपने उसको सही करा है, तो ये अच्छी बात है। लेकिन अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें किस तरीके से आपको अभी मोमेंटम बिल्ड करने का क्या एक प्लान क्या रहेगा, क्योंकि अभी पहला मैच आपका इतना अच्छा नहीं गया, आप वो हार चुके हो, ये वाला भी अगर हार जाते हो तो दिक्कतों में आके खड़े हो जाओगे, उस माइंडसेट से बाहर कैसे आना है?
अभी पहला मैच था और बेसिकली अपना वार्म अप मैच था, अभी तो मेन परफॉर्मेंस आएगी, अभी तो मज़ा आएगा।
चलिए, मज़ा ज़रूर से आने वाला है एंड इसी के साथ मैं चाहूँगा ज़रूर से आप अपनी सीट पे विराजमान हो जाइए एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर दिस मैच। एंड इसी के साथ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स बात करेंगे हमारी सेकंड टीम की, और जो सेकंड टीम आने वाली है ये टीम बहुत डेडली है। ये अभी मैं बोलूँगा हार इन्होंने मानी नहीं है और अभी तक हार मानना भी नहीं चाहते, बिकॉज जो भी सामने आ रहा है उनको पछाड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। गिव इट अप फॉर टीम वाइटैलिटी। ओके लेट मी टेक द इंटरव्यू फर्स्ट बिकॉज मीनो बार आपसे मुलाकात हो रही है और जब भी मैं आता हूँ आपके पास एक चेहरे पे आपके मुस्कान जरूर से रहती है, इस मुस्कान के पीछे का राज क्या है?
कोई राज नहीं, बस कॉन्फिडेंट है हम कि हम जीतेंगे, तो और कुछ टेंशन नहीं है।
कोई टेंशन नहीं है, फाइनल्स की भी कोई टेंशन नहीं है, आपको पता है फाइनल्स भी जीतने वाले हैं।
पॉइंट तो वही है, फोकस तो उस पर ही है, तो
लेट्स सी। लेकिन अभी के लिए इस मैच के लिए क्या आपका एक टिप्पणी रहेगी, क्या स्टेटमेंट रहेगा?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं, हमने कुछ प्रेशर नहीं लिया, कुछ टेंशन नहीं है, विल जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो, विल विन फॉर श्योर।
चलिए देखते जरूर से कि कितना ज्यादा श्योरिटी जो है वो टीम वाइटैलिटी ने अपने नाम पे रख रखी है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द इंटरव्यू। आप अपनी सीट पे प्लीज विराजमान हो जाइए। एंड जेंटलमैन लेडीज, आप सबको मैं बोलना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ पे दोनों टीम्स हमारे पास रेडी हो चुकी हैं एंड अब सेटल डाउन हो रही है। कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारा ये वाला मैच, लास्ट मैच जो है आज के दिन का, ये स्टार्ट होने वाला है। ओवर टू यू कास्टर्स।
I mean, Major B's, the teams are settling down, and I think so you should have a seat as well. Just come backstage with us to the casting desk, and maybe you can sit right next to us, have a fun time casting with us.
I don't mind that. I'm actually going to enjoy it a lot, and maybe audience will as well.
Maybe, yeah, that's actually going to be a fun segment, right?
True.
Major Beast over here just talking to us as well, and maybe a three-man casting setup. But yeah, jokes apart, ladies and gentlemen, the last BO3 is also going to be on the way. As we know, it's been a long day, considering we have been through 5 matches so far, and all of those matches have been quite nice. Especially we saw a couple of them which were so close, especially a battle between TWOB and Vitality. But now Vitality, they're back over here to get the second victory of the day.
That is true. Again, they're just super ready. You saw the confidence dripping out from them right away. And I mean, I personally feel that, yes, since you've already mentioned about the close matchups, I mean, one of the crazy close matchup was NS and Anthem, but we're not going to talk about that right now, as we'll be talking about the I2K roster. Looking at all the people again, Dope, Legacy, Virus, Alpha and Sundance. We have seen them perform decently, but they still need to brush up a few things here and there.
Definitely they do, because I2K, they're on a losing streak right now. considering they've lost out on the first game, there's a chance even the second game can be lost out because TWOB is one of those teams that actually lost to Vitality. So the chances, the odds are already strong, stacked against them. And speaking about Vitality, we have the roster in front of us as well. Sams, Jokos, Burns, Vegas, and also Mino. Mino being the IGL once again, the link that connects all of these players together.
Agreed, and that is going to be super important. And I also personally feel that the point that you mentioned in the starting, that Dope being the IGL, also the star player, is kind of not helping the team to live up to the maximum potential. I think so that might be the case. Maybe they can try and focus down on some other players as well, because we saw Sundance perform really good. And I think so just giving him a little more boost might just help him out into getting those rotations on point and trying to get those frags in on time.
That's actually a really good point that I brought up as well, and even you sort of touched upon it as well, because Dope, I generally feel like he has a little bit too much on his plate.
True.
He also needs to get a lot of kills. He also needs to make the shot calling. And there's a reason why usually IGL cannot be the fragger, because a fragger needs to have his full focus on the game.
Right.
And sometimes even when the fragger's in the enemy territories, he does not give any type of callouts, because automatically human nature is you first focus on the thing that's actually going on in front of you. And sometimes it gets a little bit too tough to multitask, because when you've got so many things just going around you, you can't multitask anymore. So that's why an IGL, in my opinion, most of the times cannot be the fragger. But over here, let's maybe hope that inside this second BO3 series for them, Dope is actually able to play even better.
True that, because maybe he's warmed up really well, but since we're already talking about the warm-up, might as well focus down on the maps that they want to play this time around. It's going to be Arsenal picked up along with Takeoff, and then we'll be heading into Express. Firing range is going to be the fifth one if we go all the way. Crossroad Strike yet again, another control map coming in.
I mean, those are the maps that are being picked. Now let's speak about the map bans. Apocalypse, Summit, Meltdown, Tunisia, Raid, and Standoff. Maps being banned from these guys, I guess, once again, just sticking to those comfort bans, huh?
Not changing things a lot. Again, we've seen Vitality perform really well on the Crossroad Strike. Yes, when we are talking about the hardpoint, TWOB were able to get ahead of them. But then again, it's TWOB. We know that their roster is just so very well determined towards the hardpoint. They perform extremely well onto that one. Vitality were not far behind. We still know that in the first one, they almost took it home. 247. That's how close they were taking it home. So I2K, if in case they want to break through Vitality, they would have to either pull something miraculous, just like how TWOB were able to do, wherein Abyss was just out of nowhere getting 3Ks, Ignite doing the exact same thing. Or if not that, they would have to try and figure out a way to beat through that strategy. Maybe counter-strat, counter-rotate, or maybe catch them off guard in their rotations.
Right now, one thing is for sure that I2K are definitely feeling the heat, because things aren't really looking their way. Because both of these teams who have qualified so far, they've been struggling. Previously, we saw NS. Now we saw them just struggling so much. I hope that at least one of these qualified teams is actually able to perform pretty well. I got to say one thing. I2K's team play has been looking pretty good. I just hope that they're able to stick together as a team even better in the future and keep on punishing these known teams. But as we do speak about punishing, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first map is on the way as we kick things off in Hardpoint.
Indeed, another Arsenal up for grabs. And since we're looking at the P1 coming in, you know that you need to have the control towards the room as well as those vents coming in. But again, those early trades going back and forth. No team still being solidifying their control over that P1. So everyone can work their way around. And the fact that I2K are also working towards the room window is perfect.
Vitality just going for that aggressive point control. They've actually established that as well. Ooh. Just look at Jokos in the back lines. This man is just trained. He's just posted up towards that window. Anyone who tries to vault or even shoot out through that, this man's going to melt him down. But then you see a man wrapping up from the back. It's going to be Dope on the flank. But I guess Dope, he does find one. But unfortunately, is he going to be able to back it up? No, it's going to be the answer because Jokos is going to be there.
I mean, that shotgun is just doing so much damage, but on this long range, it's not even going to tickle. So that's one thing. But the way Rose was able to get a 3K out of that situation gave the opening to Vitality. Now they're up 39-1, and they'll also lock it at 40. Last second scrap point going in their favor, and also winning out in the rotation. For now, I2K is the one who's controlling the hill, but how long that is going to be the question.
Vitality in a massive advantage already, and the players of I2K are just not able to bounce back. Every single trade is actually working against the players of I2K, and Vitality are just having a massive advantage. Speak about team play at its prime, and Vitality, they're showing you that peak team play experience.
Indeed, and they've only given just 1 point away to Y2K, so that is quite detrimental for them. They need to make sure to win those gunfights, and they're trying exactly that. Finally finding the opening, will move on forward.
Losing hardpoint against the players of TWOB has actually given a massive lesson to the players of Vitality on how to defend on the points nicely enough. I2K for now, the defense was looking nice. The mode down could have been there as well, but unfortunately not been able to live up that well.
Melting down the bodies as well. You can't even find a corpse out there. Either ways, I2K standing strong, controlling the last few scrap points, and also now are making sure that they're going to rotate towards the other side. Important gunfights, but they are being won by Vitality. So even though the rotation was early for I2K, they're still not being able to find the opening on towards the hard point.
Indeed, 33-62. I2K getting the next point control almost in their hands. But Team Vitality, someone that's a name to be feared. Mino in the clothesline. War Machine pulled out. Mino is close. He gets shut down because of that War Machine.
Indeed, and the claw has also been brought out from Bro, so he is also trying to find a massive value out of it. And Sundance need to find a few more picks out of this War Machine. Oh my god, as soon as I say it, he's like, I hear my man. And Mino, in the meantime, finally welcomes him from the side angle.
But is that really going to matter, though? Still, the control is in the hands of Vitality. Vitality's just being so aggressive to take these controls in these hands, but eventually Alpha is the one to clean it up. And now I2K, once again, they establish that control.
On the back of that Fred missile, they find an opening, and now still Vitality, since they were respawned near the hard point, were also able to quickly rush up towards the side and get the reinforcements in on time. So they still have the control, still will carry on with those scrap points, and I2K in a very precarious position now.
Indeed. 39-106. Team Vitality, they're starting to run away with this lead. I2K, they're probably going to be feeling that pressure. The man peeks out, and I guess wasn't really ready in time. And even the Sparrow is now just dishing out so much damage from Dope. But Dope is just not able to find that good stalling point for his team.
Burns, Minio, and Joko's doing the thing that he was not able to do. Sundance is the one who's doing a pretty solid job, still trying to anchor. But for how long, that is the question. Because again, he falls and the hardpoint goes in the hands of Vitality. Though it's being contested. Oh, the spray down through the smoke is just brilliant from Joko's.
Indeed it is. 126-41, I2K with the disadvantage, and that's not just a normal disadvantage, it's a massive disadvantage. Man trying to slide out in the open, and that's where he gets caught. Nicely done by Virus, but then I2K, once again, they're trying their best to hold on to the team play, but Vitality, the two, they peak together, and they shut down the man on the point. Once again, now the swing back is going to be in the favor of Vitality.
How did they get a cover of pick also? Even with the Hunter Killer drone, it's falling perfectly every single piece of the jigsaw puzzle. Vitality seems to be the mastermind behind all of these plays as of now, playing in as a perfect team though. I2K finally finding a few more openings on that Fred missile, catching only one, not getting as much value as you needed, but still provides a massive opening probably for them to go in for another flank, which has perfectly been shut down by Alpha and Sundance.
Oh, look at that slide. It was such a quick one too. I2K, now they're starting to win some of these gunfights, and that's why you clearly do see Vitality struggling a little bit. The claw was there, but he only got a 2K with that, not more to back it up. 140, still a massive advantage in the hands of Vitality. They can have a closure if they get the upcoming point control.
But again, getting that point control seems to be the problematic thing, moving ahead, but without any set of utilities, just dry peeking onto those angles is something that is not helping them out whatsoever. Alpha, Legacy, Sundance, finally some important trades going in their favor. It's just the last 10 seconds. There was the exit flags that they were able to get, 150-66. Things seem so very difficult for them.
Vitality's getting a little bit overconfident, and that's starting to be a problem for them. Vitality maybe should just try to play defensive instead, going for those over peaks. Just hold on to those angles. That can be, or that can pay off in much more of a better fashion. Trophy system being destroyed as well, and Vitality, now they're starting to sting the opponents like it's nothing. Another one try to make his way out towards the point. Vitality now starting to run away with the point control and also a massive lead. This is a big problem for I2K. Vitality needs to be stopped right now.
Indeed, and finally, maybe they can try and do that. Answer is no. Joko's Vegas just making sure that they're controlling the hill, not letting any kind of opening in favor of I2K. Again, look at that. Taking control of the room and the spray down coming in right from the hard point. It is just brilliant. They have the idea about the spawn, and the reason for that is Joko's, the way he's playing it with this look. Look at the way he's anchoring, just moving on towards the other side, and now is already behind the members of I2K. So he will be getting a few more frags out of that.
Indeed, speaking about getting a few more frags, 200 marker reached by Vitality. They're ever so close to taking this home. And if they're able to start things off great on the hard point, one thing is for sure, that's going to be a massive mental breaker for the players of I2K. So I2K making a comeback, it's next to impossible, but they do not have any other choice as well than to just lose in this entire thing. Predator missile was launched, but nothing being found. Legacy pulls out the Annihilator, gets Bros. But is he going to be able to find a couple more? Oh, he gets a second one as well. The flicks are on the point.
Okay.
Annihilator's annihilating a couple of things around them, but Vitality, once again, they keep on holding on to the point.
At this point, I2K just needs to jump onto the hill whatsoever, because look at that. Only a few more points are needed by Vitality, and they've got a bunch of seconds remaining on their hands. Vegas and Minnow shutting down everyone, even the bread missile. It basically seems like a final nail in the coffin, because 15 more seconds and only 10 more points needed.
240, 241. Time's ticking, and so are the points. I2K, they need to make every single moment, every single second count. Within a couple of seconds, even the point's going to be shifted up. So what's going to happen in the upcoming moments? That's my question. I2K, can they bounce back? It's a little bit too much to ask, but if they do bounce back, though, it's going to be a massive comeback. That will be noted down in the books of history of Kodem.
It's going to be super difficult for them, because we still see operators being in favor of Minnow and Vegas. They can pull him out whenever they want to, and they don't even need to do that, because they just are going to control the hard point, get the rotation in on time. They will win everything out.
Oh, the players having a laughter. Is that a good news for the players of I2K? Or is that a bad news for I2K?
That's definitely going to be the latter. Not a good news whatsoever, because Vitality, having their time, having the fun that they need to have, is something of a problem, because you know when these players get going, the going gets tough for the opponents. And that is going to be difficult. Vitality right now leading I2K. They're the ones who are trailing, and Hardpoint, again, seeing just like in the previous game, is not one of the best plays for them, but they were still able to give a decent amount of competition to the members of TWOB, which just seemed to be absent in this situation. And the fact that Vitality was able to get those lurks on point, they were able to control just so much map. Look at that. Joko's just making sure that he's playing the OBJ and also going in for those lurk plays and being an anchor whenever he's needed.
Indeed. I mean, at this point, this entire round or this entire game was just being dominated by Vitality. Yeah, there were a little bit of a glimmer of moments where we thought that, okay, maybe I2K do have a chance to win these fights, especially when we saw the kill feed popping up with I2K's name. But then later on, once again, Vitality, they probably got control of their emotions. They probably got control of things once again, and they just started dominating.
Not just dominating. I mean, that's still an understatement, because it was more than that, man. It was really higher than just domination, because you saw them reading I2K like a book. You saw every single one of them, and even in the kill feed, you saw it was all over 20 kills, all of your team. So it clearly shows how well it was a team effort rather than just one man becoming the superhero for the entire team. And if this is the way Vitality is playing, I2K needs to be worried. A little at least.
True. That is true. And they are worried, you can clearly see. Because look at Vitality's camp, where the players of Vitality are having a laugh and a chatter with each other. Then you take a look at I2K's camp. The players are clearly worried. Because if they lose 2 games back-to-back, that means on day 2, the sword of elimination will be hanging on top of them.
And Anthem are just in that position, and talking about being just in position, we are going to be heading into the next map, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the Express coming in for Search and Destroy. And this is a map that I really love to cast, honestly, going in for some aggressive plays, back and forth. Trade comes in. It's down to a 2v3 situation in favor of Vitality. Can they pull this one off? That's the question, as Legacy gets a solid snipe in. Can he get something else? Yes, is the answer, as Vegas gets shut down. Some quick scope, absolutely brilliant on point. Pulls out the pistol. Joko's is the one to get the trade, but is right there.
Wow.
Finish things off.
A quick round, I guess. I2K actually able to start things off on a great note. Vitality struggling. This is not something that I've seen that often. Search and Destroy, Team Vitality losing out in the first round. I2K winning those duels and the team play in general. Almost one player from Vitality could have been caught off guard. So close! Even Joko's could have been taken down. But the sniper being pulled out from this guy. Let's see what Joko's can try to bring to the table with that one. Even the crowd with the red dot and clotheslines. But Sundance is going to be there to shut him down. Vitality now with the massive advantage. It's a 1-on-4. Dope is going to be the player. Dope is supposed to be the star player for the side of I2K. Let's see, can he clutch it out?
I mean, just asking him to win this 1v4 where he's basically getting pinched from 2 or maybe even 3 different directions is just too much. Punches?
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's
well, at least he knocks him out.
Yeah, exactly. That's some good boxing at least.
Yeah.
He goes on fighting. But yeah, it still needs to be more than just fighting if I2K needs to make this comeback. Vitality winning the first one, and the way that they've been aggressively pushing this towards the B side is something that's...
Oh, 2v4 out of nowhere. Within a matter of seconds, I guess. See, it seems like Vitality, they're really here to just take it personal against the players of I2K. 1-1 is the scoreline, but if this keeps it going, I guess 7-1 is not that far away.
I don't think so it's going to go to 7-1 again, but yes, it is not that far away if in case this exact thing keeps on going on. So I'm going to agree with you.
Could have been close.
Legacy.
With this Locust from Legacy, I2K trying to pull things back, but then he gets punched from the back. Vitality, they get that revenge.
And that is Mino, the IGL of the team, who gets the revenge. That's something I'm going to focus on even more. That yes, it was a punch on the back of the head, but Minho pulling that out is like, you are not getting away with it.
In boxing, punching someone in the back of the head is actually not allowed.
Yeah.
It's against the rules. And I guess Minho is here to get involved, get engaged in a street fight.
He breaks the rules.
The rules are meant to be broken. Minho took that a little bit too seriously.
That is true.
Joko's with the sniper. Look at even Burns. He's got the R9 hopper in his hand. So nicely done. Bros fights too. What's going on? Bros on a streak. 3 found all by himself. This man is on a spree.
Not a knife.
4-on-1, and I guess that's it. Another round on the board for the players of Vitality. Now they're starting to run away. I guess my 7-1 prediction might just come true.
I wish they could take a timeout at this point because they really need a breather. Vitality are running with a daylight murder. I wouldn't even say robbery. They're running away with daylight murder right now again. This time working their way towards the A. They've gone in for some quick B hits, working towards A this time, and Dope is there to welcome them, to be honest.
Exactly, 1-3 is the score line. Vitality not even having any type of pressure on their backs, but as I say that, I2K, they're here to flip their fate and also shake hands with Destiny because now it's a 1-on-4. There's a chance Mino can clutch it out, but I highly doubt this clutch is actually going to come true as well. Mino running with his guns in the back and with just punches. Let's see, what can he try to do? 1v4 scenario, spots an opponent.
What?
Now takes it down to a 1v3. Hold on. Out of nowhere, suddenly this is doable.
It definitely is, but he still needs to get a few more picks because there is a sniper he's got in his hand. While on the other side, Alpha with a shotgun, you know he'll be so ready to welcome you, especially into that one room that he would be in. You do not want to peek onto those angles dry. However, yes, just as you mentioned, it is quite doable, but he does not have the bomb whatsoever. He needs to be the one to go in towards that. That's going to be some utility being used. Bunch in. Shots being fired.
Oh, Mino's position's compromised. As soon as he steps in that window,
he loses the step.
Going to be a shot. Yeah, loses his leg, unfortunately. Is not going to be able to walk anymore, and that's why we need to call it off.
Well, I guess he's just going to get it back. There are some amazing doctors out here. Healing everyone up, reviving everyone up. Nonetheless, another round in the pursuit. Vitality for the 4th one as they'll be moving in through towards those stairs. And then again, another quick hit coming in. Legacy gets one. What?
Oh, tough.
What?
Pros in Vegas. These guys are on a domination. Vitality out of nowhere. They just spring back to life, I guess. I2K, they try to at least try and equalize the scoreline, but Bros, this guy has been on fire. Bros needs to be stopped.
Bro needs to take a chill pill at this point because literally he's steamrolling. He's just running out there wild and he's getting all the people down he sees in his screen. No one's been able to stop him whatsoever. So, I mean, 7-1 was, it's not coming through as of now, but maybe 7-2 because that's how Vitality seems to be answering to all of these plays.
Exactly.
I2K just seem to be in so much trouble at this point. Sundance, though, finally trying to take some pressure off down to a 1v1.
Oh no, 1v1 are one of the most like pressurous situations, and the players start to feel their nerves. Vitality could have almost lost that. Oh, what's going on? Vegas is just trying to buy a little bit of more time for himself because he needs to catch a breather and also refill his HP bar. But I2K is going to be the one to clutch it off. I guess I2K is still in the race.
Smiles coming on their faces. I really like that. Love the vibe coming in because, yes, they were on the faces, but honestly, that they were probably talking about how he would have been trolled so hard if he missed that. But nonetheless, I2K still clutching up that round. Really important, especially as we will be moving forward.
Oh my god, what's going on? This is one of the most aggressive search and destroys I've ever seen. Round starts off, every single round is just off to a fiery start, and what a headshot that was. Quick scope, close range, Joko's definitely a name to be feared. And 3-4 is being the scoreline, considering now a massive advantage is being stacked on top of the players of Vitality. All they need to do is just, well, I guess take the last man down. That's all they need to do. Oh, but you cannot let him get away with murder like that.
Okay.
Bros is trying to make this push happen. Bros is playing with his opponent like a food, and eventually Bros shuts him down. Bro, this guy's got a good movement.
He might as well be a search and destroy express god. Because just the way he's controlling the map, he's got an idea where all the opponents would be, and the way he's moving, sliding through all those cheeky angles, controlling every single thing. Maybe just alone at this point, because I didn't even look at the amount of kills he has. He's got 10. Minho, yes, following him up with 9, but that is just outrageous at this point.
Hold on. While you're speaking, so much action just happened. 3v3 now. Shotgun was there, and how did the Shotgun not find that? Unfortunate stuff for that guy. But considering Virus once again with the R9 Hopper, let's see what can he try to pull off. It's a 2v3. Vitality in a disadvantage. But I highly doubt that even they're going to be breaking any type of sweat considering Jokos is still alive. Now, this sniper needs to pull off some
miracles.
Shenanigans. Maybe a miracle as well. Spotted. Nicely done. The flank was perfect. Lurked from the back. Shut the man down. Mino got one, but then an instant trade hits the port. And this is where now situation's down to a 1v2. Still the advantage is in the hands of I2K.
Bomb has been planted and it is a very well-oriented crossfire coming in. Though it's been broken just as I mentioned it. Alpha moving up ahead while in the upper room. Well, a shot in the back. A shot in the back.
Tough luck.
That is true. He could not figure out where the people were, and the rotation timing was absolutely perfect from I2K, especially from Alpha. He realized where Minho might be, moved forward, finished him off.
Exactly, but now once again, here we go, another round. This is going to be a crucial one indeed, because you can pretty much say it's going to bring you to the match point. 5-4 is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. And for both these teams, their lifeline's on the line, especially for I2K. Their tournament's lifeline's actually on the line. If they lose out on this, they are going to be on the losing streak, which they cannot afford because after day 2, we know it's going to be the elimination day. And that's something you would want to avoid. Nicely done. What's going on? Burns once again. This man.
What?
Someone put this guy to sleep because if this guy's alive, Burns will make sure that you're burning to hell.
This guy is just getting 2 on the back of it and then also defusing the bomb easily without any problem because everyone was just eliminated out there. Vitality are just playing so aggressive, and yes, I'm going to agree with you on the point that you mentioned. This is one of the most chaotic search and destroy that we have seen. There have absolutely been no slow rounds. In every single round, it's either I2K going in for some quick fights or it's just Vitality running away with daylight murders out there and talking about murder. Vegas quickly taking Virus down too.
I mean, already the momentum is swinging in the favor of Vitality because they've got the man advantage. Yeah, Mino was low a little bit, but he has been able to catch that breather. By himself a little bit of a time in that moment. So now he's back up to full HP, and even Jokos finds a little bit at that peak from Legacy. Legacy being shut down too. Sundance shuts down Mina from I2K. A 3v3 scenario, things being equalized. This is looking interesting.
Super interesting nonetheless. Vegas will be getting some HP back, but looking at the rotation, Burns gets one. Sundance needs to win this fight whatsoever. He cannot afford to lose this one.
Oh no!
The movement!
What is going on? What is Vitality trying to do here? But instant flank from the back to get their trade. Vegas shuts down Sundance. And now Dope is going to be the only man alive. Will Dope be able to pull off a Dope clutch? That's my question. Dope still.
He could have.
Moving around.
He could have.
He could hear both the players in the front.
Wait,
All he
what?
needs to do is go for a spray transfer. Finds one, but unfortunately the transfer wasn't there.
The backs were turned. He could have got both of them, but again, a few shots landing here and there did not help him out. Either ways, he still needs to make a play whatsoever. He can try. He can probably end up jumping into the crosshair.
Oh my
All right.
God.
He was ready for it.
Dope just caught his opponent off guard. He tried to pull off a 200 IQ play from rotating from the side that the opponent would think that obviously the plant would be there, but then you try to move into the A side, but then unfortunately the player from the side of Vitality wasn't really ready for that peak, which was Joko. But now Vitality, once again, the battle seems like it's going to be up close and personal. Burns, this man has been a big pain in the foot for a lot of these players.
This is
and
the
once
reason.
again, the same thing's going to happen. The shotgun strikes him down, but at least it's going to be an equal trade, so no issues.
Again, down to a 1v2, and Legacy needs to pull out this clutch because unless he's able to do it, they won't be forcing an overtime whatsoever. And if you're Vitality, I don't know if you would want to play an overtime at this point, especially when you had such a comfortable lead, when you had a cushioning. They basically ended up, I would not exactly say they've ended up throwing it off, but it's I2K just stealing those rounds away, enjoying themselves in the chaos as well.
2-on-1. Pressure now can be felt by the side of I2K. All it's going to take is one round loss, and that's it. Vitality having the man advantage. All they need to do is just play together, play for their traits. But Jokers is a little bit far away. With the sniper, Jokers can try to pull off some weird stuff, but I guess Legacy is going to shut all of those possibilities down. Now also needs to go and retrieve the C4. Also needs to go and retrieve the bomb. And that's what he's going to try to do. So close to that. Yeah, eventually should be able to get his hands onto that. But look, is Mino moving in from the back. Both of these players making sure they're not really giving away that many foot cues. And Mino, he's got the bomb control in his hands. Mino can actually close it off. Mino can find the closure, and yes, he has. Search and destroy once again in the favor of Vitality. A 2-0 scoreline.
What a great play again. I mean, it was just chaos, right? We'll talk about it. It was entirely chaotic. There was absolutely no major strategies being pulled out in that one. It was just them moving forward, getting those kills, getting those rundowns, and then repeating. That's exactly what they did. Rinse and repeat in every single round, especially whenever they're on that attack. And looking at all the replay kills coming in, you can just see Burns moving forward, getting those picks. Dope. Well, your teammate was punished for that. Either way, is Minho as well, getting a couple of clutches for his own team. Doing a great job as an IGL. And I also want to talk about Bros out there. I mean, Bro was on something else at this point. He was getting so up close and personal, picking off all of those picks, and everyone was just being shut down. And him just catching all the people off guard was one of the reasons why Vitality had such a great cushioning in the early game, and they were able to get a few straight up rounds. But I love the fact that I2K still managed to move up to 5th. Yes, they threatened an overtime, could not move towards the 6th one, could not cross that finish line, but still did a great job. Focusing down on the kills coming in, the lead is just going to be Burns. Bros is on 12, and honestly, those 12 were the ones who were just demolished off the map.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, look at Team Vitality. Calm, cool, collected. And why would you not be as well? Because you're pretty much winning everything, right? Everything's going in your favor. Vitality they do not even need to worry about anything. The real worries should be on the faces of I2K. And you can clearly see them as well. They're communicating some stuff. They know upcoming is going to be Control. So that's the only chance, the only possibility for them to actually bounce back.
And since it's again going to be Crossroads Strike, you know it's where Vitality are going to have the edge. They played it previously. They performed really well onto that one.
Well, here we go.
well.
Speaking of Crossroads Strikes, it's going to begin right now in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we step our foot on Control.
Indeed. Finding the opening picks is something that we've always seen Vitality doing, but I2K answering back really quickly, trying to get a few more frags off of that. 27 and 26 is something that we're going to see in front of our screen, but another R9. It's a map I was expecting. We're going to see some SMGs and ARs, but alright, you can play around with those shotguns as well. Again, long range fight being taken and being won. Timer has not been stopped yet, but only the life count being depleted from both of these teams' arsenal.
Yeah, I2K is actually doing a fantastic job in this map. I mean, they have given a tough fight even to the previous opponent. At least they won the first round. But will Team Vitality let this round slip away? Wow. That's my question. I2K doing a fantastic job sticking next to each other. And Vitality is just being complacent at this point. They're just being overconfident, and that's why they're getting caught off guard. 17-20, though, the advantage is not that massive, so I2K still needs to play safe.
But the fact that they're also almost getting that first stick of progress towards the A, which will now be depleted as Vitality just get a few important frags out of that one. It's going to hurt I2K because they're down to just 13 lives. And for some reason, Vitality, they've been just finding all those picks here and there, left and right, trying to go for a spawn trap, punished for it.
I don't know, over Vitality's back in action. They've managed to equalize things 11-11. Vitality probably can try and get things back. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got the performance meter powered by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you so much. But now, getting back in the action once again. Dope and Virus, these guys doing a fantastic job. 8-8. It's a neck-and-neck battle. Vitality
Timer
in one of that disadvantage. Now the lives are running out from the hands of Vitality. Vitality needs to do something, but I don't know. This is where Vitality do have one life lead. Make that a 2-1 because now it's 4v6.
Yes, and the timer has been stopped. Still no progress made towards A. All of it will be depleted, but towards the B side, we're going to see first stick. Sundance gets an important frag for his own teammate, down to a 4v4, and it's so much closer than we even anticipated.
Oh, 4v1 out of nowhere. Burns and Bros. These guys, they work together. What just happened? Burns and Bros. These guys,
the B
just
brothers.
burning bros.
The B brothers, burning bros. Literally, that's a very nice name you've given to them. And I'm going to call them that only because that is really a solid play. The moment we thought I2K might pull it off because of the fact that they were able to control the second objective as well. They came in clutch and were like, nope, we're just going to take the first one home. And talking about taking the first one home, we're going to see some picks coming in favor of I2K, but only for so long as the War Machine has also been brought out by Burns, controlling the cat and making sure that he gets the shutdown onto everyone. They can try and go in for a spawn trap, which Jokos is doing.
Exactly, War Machine pulled out in his hands. And even Annihilator in this guy's hands. Mino finds that connection finally. Nicely done. Sundance for the back, though, is there to try and pull things back in their court. I2K, they're losing out on life, left, right, and center. Vitality in the advantage once again, 24-19, and they just keep on losing numbers. I2K, they need to pull themselves together because if they lose this one, they're also going to lose the series. Every single pressure is going to be felt tomorrow. Purifier as well is just giving so much damage. Burns is just burning his opponent with those purifiers. And now look at this, 12-21. It's a complete one-sided game.
We've still got a War Machine in the hands of the members of I2K, so they can try and pull it off. But the question is, when are they going to do it? Because A has been captured entirely. Another spray down comes in. Vitality are just catching everyone from I2K off guard. And it seems that it's just a ruckus.
Yeah, well, things are just scattered all across the board. That's what it seems like. 19-3. Oh my God. This is what you call annihilation. This is what you call humiliation, ladies and gentlemen. But now we're going to be switching sides. As once again, Vitality, all they need to do is just win one more.
It seems so very difficult. There's no glimmer of hope if you're looking at the faces of members of I2K. Though they still have a few more utilities to work with, but Trophy System denying everything from the War Machine.
Yeah. Mino and Burns, though, still there to sort of get the advantage in the hands of Vitality, so it's really not going to matter if you put on that Trophy System. 25-29. Once again, the advantage in the hands of Vitality. 25-24. Hold on. I2K can maybe just bring themselves back in this action.
Highly possible. The trades are coming in. They've also got the Annihilator to work with, and Legacy is just using that perfectly to try and get the advantage in the light. 23-21, and they can now try to work towards the A side.
Oh my
Perfect.
God. Vegas being put to sleep with that Annihilator. I2K out and over. These guys are now starting to dominate the battlefield. Even the Purifier being pulled out. He needs to get a little bit more closer, but he messed up massively.
And I love the fact that they're able to pull off a spawn trap using a sniper on towards the one side, and second tick of progress being worked in towards A. That is something Vitality, I don't think so, can stop at this point, because yes, streaks are being used up, but also the lies from Vitality.
Vitality is struggling, 9-19. We thought that the previous round was one-sided, but now I2K is making this look like it's a complete one-sided affair for themselves. Oh, the struggle is there on their side. Sundance in the back line. One thing, if you've noticed, I2K, all they're doing is just playing defensive because they know Vitality's pushing up. And because Vitality's being so complacent, I2K, for them, all they need to do is just play passive.
Yeah, and they're answering back perfectly, because look at the spray down coming in. Another shot, Legacy. I have not seen many players pull up a sniper onto this map, because just how up close and personal things can get. But the way I2K are using it, especially in this one, trying to pull things off back from the dirt in their hands, is something of a great play coming in from their side. Either ways, looking at the kill leaderboard, it's Virus with 18, and he's the one who's equalizing it with Minho.
Oh, Vitality losing that previous one that hard is definitely going to be a reality check for them, and now Vitality needs to wake up from their slumbers, needs to wake up from their sleeps. But once again, I2K, they found themselves with the advantage. Burns is there to take down Sundance, but Vitality, they're in a disadvantage, and that's the issue.
True, and the trade's still going in their own favor. Not quite sure if he wanted that utility to land exactly at that play space, but yes, Claw being worked up, and Virus with that Claw is just doing so much damage.
Oh my God, the communication between the players of I2K is just so flawless. They're playing for their trades, they're playing so perfectly. Purifier, of course, getting two. Nicely done by Vegas. Vitality, once again, I guess they're back in the action. This man single-handedly with Purifier just burning and mowing down every single opponent that stands against him. Even the Predator missile was out, but I guess Sundance eventually is going to put the full stop to that entire Purifier.
Absolutely, and again, he's got his War Machine to work with, so can try and pull something off. But the question is, do they anticipate this one lurk coming in? Nonetheless, Joko's finally fighting something, 14-14. So well equalized. Vitality working on the second tick, perfect. On the third tick, not quite yet.
13-13, make that 13-12. Vitality having one life advantage. Now make that one once again, okay. Vitality, oh no. They're starting to get away with lead once again. I2K, they need to play this one safe. I2K cannot afford to give away the lives like that, because Bros has pulled out Claw, and now it's just clawing his way on the scoreboard as well. This man is annihilating the entirety of the team of I2K. He's manhandling those players. Now it's a 2v8. Yeah, no way you can pull it back once again.
Where were the communications coming in? The clock has also been stopped at 14 seconds. So yes, you're also going to have 60 more seconds to work with Annihilator. Though in hand, though, it can be doable. 5 bullets in hand, 5 heads to take down. My goodness, he's got to go there. He's got to go there whatsoever. He missed one.
Oh, he gets the second time though. A really good slide. Made sure that Mino is actually going to miss his shot. But still, it's a 1v4. It's doable. Legacy, he does not really have a lot of bullets in the Annihilator, and that's why pulls out the Fennec. And now every single player from Vitality is just camping behind that box. But a beautiful positioning coming in from Vegas. Nicely done. Team Vitality is going to be the winner of the last matchup, ladies and gentlemen.
An absolutely mind-boggling play coming in from Vitality. And again, we were talking about those storms. Everything worked out perfectly well. 3-0 yet again. I2K, yes, they were able to take just one round in control, but that is all they were offered.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure after this last game, there's going to be a lot happening on the stage, so let's move on forward to the stage and see what Major Beast has got to say.
My goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, look at those beautiful, beautiful lads sitting over here. मैं आपसे ही जानना चाहूंगा बिकॉज आईजेल आप ही कर रहे हो, आप खुश भी बहुत हो रहे हो, बार बार हरा रहे हो टीम्स को, 3-0 से आपने हरा दिया है. I mean, मुझे ये बताओ कि ये मैच खेलने के बाद जब आपने इतना क्लोज है, बिकॉज लास्ट में क्लोज हो गया था थोड़ा सा, आपको ऐसा कौन सा प्लेयर लग रहा है अपनी टीम में से कि जिसका गेम प्ले बार बार हर मैच के बाद लगातार बढ़े जा रहे हैं, फॉर्म में आए जा रहे हैं वो प्लेयर?
ब्रोस का लाइक इन स्टार्ट में उसने थोड़ा स्लो स्टार्ट करा था 2 वीक अगेंस्ट, बट उसके बाद जो उसने एसएनडीज एंड कंट्रोल में उसने जो हमें जिताया था, तो आई थिंक ब्रोस का परफॉर्मेंस इज गोइंग अप।
आपकी तरफ से एमवीपी कौन रहने वाला है आज के दिन के लिए?
आई थिंक ब्रोस, उसने हमें कंट्रोल जिताया था।
क्या बात है, ब्रोज रहने वाले हैं आज के दिन के लिए इनकी तरफ से एमवीपी। लेकिन चलिए अगर हम बात करें आज के हमारे मैचेस की, आज का हमारा पूरा का पूरा दिन समाप्त हो चुका है, आपकी तरफ से लास्ट एंडिंग वर्ड्स क्या रहने वाले हैं आज के लिए?
कुछ नहीं, कीप सपोर्टिंग, वी आर कमिंग टुमारो अगेन, विल प्लेइंग द सेम टीम्स अगेन, कीप सपोर्टिंग अस टुमारो एंड विल विन।
ऑलराइट, एंड दैट वाज टीम वाइटैलिटी। एंड अब बात करेंगे हमारा लास्ट मैच खत्म हो गया, लेकिन अब बात होगी हमारे आज के कास्टर से, और बात उनसे जानना चाहेंगे कि उनकी तरफ से आज की लास्ट दिन के लिए, आज के पहले दिन के लिए क्या लास्ट वर्ड रहेंगे? ओवर टू यू कास्टर्स।
Phenomenal, and the day's been quite phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen, and even the vibe was quite electric in the arena, but as Major Beast mentioned, it's almost coming to an end.
That is true. It's over, but not ended. So that's one thing you'll all have to look forward to, because it's just day 1. And all these matches are going to happen on day 2 as well. So yes, you can say that teams were testing the waters as well out there. Yes, best of 5 matchups. You know, there were a lot of matches played today, but what I want to focus on is how they're going to develop through all of those counter strategies tomorrow.
Ooh, tomorrow's definitely going to be quite spicy. But now, speaking about all that stuff, we also need to give a huge shout out to one of our sponsors, which is DHL. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. But getting back to the conversation once again, we were speaking about the entire day, right? We started things off with godlike domination. We ended things off with vitality domination. Now, I mean, in general, there's always this one team that's dominating that particular group.
That is true, but there's still one more thing, right? TWOB. Almost pulling out that reverse sweep into their own favor is something that Vitality would also have to watch out for. And honestly, I don't think so it's only Godlike versus Vitality now. It can also be TWOB versus Godlike. I am looking forward to that. And since we were looking forward to what happened in the previous game, especially in the Control Crossfire strike, I mean, it has been just brilliant.
Indeed, it's been brilliant. I mean, the final game, once again, it felt like I2K was sort of getting a little bit of lay of the land. They knew that how things might just be ending too, but later on, it's just, once again, Vitality just doing Vitality things. What can you expect? This team has been dominating the Indian circuit for a long time, and they do it once again.
Absolutely. Just pulling all of these things off. You can clearly see the way they had an idea of what's going to happen around the map and where is it going to happen. And it all started in the hard point itself. They were cutting off all the rotations of I2K, not letting them move, and then they've moved forward towards search and destroy, which was just chaos. And I'm not going to say anything about that after all, because it was chaos, and it was just bros moving forward with all of those frags. And
That
even in the last one, we saw the exact same. Yeah.
We need to mention that. Burning Bros. This
Burning
duo
Bros.
in Search and Destroy, these guys were just burning the other bros
They
in
were
the
phenomenal,
lobby.
honestly.
Yeah. Phenomenal is an understatement. These guys in Search and Destroy were just playing quite phenomenal. And then later on, even in Control 2, we saw that transition shifting on over. The form was something that did not go away. And even that play from Purifier, that's something that really brought them back in the action.
And even in the last play, you know, that last one where we saw, yes, the lives were almost even. We saw that one claw play coming in, and I have no idea where the communication was at that point from I2K, because they should have given the information that there is one guy spawn trapping us, and that too when the life counts are so dead even. And when there's just last few digits remaining on that life count, and in that moment, he decided to go in for a spawn trap play. And that was the play that won Vitality the entire map. I mean, again, this entire day was a roller coaster coming in. We saw some amazing 3-0s, but I cannot forget those 2 hardpoint matches.
That is
248 to 250 and 247 to 250.
That's something, imagine if you're a team that is so close to winning, but then you lose out just because of that final couple of points. Unfortunate stuff that happens. As a team, as a player, that can be such a big heartbreaker. But you know what? I really hope for the teams, especially the teams that have qualified in all the way from the depths of hell, I hope that tomorrow they're going to be coming back with a clear mindset. I hope tomorrow they're going to be coming back with a clear slate in their heads, because once again, if they're going to have all that losses in their head, then maybe overall the momentum on the stage stage will not be looking too good. You need to have a good mindset.
Especially when we're talking about Anthem and I2K. They're the teams who need this the most. They need to brush off whatever happened today. They need to forget about how badly they lost, and they need to find the reasons of why they lost that bad. And then need to work upon that. Yes, it's not a lot of time for them, but a few hours that they can put in, just a few strategy changes here and there, and maybe they can pull out wonders, because I still expect them to do that.
That is true. Ladies and gentlemen, today's day has been quite phenomenal. We saw so many of these players as well just over there, but a huge shout out once again to our sponsors too. And then a huge shout out once again to our stage host as well, Mr. Beast, who was over there on the stage doing the interviews with the player. We got to know so many insights. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a leave. We'll see you guys on the same time, on the same day tomorrow.
I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna